If we continue looking a little bit into the future, do you think an AI that's empathetic and does improve our lives need to have a physical presence, a body, and even, let me cautiously say the C word, consciousness, and even fear of mortality? So some of those human characteristics, do you think it needs to have those aspects, or can it remain simply a machine learning tool that learns from data of behavior, that that learns to make us, based on previous patterns, feel better? Or does it need those elements of consciousness? And
it depends on your goals. If you're making a movie, it needs a body. It needs a gorgeous body. It needs to act like it has consciousness. It needs to act like it has emotion, right? Because that's what sells. That's what's going to get me to show up and enjoy the movie. Okay. In real life, does it need all that? Well, if you've read Orson Scott Card, Ender's Game, Speaker for the Dead, it could just be like a little voice in your earring, right? And you could have an intimate relationship and it could get to know you. And it doesn't need to be a robot. But that doesn't make us compelling of a movie, right? I mean, we already think it's kind of weird when a guy looks like he's talking to himself on the train, right, even though it's earbuds. So we have these. Embodied is more powerful. Embodied, when you compare interactions with an embodied robot versus a video of a robot versus no robot, the robot is more engaging. The robot gets our attention more. The robot, when you walk in your house, is more likely to get you to remember to do the things that you asked it to do because it's kind of got a physical presence. You can avoid it if you don't like it. It could see you're avoiding it. There's a lot of power to being embodied. There will be embodied AIs. They have great power and opportunity and potential. There will also be AIs that aren't embodied, that just are little software assistants that help us with different things, that may get to know things about us. Will they be conscious? There will be attempts to program them to make them appear to be conscious. We can already write programs that make it look like, oh, what do you mean? Of course I'm aware that you're there, right? I mean, it's trivial to say stuff like that. It's easy to fool people, but does it actually have conscious experience like we do? Nobody has a clue how to do that yet. That seems to be something that is beyond what any of us knows how to build now. Will it have to have that? I think you can get pretty far with a lot of stuff without it. Will we accord it rights? Well, that's more a political game than it is a question of real consciousness.
Yeah, can you go to jail for turning off Alexa? Is what it's a question for an election, maybe a few decades from now.
Well, Sophia Robot's already been given rights as a citizen in Saudi Arabia, right? Even before women have full rights. Then the robot was still put back in the box to be shipped to the next place where it would get a paid appearance, right?
Yeah, it's dark and almost comedic, if not absurd, to the worry that you're expressing. At the same time, probably both you and I, and you very much so, there's an exciting possibility that you can have a deep connection with a machine.
Yeah.
Right. So
those of us, I've admitted students who say that they, when you list like, who do you most wish you could have lunch with or dinner with, right? And they'll write like, I don't like people. I just like computers. And one of them said to me once when I had this party at my house, I want you to know, this is my only social event of the year, my one social event of the year. Like, okay, now this is a brilliant machine learning person, right? And we need that kind of brilliance in machine learning. And I love that computer science welcomes people who love people and people who are very awkward around people. I love that this is a field that anybody could join. Right. We need all kinds of people. And you don't need to be a social person. I'm not trying to force people who don't like people to suddenly become social. At the same time, if most of the people building the AIs of the future are the kind of people who don't like people, we've got a little bit of a problem.
Well, hold on a second. So let me push back on that. So don't you think a large percentage of the world there's loneliness. There's
a huge problem with loneliness, and it's growing.
And so there's a longing for connection. Do you...
if you're lonely, you're part of a big and growing group.
Yes. So we're in it together, I guess. If you're lonely,
you're
join
not
the group.
alone.
You're not alone. That's a good line. But do you think there's you talked about some worry, but do you think there's an exciting possibility that something like Alexa and these kinds of tools can alleviate that loneliness in a way that other humans can't?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a great book can kind of alleviate loneliness, right? Because you just get sucked into this amazing story and you can't wait to go spend time with that character, right? And they're not a human character. There is a human behind it. Right. But yeah, it can be an incredibly delightful way to pass the hours. And it can meet needs. Even, I don't read those trashy romance books, but somebody does, right? And what are they getting from this? Well, probably some of that feeling of being there, right? Being there in that social moment, that romantic moment, or connecting with somebody. I've had a similar experience reading some science fiction books, right? And connecting with the character. Orson Scott Card, just amazing writing, and Ender's Game and Speaker for the Dead, terrible title, but those kind of books that pull you into a character and you feel like you feel very social. It's very connected, even though it's not responding to you. And a computer, of course, can respond to you. Right. So it can deepen it, right? You can have a very deep connection, much more than the movie Her, right? Plays up, right?
Well, much more. I mean, movie Her is already a pretty deep connection, right?
Well, but it's just a movie, right? It's scripted. It's just, but I mean, like, there can be a real interaction where the character can learn and you can learn. You could imagine it not just being you and one character. You can imagine a group of characters. You can imagine a group of people and characters, human and AI, connecting, where maybe a few people can't sort of be friends with everybody, but the few people and their AIs can befriend more people. There can be an extended human intelligence in there where each human can connect with more people that way. But it's still very limited. But there are what I mean is there are many more possibilities than what's in that movie.
So there's a tension here. So one, you expressed a really serious concern about privacy, about how governments can misuse the information. And there's the possibility of this connection. So let's look at Alexa.
Yeah.
So personal assistants, for the most part, as far as I'm aware, they ignore your emotion. They ignore even the context or the existence of you, the intricate, beautiful, complex aspects of who you are, except maybe aspects of your voice that help it recognize for speech recognition. Do you think they should move towards trying to understand your emotion?
All of these companies are very interested in understanding human emotion. They want, more people are telling Siri every day they want to kill themselves. Apple wants to know the difference between if a person is really suicidal versus if a person is just kind of fooling around with Siri, right? The words may be the same, the tone of voice and what surrounds those words is pivotal to understand if they should respond in a very serious way, bring help to that person, or if they should kind of jokingly tease back, you just want to, sell me for something else, right? Like how do you respond when somebody says that? Well, you do want to err on the side of being careful and taking it seriously. People want to know if the person is happy or stressed, in part so let me give you an altruistic reason and a business profit motivated reason. And there are people in companies that operate on both principles. The altruistic people really care about their customers and really care about helping you feel a little better at the end of the day. And it would just make those people happy if they knew that they made your life better. If you came home stressed and after talking with their product, you felt better. There are other people who maybe have studied the way affect affects decision-making and prices people pay, and they know I don't know if I should tell you, like the work of Jen Lerner on heartstrings and purse strings. You know, if we manipulate you into a slightly sadder mood, you'll pay more.
Yeah.
Right? You'll pay more to change your situation. You'll pay more for something you don't even need to make yourself feel better. Yeah. So, you know, if they sound a little sad, maybe I don't want to cheer them up. Maybe first I want to help them get something, a little shopping therapy, right, that helps them.
Which is really difficult for a company that's primarily funded on advertisement. So they're encouraged to get you
to offer you products, or Amazon that's primarily funded on you buying things from their store. So I think we should be, you know, maybe we need regulation in the future to put a little bit of a wall between these agents that have access to our emotion and agents that want to sell us stuff. Maybe there needs to be a little bit more of a firewall in between those.
So maybe digging in a little bit on the interaction with Alexa. You mentioned, of course, a really serious concern about like recognizing emotion if somebody is speaking of suicide or depression and so on. But what about the actual interaction itself? Do you think, so if I, you know, you mentioned Clippy and being annoying. What is the objective function we're trying to optimize? Is it minimize annoyingness or minimize or maximize happiness? But if we look at human-to-human relations, I think that push and pull, the tension, the dance, you know, the annoying, the flaws, that's what makes it fun. So is there is there a room for like what is the objective function?
When you wanna have a little push and pull. Think of kids sparring, right?
Exactly.
You know, I see my sons, and one of them wants to provoke the other to be upset, and that's fun. And it's actually healthy to learn where your limits are, to learn how to self-regulate. You can imagine a game where it's trying to make you mad, and you're trying to show self-control. And so if we're doing a AI human interaction that's helping build resilience and self-control, whether it's to learn how to not be a bully or how to turn the other cheek or how to deal with an abusive person in your life, then you might need an AI that pushes your buttons, right? But in general, do you want an AI that pushes your buttons? Probably depends on your personality. I don't. I want one that's respectful, that is there to serve me, and that is there to extend my ability to do things. I'm not looking for a rival. I'm looking for a helper. And that's the kind of AI I'd put my money on.
Your sense is for the majority of people in the world, in order to have a rich experience, that's what they're looking for as well. So they're not if you look at the movie Her, spoiler alert, I believe the program, the woman in the movie Her leaves the person for somebody else.
Right.
Says they don't want to be dating anymore. Right. Like, your sense is if Alexa said, you know what, I'm actually had enough of you for a while, so I'm going to shut myself off. You don't see that as...
I'd say you're trash because I paid for you, right?
Okay.
We've got to remember, and this is where this blending human AI as if we're equals is really deceptive, because AI is something at the end of the day that my students and I are making in the lab, and we're choosing what it's allowed to say, when it's allowed to speak, what it's allowed to listen to, what it's allowed to act on given the inputs that we choose to expose it to, what outputs it's allowed to have. It's all something made by a human. And if we want to make something that makes our lives miserable, fine. I wouldn't invest in it as a business, unless it's just there for self-regulation training. But I think we need to think about what kind of future we want. And actually, your question, I really like the, what is the objective function? Is it to calm people down? Sometimes. Is it to always make people happy and calm them down? Well, there was a book about that, right? The Brave New World, make everybody happy, take your soma. If you're unhappy, take your happy pill. And if you refuse to take your happy pill, well, we'll threaten you by sending you to Iceland. to live there. I lived in Iceland 3 years. It's a great place. Don't take your soma to go to Iceland. A little TV commercial there. I was a child there for a few years. It's a wonderful place. So that part of the book never scared me. but really, like, do we want AI to manipulate us into submission, into making us happy? Well, if you are a like a power-obsessed, sick dictator individual who only wants to control other people to get your jollies in life, then yeah, you want to use AI to extend your power and your scale to force people into submission. If you believe that the human race is better off being given freedom and the opportunity to do things that might surprise you, then you want to use AI to extend people's ability to build. You want to build AI that extends human intelligence, that empowers the weak and helps balance the power between the weak and the strong, not that gives more power to the strong.
Yeah, you're making me realize that it's a good scientific question whether lying is an effective mechanism for integrating yourself and succeeding in a social network, in a world that is social. I tend to believe that honesty and love are evolutionary advantages in an environment where there's a network of intelligent agents. But it's also very possible that dishonesty and manipulation and even violence, all those kinds of things might be more beneficial. That's the old open question about good versus evil. But I tend to I don't know if it's a hopeful, maybe I'm delusional, but it feels like karma is a thing, which is like, if long term, the agents that are just kind to others, sometimes for no reason, will do better in a society that's not highly constrained on resources. So like people start getting weird and evil towards each other and bad when the resources are very low relative to the needs of the populace, especially at the basic level, like survival, shelter, food, all those kinds of things. But I tend to believe that once you have those things established, then, well, not to believe, I guess I hope that AI systems will be honest. But it's fun. It's scary to think about the Turing test. AI systems that will eventually pass the Turing test will be ones that are exceptionally good at lying. That's a terrifying concept.
Yeah.
I don't know. First of all, sort of from somebody who studied language and obviously are not just a world expert in AI, but somebody who dreams about the future of the field. Do you think there will be human level or superhuman level intelligences in the future that we eventually build?
Well, I definitely hope that we can get there. One, I think, important perspective is that we are building AI to help us. That it is a tool like cars or language or communication. AI will help us be more productive, and that is always a condition. It's not something that we build and let run and it becomes an entity of its own that doesn't care about us. Now, of course, really far into the future, maybe that might be possible, but not in the foreseeable future when we are building it. And therefore, we are always in a position of limiting what it can or cannot do. And your point about lying is very interesting. Even in these hyena societies, for instance, when a number of these hyenas band together and they take a risk and steal the kill, there are always hyenas that hang back and don't participate in that risky behavior, but they walk in later and join the party after the kill. And there are even some that may be ineffective and cause others to have harm. And like I said, even bacteria cheat. And we see it in biology. There's always some element, an opportunity. If you have I think that this is because if you have a society, in order for society to be effective, you have to have this cooperation and you have to have trust. And if you have enough of agents who are able to trust each other, you can achieve a lot more. But if you have trust, you also have opportunity for cheaters and liars. And I don't think that's ever going to go away. there will be hopefully a minority so that they don't get in the way.
Yeah.
And we studied in these high-end simulations, like what the proportion needs to be before it's no longer functional. And you can point out that you can tolerate a few cheaters and a few liars, and the society can still function. And that's probably going to happen when we build these systems that autonomously learn. The really successful ones are honest because that's the best way of getting things done. But there probably are also intelligent agents that find that they can achieve their goals by bending the rules or cheating.
So that could be a huge benefit to, as opposed to having fixed AI systems. Say we build an AGI system and deploying millions of them, it'd be that are exactly the same. There might be a huge benefit to introducing, sort of from like an evolution computation perspective, a lot of variation.
Yeah.
Sort of like diversity in all its forms is beneficial, even if some people are assholes or some robots are assholes. So like it's beneficial to have that because because you can't always a priori know what's good, what's bad, but that's a fascinating.
Absolutely. Diversity is the bread and butter. I mean, if you're running a competition, you see diversity is the one fundamental thing you have to have. And absolutely, it's not always good diversity.
Right.
It may be something that can be destructive. We had in these hyena simulations, we have hyenas that just are suicidal, basically. They just run and get killed. But they form the basis of those who actually are really fast, but stop before they get killed and eventually turn into this mob. So there might be something useful there if it's recombined with something else.
Right.
So I think that as long as we can tolerate some of that, it may turn into something better. You may change the rules because it's so much more efficient to do something that was actually against the rules before.
Yes.
And we've seen society change over time quite a bit along those lines. That there were rules in society that we don't believe are fair anymore, even though they were considered proper behavior before.
Yes.
So things are changing, and I think that in that sense, I think it's a good idea to be able to tolerate some of that cheating, because eventually we might turn into something better.
So yeah, I think this is a message to the trolls and the assholes of the internet that you too have a beautiful purpose in this human ecosystem. So I appreciate you very much.
In moderate quantities, yeah.
In moderate quantities. Nice. Let's get into it. So let's talk autonomous vehicles. Yeah. You founded Comma AI. Let's, at a high level, how did you get into the world of vehicle automation? Can you also just, for people who don't know, tell the story of Comma AI?
Sure. So I was working at this AI startup, and a friend approached me, and he's like, dude, I don't know where this is going, but the coolest applied AI problem today is self-driving cars. Yeah. I'm like, well, absolutely. Do you want to meet with Elon Musk? Mm-hmm. And he's looking for somebody to build a vision system for autopilot. Mm-hmm. This is when they were still on AP1. They were still using Mobileye. Yep. Elon back then was looking for a replacement. And he brought me in, and we talked about a contract where I would deliver something that meets Mobileye level performance. I would get paid $12 million if I could deliver it tomorrow, and I would lose $1 million for every month I didn't deliver.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, this is a great deal. This is a super exciting challenge. You know what? Even if it takes me 10 months, I get $2 million. It's good. Maybe I can finish up in 5. Maybe I don't finish it at all, and I get paid nothing, and I'll work for 12 months for free.
So maybe just take a pause on that. I'm also curious about this because I've been working in robotics for a long time, and I'm curious to see a person like you just step in and sort of somewhat naive but brilliant, right? So that's the best place to be, because you basically full steam take on a problem. How from that time, because you know a lot more now, at that time, how hard do you think it is to solve all of autonomous driving?
I remember I suggested to Elon in the meeting putting a GPU behind each camera to keep the compute local. This is an incredibly stupid idea. I leave the meeting 10 minutes later and I'm like, I could have spent a little bit of time thinking about this problem.
Why is it a stupid idea?
Oh, just send all your cameras to one big GPU. You're much better off doing that.
Oh, sorry. You said behind every camera have a GPU.
Have a small GPU. I was like, I'll put the first few layers of my comms there. Ugh, like, why'd I say that?
And that's possible.
It's possible, but it's a bad idea.
It's not obviously a bad idea.
Pretty obviously bad. But whether it's actually a bad idea or not, I left that meeting with Elon like beating myself up. I'm like, why did I say something stupid?
Yeah, you haven't at least like thought through every aspect fully. Yeah,
he's very sharp too. Like usually in life, I get away with saying stupid things and then kind of course. Oh, right away he called me out about it. And like usually in life, I get away with saying stupid things, and then like people will, a lot of times people don't even notice. And I'll like correct it and bring the conversation back. But with Elon, it was like, nope. Like, okay, well, that's not at all why the contract fell through. I was much more prepared the second time I met him.
Yeah. But in general, how hard did you think it is? Like 12 months is a tough timeline.
Oh, I just thought I'd clone Mobileye IQ3. I didn't think I'd solve level 5 self-driving or anything.
So the goal there was to do lane keeping, good lane keeping.
I saw, my friend showed me the outputs from a Mobileye. And the outputs from a Mobileye was just basically 2 lanes and a position of a lead car. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I can gather a data set and train this net in weeks. And I did.
Well, first time I tried the implementation of Mobileye in a Tesla, I was really surprised how good it is. It's quite incredibly good because I thought it's just because I've done a lot of computer vision. I thought it'd be a lot harder to create a system that's stable. So I was personally surprised. It's, have to admit it because I was kind of skeptical before trying it because I thought it would go in and out a lot more. It would get disengaged a lot more, and it's pretty robust. So how hard was the problem when you tackled it?
So I didn't think AP1 was great. Like Elon talked about disengagements on the 405 down in LA where like the lane marks are kind of faded. And the Mobileye system would drop out. Mm-hmm. I had something up and working that I would say was like the same quality in 3 months.
Same quality, but how do you know? You say stuff like that confidently, but you can't. And I love it, but the question is, you can't. You're kind of going by feel because you tested it out. By feel.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like I would take. I borrowed my friend's Tesla.
Yeah.
I would take AP1 out for a drive.
Yep.
And then I would take my system out for a drive.
And it seems reasonably like the same. Yeah. So the 405, how hard is it to create something that could actually be a product that's deployed? I mean, I've read an article where Elon said something about you saying that. To build autopilot is more complicated than a single George Hotz level job. How hard is that job to create something that would work across globally?
I don't think globally is the challenge, but Elon followed that up by saying it's going to take 2 years in a company of 10 people.
Yeah.
And here I am 4 years later with a company of 12 people, and I think we still have another 2 to go.
2 years. So yeah. So what do you think? What do you think about how Tesla's progressing with autopilot V2, V3?
I think we've kept pace with them pretty well. I think Navigate on autopilot is terrible. We had some demo features internally of the same stuff, and we would test it, and I'm like, I'm not shipping this even as like open source software to people.
Why do you think it's terrible?
Consumer Reports does a great job of describing it. Like when it makes a lane change, it does it worse than a human. Mm-hmm. You shouldn't ship things like Autopilot, OpenPilot, they lane keep better than a human.
Right.
If you turn it on for a stretch of highway, like an hour long, it's never going to touch a lane line. Human will touch probably a lane line twice.
You just inspired me. I don't know if you're grounded in data on that.
I read your paper.
Okay. But that's interesting. I wonder actually how often we touch lane lines in general, like a little bit, because it is.
I could answer that question pretty easily with the common data set.
Yeah, I'm curious.
I've never answered it. I don't know.
Yeah,
I just 2 is like my personal.
It feels right. But that's interesting because every time you touch a lane, that's a source of a little bit of stress, and kind of lane keeping is removing that stress.
Yeah.
That's ultimately the biggest value add. Honestly, is just removing the stress of having to stay in lane. And I don't think people fully realize, first of all, that that's a big value add. But also that's all it is.
And that not only, I find it a huge value add. I drove down, when we moved to San Diego, I drove down in an enterprise rent-a-car, and I missed it. So I missed having the system so much. It's so much more tiring to drive without it. It is that lane centering that's the key feature.
Yeah.
And in a way, it's the only feature that actually adds value to people's lives in autonomous vehicles today. Waymo does not add value to people's lives. It's a more expensive, slower Uber. Maybe someday it'll be this big cliff where it adds value, but I don't usually believe
it's fascinating. I haven't talked to, because this is good, because I have intuitively, but I think we're making it explicit now. I actually believe that really good lane keeping is a reason to buy a car, will be a reason to buy a car, and is a huge value add. I've never, until we just started talking about it, I haven't really quite realized that I've felt with Elon's chase of level 4 is not the correct chase. It was because you should just say Tesla has the best, as if from a Tesla perspective, say Tesla has the best lane keeping. Kamei should say Kamei is the best lane keeping. And that is it. Yeah. So do you think...
you have to do the longitudinal as well. You can't just lane keep. You have to do ACC, but ACC is much more forgiving than lane keep, especially on the highway.
By the way, are you Kamei's camera only, correct?
No, we use the radar.
From the car, you're able to get the... Okay.
Mm-hmm. We can do a camera only now. It's gotten to the point, but we leave the radar there as like a... It's fusion now.
Okay, so let's maybe talk through some of the system specs on the hardware. What's the hardware side of what you're providing? What's the capabilities on the software side with OpenPilot and so on?
So OpenPilot, as the box that we sell that it runs on, it's a phone in a plastic case. Mm-hmm. It's nothing special. We sell it without the software. So you're like, you buy the phone, it's just easy. It'll be easy setup, but it's sold with no software. OpenPilot right now is about to be 0.6. When it gets to 1.0, I think we'll be ready for a consumer product. We're not going to add any new features. We're just going to make the lane keeping really, really good.
Okay, I got it.
So what do we have right now? Yeah. It's a Snapdragon 820. It's a Sony IMX298 forward-facing camera, driver monitoring camera. Just use a selfie cam on the phone, and a CAN transceiver. There's a thing called Pandas. Mm-hmm. And they talk over USB to the phone, and then they have 3 CAN buses that they talk to the car. One of those CAN buses is the radar CAN bus. One of them is the main car CAN bus, and the other one is the proxy camera CAN bus. Mm-hmm. We leave the existing camera in place so we don't turn AEB off. Right now, we still turn AEB off if you're using our longitudinal, but we're going to fix that before 1.0.
Got it. Wow, that's cool. So, and it's CAN both ways. So how are you able to control vehicles?
So we proxy. The vehicles that we work with already have a lane keeping assist system. Mm-hmm. So lane keeping assist can mean a huge variety of things. Right. It can mean it will apply a small torque to the wheel after you've already crossed a lane line by a foot, which is the system in the older Toyotas, versus like, I think Tesla still calls it lane keeping assist, where it'll keep you perfectly in the center of the lane on the highway.
You can control, like with a joystick, the cars. These cars already have the capability of drive-by-wire. So is it trivial to convert a car that it operates with? OpenPilot is able to control the steering.
Oh, a new car or a car that we have support now for 45 different makes of cars.
What are the cars in general?
Mostly Hondas and Toyotas. We support almost every Honda and Toyota made this year. And then a bunch of GMs, bunch of Subarus, bunch of Chevys. It doesn't
have to be like a Prius. It could be Corolla as well.
The 2020 Corolla is the best car with OpenPilot. It just came out. The actuator has less lag than the older Corolla.
I think I started watching a video with your... the way you make videos is awesome. You're just literally at the dealership streaming.
I had my friend the phone. I'm like, bro, you want to stream for an hour?
Yeah, and basically, like if stuff goes a little wrong, you just go with it. Yeah, I love it.
Well, it's real.
Yeah, it's real. That's so beautiful, and it's so in contrast to the way other companies would put together a video like that.
Kind of why I like to do it like that.
Good. I mean, if you become super rich one day and successful, I hope you keep it that way, because I think that's actually what people love, that kind of genuine...
Oh, it's all that has value to me.
Yeah.
money has no. If I sell out to like make money, I sold out. It doesn't matter. What do I get? A yacht? I don't want a yacht.
And I think Tesla has a small inkling of that as well. With Autonomy Day, they did reveal more than. I mean, of course, there's marketing communications, you could tell, but it's more than most companies would reveal, which is, I hope they go towards that direction more. Other companies, GM, Ford.
Oh, Tesla's going to win level 5. They really are.
So let's talk about it. You think, so you're focused on level 2 currently.
We're going to be 1 to 2 years behind Tesla getting to level 5.
Okay.
Hey, we're Android, right? We're Android.
You're Android.
Hey, no, I'm just saying, once Tesla gets it, we're 1 to 2 years behind. Okay. I'm not making any timeline on when Tesla's going to get it.
That's right. You did. That's brilliant.
I'm sorry, Tesla investors, if you think you're going to have an autonomous robo-taxi fleet by the end of the year.
Yes.
I'll bet against that.
So what do you think about this? The most level 4 companies are kind of just doing their usual the safety driver, doing full autonomy kind of testing, and then Tesla does basically trying to go from lane keeping to full autonomy. What do you think about that approach? How successful would it be?
It's a ton better approach because Tesla is gathering data on a scale that none of them are. They're putting real users behind the wheel of the cars. It's I think the only strategy that works. The incremental.
Well, so there's a few components to the Tesla approach that's more than just the incrementalist. What you spoke with is the software, so over the air software updates.
Necessity.
Right.
I mean, Waymo Cruise have those too. Those aren't.
But
those differentiate them from the automakers.
Right. No lane keeping assist systems no cars with lane keeping system have that except Tesla.
Yeah.
And the other one is the data, the other direction, which is the ability to query the data. I don't think they're actually collecting as much data as people think, but the ability to turn on collection and turn it off. So I'm both in the robotics world and the psychology, human factors world. Many people believe that level 2 autonomy is problematic because of the human factor. Like the more the task is automated, the more there's a vigilance decrement. You start to fall asleep, you start to become complacent, start texting more and so on. Do you worry about that? Because if we're talking about transition from lane keeping to full autonomy, if you're spending 80% of the time not supervising the machine, do you worry about what that means for the safety of the drivers?
One, we don't consider OpenPilot to be 1.0 until we have 100% driver monitoring. You can cheat right now our driver monitoring system. There's a few ways to cheat it. They're pretty obvious. We're working on making that better. Before we ship a consumer product that can drive cars, I want to make sure that I have driver monitoring that you can't cheat.
What's like a successful driver monitoring system look like? Is it all about just keeping your eyes on the road?
Well, a few things. So that's what we went with at first for driver monitoring. I'm actually looking at where your head is looking. The camera's not that high resolution. Eyes are a little bit hard to get.
Well, head is big. I mean,
head is good. And actually a lot of it, just psychology-wise, to have that monitor constantly there, it reminds you that you have to be paying attention. But we want to go further. We just hired someone full-time to come on to do the driver monitoring. I want to detect phone in frame, and I want to make sure you're not sleeping.
How much does the camera see of the body?
This one, not enough.
Not enough.
The next one, everything.
Well, it's interesting, fisheye, because we're doing just data collection, not real time, but fisheye is a beautiful, being able to capture the body. And the smartphone is really like the biggest problem.
I'll show you, I can show you one of the pictures from our new system.
Awesome. So you're basically saying the driver monitoring will be the answer to that.
I think the other point that you raised in your paper is good as well. You're not asking a human to supervise a machine without giving them they can take over at any time.
Right. Cheers.
Our safety model, you can take over. We disengage on both the gas or the brake. We don't disengage on steering. I don't feel you have to. But we disengage on gas or brake. So it's very easy for you to take over, and it's very easy for you to re-engage. Right. That switching should be super cheap.
Yep.
The cars that require, even autopilot requires a double press. That's almost, I don't like that.
Yeah.
And then the cancel. To cancel in autopilot, you either have to press cancel, which no one knows what that is, so they press the brake. Right. But a lot of times you don't actually want to press the brake. Right. You want to press the gas, so you should cancel on gas. or wiggle the steering wheel, which is bad as well.
Wow, that's brilliant. I haven't heard anyone articulate that point.
Oh, but this is all I think about.
It's because I think actually Tesla has done a better job than most automakers at making that frictionless. But you just described that it could be even better.
I love Super Cruise as an experience once it's engaged.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've used it, but getting the thing to try to engage.
Yeah, I've used I've driven Super Cruise a lot. So what's your thoughts on the Super Cruise system in general?
You disengage Super Cruise and it falls back to ACC, so my car's like still accelerating. It feels weird. Otherwise, when you actually have Super Cruise engaged on the highway, it is phenomenal. We bought that Cadillac. We just sold it, but we bought it just to like experience this. And I wanted everyone in the office to be like, this is what we're striving to build. GM pioneering with the driver monitoring.
You like their driver monitoring system?
It has some bugs. If there's a sun shining back here, it'll be blind to you. Right. But overall, mostly, yeah.
That's so cool that you know all this stuff. That's I don't often talk to people because it's such a rare car, unfortunately, currently.
We bought one explicitly for this. We lost like $25K in the depreciation, but I feel it was worth it.
I was very pleasantly surprised that GM system was so innovative and really that wasn't advertised much, wasn't talked about much.
Yeah.
And I was nervous that it would die, that it would disappear.
Well, they put it on the wrong car. They should have put it on the Bolt and not some weird Cadillac that nobody bought.
I think that's going to be they're saying at least it's going to be into their entire fleet. So what do you think about, as long as we're on the driver monitoring, what do you think about Elon Musk's claim that driver monitoring is not needed?
Normally, I love his claims. That one is stupid. And he's not going to have his level 5 fleet by the end of the year. Hopefully he's like, okay, I was wrong. I'm going to add driver monitoring. Because when these systems get to the point that they're only messing up once every 1,000 miles, you absolutely need driver monitoring.
So let me play, because I agree with you, but let me play devil's advocate.
Sure.
One possibility is that without driver monitoring, people are able to monitor, self-regulate, monitor themselves. So your idea is... Okay.
You seen all the people sleeping in Teslas?
Yeah. Well, I'm a little skeptical of all the people sleeping in Teslas because I've stopped paying attention to that kind of stuff because I want to see real data. There's too much glorified. It doesn't feel scientific to me. So I want to know, how many people are really sleeping in Teslas versus sleeping. I was driving here, sleep deprived in a car with no automation. I was falling asleep.
I agree that it's hypey. It's just like, you know what? If Elon put driver monitoring, I rented my last autopilot experience was I rented a Model 3 in March and drove it around. The wheel thing is annoying. And the reason the wheel thing is annoying, we use the wheel thing as well, but we don't disengage on wheel. For Tesla, you have to touch the wheel just enough to trigger the torque sensor to tell it that you're there, but not enough as to disengage it. Which, don't use it for two things. Don't disengage on wheel. You don't have to.
That whole experience. Wow, beautifully put. All those elements, even if you don't have driver monitoring, that whole experience needs to be better.
Yeah. Driver monitoring, I think would make... I think Super Cruise is a better experience once it's engaged over autopilot. I think Super Cruise's transition to engagement and disengagement are significantly worse. Yeah.
Well, there's a tricky thing because if I were to criticize Super Cruise, it's a little too crude, and I think it's like 6 seconds or something. If you look off road, it'll start warning you. It's some ridiculously long period of time, and just the way. I think it's basically a binary.
It should be adaptive.
It needs to learn more about you. It needs to communicate what it sees about you more. Tesla shows what it sees about the external world. It would be nice if Super Cruise would tell us what it sees about the internal world.
It's even worse than that. You press the button to engage and it just says Super Cruise unavailable.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. That transparency is good.
We've renamed the driver monitoring packet to driver state.
Driver state.
We have car state packet, which has the state of the car, and we have driver state packet, which has the state of the driver.
So what
estimate their BAC.
What's BAC?
Blood alcohol content?
Do you think that's possible with computer vision?
Absolutely.
To me, it's an open question. I haven't looked into it too much. Actually, I quite seriously looked at the literature. It's not obvious to me that from the eyes and so on, you can tell.
You might need stuff from the car as well.
Yeah.
You might need how they're controlling the car, right? And that's fundamentally at the end of the day what you care about.
Right.
But I think, especially when people are really drunk, they're not controlling the car nearly as smoothly as they would look at them walking, right? The car is like an extension of the body. So I think you could totally detect. And if you could fix people who are drunk, distracted, asleep, if you fix those three.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah.
So what are the current limitations of OpenPilot? What are the main problems that still need to be solved?
So we're hopefully fixing a few of them in 06. We're not as good as autopilot at stop cars. So if you're coming up to a red light at like 55, so it's the radar stopped car problem, which is responsible for 2 autopilot accidents. It's hard to differentiate a stopped car from a like signpost.
Yeah, static object.
So you have to fuse. You have to do this visually. There's no way from the radar data to tell the difference. Maybe you could make a map, but I don't really believe in mapping at all anymore.
Wait. What? You don't believe in mapping?
No.
So you basically, the OpenPilot solution is saying react to the environment as you see it, just like human beings do. Okay.
And then eventually when you want to do navigate on OpenPilot, I'll train the net to look at Waze. I'll run Waze in the background and I'll train a component on Waze.
Are you using GPS at all?
We use it to ground truth. We use it to very carefully ground truth the paths. We have a stack which can recover relative to 10 centimeters over 1 minute. And then we use that to ground truth exactly where the car went in that local part of the environment, but it's all local.
How are you testing in general, just for yourself, like experiments and stuff? All right. Where are you located?
San Diego.
San Diego.
Yeah.
Okay. So you basically drive around there, collect some data and watch performance?
We have a simulator now. And we have our simulator is really cool. Our simulator is not, it's not like a Unity-based simulator. Our simulator lets us load in real state.
What do you mean?
We can load in a drive and simulate what the system would have done on the historical data.
Ooh, nice. Interesting. So what, yeah.
Right now, we're only using it for testing, but as soon as we start using it for training, that's it. That's
so for testing. Cars. What's your feeling about the real world versus simulation? Do you like simulation for training if this moves to training?
So we have to distinguish 2 types of simulators, right? There's a simulator that like is completely fake. I could get my car to drive around in GTA. I feel that this kind of simulator is useless. You're never, there's so many, my analogy here is like, okay, fine. You're not solving the computer vision problem, but you're solving the computer graphics problem.
Right. And you don't think you can get very far by creating ultra realistic graphics?
No, because you can create ultra realistic graphics of the road. Now create ultra realistic behavioral models of the other cars. Oh, well, I'll just use my self-driving. No, you won't. You need actual human behavior because that's what you're trying to learn. Driving does not have a spec. The definition of driving is what humans do when they drive. Whatever Waymo does, I don't think it's driving.
Right. Well, I think actually Waymo and others, if there's any use for reinforcement learning, I've seen it used quite well. I study pedestrians a lot too, is try to train models from real data of how pedestrians move and try to use reinforcement learning models to make pedestrians move in human-like ways.
By that point, you've already gone so many layers. You detected a pedestrian?
Yeah.
Did you hand code the feature vector of their state?
Right.
Did you guys learn anything from computer vision before deep learning? Well, okay. I feel like this is
so perception to you is the sticking point. What's the hardest part of the stack here?
There is no
simulation.
Human understandable feature vector separating perception and planning. That's the best way I can put that.
There's no, so it's all together, and it's a joint problem.
So you can take localization and planning. There is a human understandable feature vector between these 2 things. I mean, okay, so I have like 3 degrees position, 3 degrees orientation, and those derivatives, maybe those second derivatives, right? That's human understandable. That's physical. Between perception and planning. So like Waymo has a perception stack and then a planner. And one of the things Waymo does right is they have a simulator that can separate those two. They can like replay their perception data and test their system, which is what I'm talking about like the two different kinds of simulators. There's the kind that can work on real data, and there's the kind that can't work on real data. Now, the problem is that I don't think you can hand code a feature vector, right? Like you have some list of like, oh, here's my list of cars in the scenes. Here's my list of pedestrians in the scene. This isn't what humans are doing.
What are humans doing?
Global.
And you're saying that's too difficult to hand engineer.
I'm saying that there is no state vector. Given a perfect, I could give you the best team of engineers in the world to build a perception system and the best team to build a planner. All you have to do is define the state vector that separates those two.
I'm missing the state vector that separates those two. What do you mean?
So what is the output of your perception system?
Output of the perception system, it's there's several ways to do it. One is the SLAM components localization. The other is drivable area, drivable space.
Drivable space, yep.
And then there's the different objects in the scene.
Yep.
Different objects in the scene over time, maybe to give you input to then try to start modeling the trajectories of those objects.
Sure.
And that's it.
I can give you a concrete example of something you missed.
What's that?
So say there's a bush in the scene. Humans understand that when they see this bush, that there may or may not be a car behind that bush. Drivable area and a list of objects does not include that. Humans are doing this constantly at the simplest intersections. So now you have to talk about occluded area.
Right.
But even that, what do you mean by occluded? Okay, so I can't see it. Well, if it's the other side of a house, I don't care. What's the likelihood that there's a car in that occluded area, right? And if you say, okay, we'll add that, I can come up with 10 more examples that you can't add.
Certainly, occluded area would be something that a simulator would have because it's simulating the entire, occlusion is part of it.
Occlusion is part of a vision stack. But what I'm saying is if you have a hand-engineered, if your perception system output can be written in a spec document, it is incomplete.
Yeah, certainly it's hard to argue with that because in the end that's going to be true.
Yes, and I'll tell you what the output of our perception system is.
What's that?
It's a 1024 dimensional vector, trained by a neural net.
Oh, neural net.
No, it's 1024 dimensions of who knows what.
Because it's operating on real data.
Yeah. And that's the perception. That's the perception state, right? Think about an autoencoder for faces, right? If you have an autoencoder for faces and you say it has 256 dimensions in the middle, and I'm taking a face over here and projecting it to a face over here.
Yep.
Can you hand label all 256 of those dimensions?
Well, no, but those are generated automatically. But
even if you tried to do it by hand, could you come up with a spec for between your encoder and your decoder?
No, because that's how it wasn't designed. But
No. But if you could design it, if you could design a face reconstructor system, could you come up with a spec?
No, but I think we're missing here a little bit. I think you're just being very poetic about expressing a fundamental problem of simulators, that they're going to be missing so much that the feature vectors would just look fundamentally different from in the simulated world than the real world.
I'm not making a claim about simulators. I'm making a claim about the spec division between perception and planning, even in your system.
Just in general.
Right? Just in general. If you're trying to build a car that drives, if you're trying to hand code the output of your perception system, like saying, here's a list of all the cars in the scene, here's a list of all the people, here's a list of the occluded areas, here's a vector of drivable areas, it's insufficient. And if you start to believe that, you realize that what Waymo and Cruise are doing is impossible.
Currently, what we're doing is the perception problem is converting the scene into a chessboard. And then you reason some basic reasoning around that chessboard.
Yeah.
And you're saying that really there's a lot missing there. First of all, why are we talking about this? Because isn't this a full autonomy? Is this something you think about
I want to win self-driving cars.
So your definition of win includes
level 5.
Level 5.
I don't think level 4 is a real thing. I want to build the AlphaGo of driving.
So AlphaGo is really end to end.
Yeah.
It's end to end. And do you think this whole problem is that also kind of what you're getting at with the perception
Yes.
and the planning? Is that this whole problem, the right way to do it is really to learn the entire thing?
I'll argue that not only is it the right way, it's the only way that's going to exceed human performance.
Well,
it's certainly true for Go. Everyone who tried to hand code Go things built human inferior things. And then someone came along and wrote some 10,000 line thing that doesn't know anything about Go that beat everybody. It's 10,000 lines.
True. In that sense, the open question then that maybe I can ask you is driving is much harder than Go. The open question is how much harder.
Mm-hmm.
So because I think the Elon Musk approach here with planning and perception is similar to what you're describing, which is really turning into not some kind of modular thing, but really formulate it as a learning problem and solve the learning problem with scale. So how many years, how many years would it take to solve this problem, or just how hard is this freaking problem?
Well, the cool thing is, I think there's a lot of value that we can deliver along the way. Mm-hmm. I think that you can build lane keeping assist actually plus adaptive cruise control plus, looking at ways extends to like all of driving.
Yeah, most of driving, right?
Oh, your adaptive cruise control treats red lights like cars. Okay.
So let's jump around. You mentioned that you didn't like navigate an autopilot.
Yeah.
What advice, how would you make it better? Do you think as a feature that if it's done really well, it's a good feature?
I think that it's too reliant on like hand-coded hacks for like, how does navigate an autopilot do a lane change? It actually does the same lane change every time and it feels mechanical. Humans do different lane changes. Mm-hmm. Humans sometimes will do a slow one, sometimes do a fast one. Navigate an autopilot, at least every time I used it, it did the identical lane change.
How do you learn? I mean, this is a fundamental thing, actually, is the braking and then accelerating, something that's still, Tesla probably does it better than most cars, but it still doesn't do a great job of creating a comfortable, natural experience. And navigate on autopilot is just lane changes, an extension of that. So how do you learn to do natural lane change?
So we have it, and I can talk about how it works. So I feel that we have the solution for lateral. We don't yet have the solution for longitudinal. There's a few reasons longitudinal is harder than lateral. The lane change component, the way that we train on it very simply is like our model has an input for whether it's doing a lane change or not. Mm-hmm. And then when we train the end-to-end model, we hand label all the lane changes because you have to. Mm-hmm. I've struggled a long time about not wanting to do that, but I think you have to. Or
for the training data.
For the training data, right? We have an automatic ground truther which automatically labels all the lane changes.
Was that possible?
To automatically label lane changes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just check the lane, I see when it crosses it, right? And I don't have to get that high percent accuracy, but it's like 95, good enough.
Okay.
Now I set the bit when it's doing the lane change in the end-to-end learning. And then I set it to 0 when it's not doing a lane change. So now if I want it to do a lane change at test time, I just put the bit to a 1 and it'll do a lane change.
Yeah, but so if you look at the space of lane change, some percentage, not 100%, that we make as humans is not a pleasant experience because we mess some part of it up.
Yeah.
It's nerve-wracking to change. You have to look, you have to see, sometimes to accelerate. How do we label the ones that are natural and feel good? Because that's your ultimate criticism. The current navigate an autopilot just doesn't feel good.
Well, the current navigate an autopilot is a hand-coded policy written by an engineer in a room who probably went out and tested it a few times on the 280.
Probably a better version of that, but yes.
That's how we would have written it at Common AI.
Yeah,
maybe Tesla, they tested it in...
That might have been 2 engineers.
Two engineers, yeah. No, but so if you learn the lane change, if you learn how to do a lane change from data, Just like you have a label that says lane change, and then you put it in when you want it to do the lane change. It'll automatically do the lane change that's appropriate for the situation. Yeah. Now, to get at the problem of some humans do bad lane changes, we haven't worked too much on this problem yet. It's not that much of a problem in practice. My theory is that all good drivers are good in the same way and all bad drivers are bad in different ways. And we've seen some data to back this up.
Well, beautifully put. So you just basically, if that's true, hypothesis, then your task is to discover the good drivers.
The good drivers stand out because they're in one cluster, and the bad drivers are scattered all over the place, and your net learns the cluster.
Yeah, that's so you just learn from the good drivers, and they're easy to cluster.
In fact, we learn from all of them, and the net automatically learns the policy that's like the majority. But we'll eventually probably have to filter them out.
So if that theory is true, I hope it's true, because the counter theory is there is many clusters, maybe arbitrarily many clusters of good drivers. Because if there's one cluster of good drivers, you can at least discover a set of policies. You can learn a set of policies, which would be good universally.
Yeah,
that would be nice if it's true. And you're saying that there is some evidence that
let's say lane changes can be clustered into 4 clusters. Right.
There's this finite level of.
I would argue that all 4 of those are good clusters.
Right.
All the things that are random are noise and probably bad. And which one of the 4 you pick, or maybe it's 10, or maybe it's 20.
You can learn that.
It's context dependent. It depends on the scene.
And the hope is it's not too dependent on the driver.
Yeah, the hope is that it all washes out. The hope is that the distribution's not bimodal. The hope is that it's a nice Gaussian.
Right. So what advice would you give to Tesla how to improve, navigate an autopilot? That's the lessons that you've learned from Calm AI.
The only real advice I would give to Tesla is please put driver monitoring in your cars. With respect to improving
it. You can't do that anymore. I sorry to interrupt, but there's a practical nature of many of hundreds of thousands of cars being produced that don't have a good driver-facing camera.
The Model 3 has a selfie cam. Is it not good enough? Did they not put IR LEDs for night?
That's a good question. But I do know that it's fisheye and it's relatively low resolution. So it's really not designed. It wasn't
designed for driver monitoring.
You can hope that you can kind of scrape up and have something from it.
Yeah.
But
why didn't they put it in today? Put it in today. Every time I've heard Karpathy talk about the problem and talking about like software 2.0 and how the machine learning is gobbling up everything, I think this is absolutely the right strategy. I think that he didn't write Navigate on Autopilot. I think somebody else did, and kind of hacked it on top of that stuff. I think when Karpathy says, wait a second, why did we hand code this lane change policy with all these magic numbers? We're going to learn it from data. They'll fix it. They already know what to do there.
Well, that's Andre's job, is to turn everything into a learning problem and collect a huge amount of data. The reality is, though, not every problem can be turned into a learning problem in the short term. In the end, everything will be a learning problem. The reality is, like if you want to build L5 vehicles today, that will likely involve no learning. And that's the reality is. So at which point does learning start? It's the crutch statement that LiDAR is a crutch. At which point will learning get up to par to human performance? It's over human performance on ImageNet, classification. On driving, it's a question still.
It is a question. I'll say this. I'm here to play for 10 years. I'm here to play for 10 years and make money along the way. Mm-hmm. I'm not here to try to promise people that I'm going to have my L5 taxi network up and working in 2 years.
Do you think that was a mistake?
Yes.
What do you think was the motivation behind saying that? Other companies are also promising L5 vehicles with very different approaches in 2020, 2021, 2022.
If anybody would like to bet me that those things do not pan out, I will bet you. Even money, I'll bet you as much as you want.
Yeah. So are you worried about what's going to happen? Because you're not in full agreement on that. What's going to happen when 2022, 21 come around and nobody has fleets of autonomous vehicles?
Well, you can look at the history. If you go back 5 years ago, they were all promised by 2018 and 2017.
But they weren't that strong of promises. I mean, Ford really declared I think not many have declared as like definitively as they have now these dates.
Well, okay, so let's separate L4 and L5. Do I think that it's possible for Waymo to continue to kind of like hack on their system until it gets to level 4 in Chandler, Arizona? Yes.
No safety driver?
Chandler, Arizona? Yeah.
Sorry, which year are we talking about?
Oh, I even think that's possible by like 2020, 2021. But level 4, Chandler, Arizona, not level 5, New York City.
Level 4, meaning some very defined streets it works on really well.
Very defined streets. And then practically these streets are pretty empty. If most of the streets are covered in Waymos, Waymo can kind of change the definition of what driving is. Right? If your self-driving network is the majority of cars in an area, they only need to be safe with respect to each other, and all the humans will need to learn to adapt to them. Now go drive in downtown New York.
Oh yeah, that's...
I mean, already you can talk about autonomy and like on farms, it already works great because you can really just follow the GPS line.
So what does success look like for Calm AI? What are the milestones, like where you can sit back with some champagne and say, we did it, boys and girls?
Well, it's never over.
Yeah, but you must drink champagne every day. Celebrate. So what is good? What are some wins?
A big milestone that we're hoping for by mid next year is profitability of the company. And we're going to have to revisit the idea of selling a consumer product. But it's not going to be like the Comma 1. When we do it, it's going to be perfect. OpenPilot has gotten so much better in the last 2 years. We're going to have a few features. We're going to have 100% driver monitoring. We're going to disable no safety features in the car. Actually, I think it'd be really cool what we're doing right now. Our project this week is we're analyzing the data set and looking for all the AEB triggers from the manufacturer systems. We have a better data set on that than the manufacturers. Does Toyota have 10 million miles of real world driving to know how many times they're AEB triggered?
So let me give you, because you asked, right? Financial advice.
Yeah.
Because I work with a lot of automakers, and one possible source of money for you, which I'll be excited to see you take on, is basically selling the data. So, which is something that most people, and not selling in a way where here at Automaker, but creating, we've done this actually at MIT, not for money purposes, but you could do it for significant money purposes and make the world a better place by creating a consortia where automakers would pay in and then they get to have free access to the data. And I think a lot of people are really hungry for that and would pay a significant amount of money for it.
Here's the problem with that. I like this idea all in theory. It'd be very easy for me to give them access to my servers, and we already have all open source tools to access this data. It's in a great format. We have a great pipeline. But they're going to put me in the room with some business development guy. And I'm going to have to talk to this guy. And he's not going to know most of the words I'm saying. I'm not willing to tolerate that.
Okay, McJagger. Yeah,
no. But I
think I agree with you. I'm the same way. But you just tell them the terms, and there's no discussion needed.
If I could just tell them the terms, then like, all right, who wants access to my data? I will sell it to you for, let's say, you want a subscription? I'll sell it to you for $100K a month. Anyone?
100K a month?
Yeah. 100K a month? I'll give you access to this data subscription.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of fair. Came up with that number off the top of my head. If somebody sends me like a 3-line email where it's like, we would like to pay 100K a month to get access to your data, we would agree to like reasonable privacy terms of the people who are in the data set, I would be happy to do it. But that's not going to be the email. The email is going to be, hey, do you have some time in the next month where we can sit down and I don't have time for that. We're moving too fast.
Yeah. You could politely respond to that email by not saying, I don't have any time for your bullshit. Yeah. You say, oh, well, unfortunately, these are the terms. And so this is, we brought the cost down for you in order to minimize the friction and communication.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's the, whatever it is, $1-2 million dollars a year, and you have access.
And it's not like I get that email from like, but okay, am I going to reach out? Am I going to hire a business development person who's going to reach out to the automakers? No way.
Yeah. Okay. I got you. I admire.
If they reached into me, I'm not going to ignore the email. I'll come back with something like, yeah, if you're willing to pay $100K a month for access to the data, I'm happy to set that up. That's worth my engineering time.
That's actually quite insightful of you. You're right. You probably, because many of the automakers are quite a bit old school.
Yeah.
There will be need to reach out, and they want it, but there'll need to be some communication. You're right.
Mobileye circa 2015 had the lowest R&D spend of any chip maker. Like and you look at all the people who work for them, and it's all business development people because the car companies are impossible to work with.
Yeah, so you have no patience for that, and you're legit Android, huh?
I have something to do, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not like I don't mean to like be a dick and say like I don't have patience for that, but it's like that stuff doesn't help us with our goal of winning self-driving cars.
Right.
If I want money in the short term, if I showed off like the actual like the learning tech that we have, it's somewhat sad. Like it's years and years ahead of everybody else's. Maybe not Tesla's. I think Tesla has similar stuff to us, actually.
Yeah.
I think Tesla has similar stuff, but when you compare it to like what the Toyota Research Institute has, you're not even close to what we have.
No comments. Well, but I also can't. I have to take your comments. I intuitively believe you, but I have to take it with a grain of salt because, I mean, you are an inspiration because you basically don't care about a lot of things that other companies care about. You don't try to bullshit in a sense, like make up stuff so to drive up valuation. You're really very real and you're trying to solve the problem, and I admire that a lot. What I don't necessarily fully can't trust you on, with all due respect, is how good it is, right? But I also know how bad others are. And so
I'll say two things about don't trust but verify, right? Yeah. I'll say two things about that. One is try get in a 2020 Corolla and try OpenPilot 0.6 when it comes out next month. I think already you'll look at this and you'll be like, damn, this is already really good. And then I could be doing that all with hand labelers and all with like the same approach that like Mobileye uses. Mm-hmm. When we release a model that no longer has the lanes in it, that only outputs a path, then think about how we did that machine learning. And then right away, when you see, and that's going to be an OpenPilot, that's going to be an OpenPilot before 1.0. When you see that model, you'll know that everything I'm saying is true, because how else did I get that model?
Good.
You know, what I'm saying is true about the simulator, right?
Yeah. This is super exciting. That's super exciting. And,
but like, you know, I listened to your talk with Kyle, and Kyle was originally building the aftermarket system, and he gave up on it because of technical challenges.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that he's going to have to support 20 to 50 cars. We support 45. Because what is he going to do when the manufacturer ABS system triggers? We have alerts and warnings to deal with all of that in all the cars. And how is he going to formally verify it? Well, I got 10 million miles of data. It's probably better verified than the spec.
Yeah. I'm glad you're here talking to me. This is, I'll remember this day because it's interesting. If you look at Kyle's from Cruise, I'm sure they have a large number of business development folks, and he's working with GM. You could work with Argo AI, working with Ford. It's interesting because chances that you fail business-wise, like bankrupt, are pretty high.
Yeah.
And yet it's the Android model is you're actually taking on the problem. So that's really inspiring. I mean,
well, I have a long-term way for comment.
But in which way do you hope machines in the medical field could help assist doctors? So you mentioned this sort of accelerating the learning curve, or people, if they start a job or in the first 10,000 hours, can be assisted by machines. How do you envision that assistance looking?
So we built this app for an iPhone that can detect and classify and diagnose skin cancer. Right. And we proved 2 years ago that it does pretty much as good or better than the best human doctors. So let me tell you a story. So there's a friend of mine, let's call him Ben. Ben is a very famous venture capitalist. He goes to his doctor, and the doctor looks at a mole and says, hey, that mole is probably harmless. And for some very funny reason, he pulls out that phone with our app. He's a collaborator in our study. And the app says, no, this is a melanoma. And for background, melanomas are, skin cancer is the most common cancer in this country. Melanomas can go from stage 0 to stage 4 within less than a year. Stage 0 means you can basically cut it out yourself with a kitchen knife and be safe. And stage 4 means your chances of living 5 more years in less than 20%. So it's a very serious condition. So this doctor who took out the iPhone looked at the iPhone and was a little bit puzzled and said, you know what, just to be safe, let's cut it out and biopsy it. That's the technical term for let's get an in-depth diagnostics that is more than just looking at it. And it came back as cancerous, as a melanoma, and it was then removed. And my friend Ben, I was hiking with him, and we were talking about AI, and I told him I do this work on skin cancer. And he said, "Oh, funny. My doctor just had an iPhone that found my cancer." Oh, wow. So I was like completely intrigued. I didn't even know about this. So here's a person, I mean, this is a real human life, right?
Yes.
Like, who doesn't know somebody who has been affected by cancer? Cancer is cause of death number 2. Cancer is this kind of disease that is mean in the following way. Most cancers can actually be cured relatively easily if we catch them early. And the reason why we don't tend to catch them early is because they have no symptoms. Like, your very first symptom of a gallbladder cancer or a pancreatic cancer might be a headache. And when you finally go to your doctor because of these headaches or your back pain and you're being imaged, it's usually stage 4 plus, and that's the time when your curing chances might be dropped to a single-digit percentage. So if we could leverage AI to inspect your body on a regular basis without even a doctor in the room, maybe when you take a shower or what have you, I know that sounds creepy, but then we might be able to save millions and millions of lives.
Around the world, on the side of education, you've one of the many things in terms of education you've done, you've taught the Intro to Artificial Intelligence course that signed up 160,000 students. It was one of the first successful example of a massive MOOC, massive open online course. What did you learn from that experience? What do you think is the future of MOOCs, of education online?
Yeah, it was a great fun doing it, particularly being right at the start, just because it was exciting and new, but it also meant that we had less competition, right? So one of the things you hear about, the problem with MOOCs is the completion rates are so low, so it must be a failure. And I got to admit, I'm a prime contributor, right? Mm-hmm. I've probably started 50 different courses that I haven't finished, but I got exactly what I wanted out of them because I had never intended to finish them. I just wanted to dabble in a little bit, either to see the topic matter or just to see the pedagogy of how are they doing this class. So I guess the main thing I learned is when I came in, I thought the challenge was information. Saying, if I'm just take the stuff I want you to know and I'm very clear and explain it well, then my job is done and good things are going to happen. And then in doing the course, I learned, you got to have the information, but really the motivation is the most important thing. That if students don't stick with it, then it doesn't matter how good the content is. And I think being one of the first classes, we were helped by sort of exterior motivation. So we tried to do a good job of making it enticing and setting up ways for the community to work with each other to make it more motivating. But really a lot of it was, hey, this is a new thing, and I'm really excited to be part of a new thing. And so the students brought their own motivation. And so I think this is great because there's lots of people around the world who have never had this before, who, would never have the opportunity to go to Stanford and take a class or go to MIT or go to one of the other schools. But now we can bring that to them. And if they bring their own motivation, they can be successful in a way they couldn't before. But that's really just the top tier of people that are ready to do that. The rest of the people just don't see or don't have the motivation and don't see how if they push through and were able to do it, what advantage that would get them. So I think we got a long way to go before we're able to do that. And I think it'll be, some of it is based on technology, but more of it's based on the idea of community, that you got to actually get people together. Some of the getting together can be done online. I think some of it really has to be done in person in order to build that type of community and trust.
there's an intentional mechanism that we've developed a short attention span, especially younger people, because sort of shorter and shorter videos online. There's whatever the way the brain is developing now, and with people that have grown up with the internet, they have quite a short attention span. So, and I would say I had the same when I was growing up too, probably for different reasons. So I probably wouldn't have learned as much as I have if I wasn't forced to sit in a physical classroom, sort of bored, sometimes falling asleep, but sort of forcing myself through that process to sometimes extremely difficult computer science courses. What's the difference, in your view, between in-person education experience, which you, first of all, yourself had and you yourself taught, and online education? And how do we close that gap, if it's even possible?
Yeah. So I think there's two issues. One is whether it's in person or online, so sort of the physical location. And then the other is kind of the affiliation, right? So you stuck with it in part because you were in the classroom and you saw everybody else was suffering the same way you were. But also because you were enrolled, you had paid tuition, sort of everybody was expecting you to stick with it.
Society, parents, peers.
Right.
Yeah.
And so those are two separate things. I mean, you could certainly imagine I pay a huge amount of tuition and everybody signed up and says, yes, you're doing this. But then I'm in my room and my classmates are in different rooms, right? We could have things set up that way. So it's not just the online versus offline. I think what's more important is the commitment that you've made. And certainly it is important to have that kind of informal, I meet people outside of class. We talk together because we're all in it together. I think that's really important, both in keeping your motivation, and also that's where some of the most important learning goes on. So you want to have that. Maybe, especially now we start getting into higher bandwidths and augmented reality and virtual reality. You might be able to get that without being in the same physical place.
Do you think it's possible we'll see a course at Stanford, for example, that for enrolled students is only online in the near future, where literally sort of it's part of the curriculum and there is no...
Yeah, so you're starting to see that. I know Georgia Tech has a master's that's done that way.
Oftentimes it's sort of, they're creeping in terms of a master's program or sort of further education, considering the constraints of students and so on. But I mean, literally, is it possible that Stanford, MIT, Berkeley, all these places go online only in the next few decades?
Yeah, probably not, because they've got a big commitment to a physical campus.
Sure.
Right.
So there's a momentum that's both financial and cultural. Yeah.
Right. And then there are certain things that's just hard to do virtually. Right. So, we're in a field where if you have your own computer and your own paper and so on, you can do the work anywhere. But if you're in a biology lab or something, you don't have all the right stuff at home.
Right.
Well, what are the tens of millions of things that we need to tell the system? And for that, we've found a few techniques which worked really well. One is to take any piece of text almost. It could be an advertisement, it could be a transcript, it could be a novel, it could be an article. And don't pay attention to the actual type that's there, the black space on the white page. Pay attention to the complement of that, the white space, if you will. So what did the writer of this sentence assume that the reader already knew about the world? For instance, if they used a pronoun, how did they figure out why did they think that you would be able to understand what the intended referent of that pronoun was? If they used an ambiguous word, how did they think that you would be able to figure out what they meant by that word? The other thing we look at is the gap between one sentence and the next one. What are all the things that the writer expected you to fill in and infer occurred between the end of one sentence and the beginning of the other? So like if the sentence says, Fred Smith robbed the Third National Bank, period. he was sentenced to 20 years in prison, period. Well, between the first sentence and the second, you're expected to infer things like Fred got caught, Fred got arrested, Fred went to jail, Fred had a trial, Fred was found guilty, and so on. If my next sentence starts out with something like the judge, ... then you assume it's the judge at his trial. If my next sentence starts out something like the arresting officer ... you assume that it was the police officer who arrested him after he committed the crime, and so on. So those are two techniques for getting that knowledge. The other thing we sometimes look at is sort of like fake news or sort of humorous onion headlines or headlines in the Weekly World News, if you know what that is, or the National Enquirer, where it's like, oh, we don't believe this. Then we introspect on why don't we believe it. So there are things like B-17 lands on the moon. It's like, what do we know about the world that causes us to believe that that's just silly or something like that? Or another thing we look for are contradictions, with things which can't both be true. And we say to, like, what is it that we know that causes us to know that both of these can't be true at the same time? For instance, in one of the Weekly World News editions, in one article, it talked about how Elvis was cited, even though he was, getting on in years and so on. And another article in the same one talked about people seeing Elvis's ghost. Okay, so it's like, why do we believe that at least one of these articles, must be wrong, and so on. So we have a series of techniques like that enable our people. And by now, we have about 50 people working full time on this and have for decades. So we've put in the thousands of person years of effort. We've built up these tens of millions of rules. We constantly police the system to make sure that we're saying things as generally as we possibly can. So you don't want to say things like, no mouse is also a moose. Because if you said things like that, then you'd have to add another 1 or 2 or 3 zeros onto the number of assertions you'd actually have to have. So at some point, we generalize things more and more, and we get to a point where we say, oh yeah, for any 2 biological taxons, if we don't know explicitly that one is a generalization of another, then almost certainly they're disjoint. A member of one is not going to be a member of the other, and so on. So,
and the same thing with the Elvis and the ghost. It has nothing to do with Elvis. It's more about human nature and the mortality and all that kind of stuff.
In general, things are not both alive and dead at the same time.
Yeah,
and
unless special cats in theoretical physics examples.
Well, that raises a couple important points.
Well, that's the onion headline situation type of thing. Okay, sorry.
But no. So what you bring up is this really
specific techniques. Do you find something inspiring or directly useful from the whole space of machine learning, deep learning, these kinds of spaces of techniques that have been shown effective for certain kinds of problems in the recent now decade and a half?
I think of the machine learning work as more or less what our right brain hemispheres do. So being able to take a bunch of data and recognize patterns, being able to statistically infer things and so on. I certainly wouldn't want to not have a right brain hemisphere, but I'm also glad that I have a left brain hemisphere as well, something that can metaphorically sit back and puff on its pipe and think about this thing over here. It's like, why might this have been true? And what are the implications of it? And how should I feel about that and why? And so on. So thinking more deeply and slowly, what Kahneman called thinking slowly versus thinking quickly. Whereas you want machine learning to think quickly, but you want the ability to think deeply, even if it's a little slower. So I'll give you an example of a project we did recently with NIH, involving the Cleveland Clinic and a couple other institutions that we ran a project for. And what it did was it took GWAS's genome-wide association studies. Those are sort of big databases of patients that came into a hospital. They got their DNA sequenced because the cost of doing that has gone from infinity to billions of dollars to $100 or so. And so now patients routinely get their DNA sequenced. So you have these big databases of the SNPs, the single nucleotide polymorphisms, the point mutations in a patient's DNA, and the disease that happened to bring them into the hospital. So now you can do correlation studies, machine learning studies of which mutations are associated with and led to which physiological problems and diseases and so on, like getting arthritis and so on. And the problem is that those correlations turn out to be very spurious. They turn out to be very noisy. Very many of them have led doctors onto wild goose chases and so on. And so they wanted a way of eliminating or the bad ones or focusing on the good ones. And so this is where psych comes in, which is psych takes those sort of A to Z correlations between point mutations and the medical condition that needs treatment. And we say, okay, let's use all this public knowledge and common sense knowledge about what reactions occur where in the human body, what polymerizes what catalyzes what reactions, and so on. And let's try to put together a 10 or 20 or 30 step causal explanation of why that mutation might have caused that medical condition. And so psych would put together, in some sense, some Rube Goldberg-like chain that would say, oh yeah, that mutation, if it got expressed, would be this altered protein, which because of that, if it got to this part of the body, would catalyze this reaction. And by the way, that would cause more bioactive vitamin D in the person's blood. And anyway, 10 steps later, that screws up bone resorption. And that's why this person got osteoporosis early in life and so on.
So that's human interpretable, or at least doctor human interpretable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the important thing, even more than that, is you shouldn't really trust that 20-step Rube Goldberg chain any more than you trust that initial A to Z correlation, except two things. One, if you can't even think of one causal chain to explain this, then that correlation probably was just noise to begin with. And secondly, and even more powerfully, along the way, that causal chain will make predictions, like the one about having more bioactive vitamin D in your blood. So you can now go back to the data about these patients and say, by the way, did they have slightly elevated levels of bioactive vitamin D in their blood and so on? And if the answer is no, that strongly disconfirms your whole causal chain. And if the answer is yes, that somewhat confirms that causal chain. And so using that, we were able to take this these correlations from this GWAS database, and we were able to essentially focus the researchers' attention on the very small percentage of correlations that had some explanation, and even better, some explanation that also made some independent prediction that they could confirm or disconfirm by looking at the data. So think of it like this kind of synergy where you want the right brain machine learning to quickly come up with possible answers. You want the left brain psych-like AI to think about that and now think about why that might have been the case and what else would be the case if that were true and so on, and then suggest things back to the right brain to quickly check out again. So it's that kind of synergy back and forth, which I think is really what's going to lead to general AI, not narrow, brittle machine learning systems, and not just something like psych.
Okay, so that's a brilliant synergy. But I was also thinking in terms of the automated expansion of the knowledge base. You mentioned NLU. This is very early days in the machine learning space of this, but self-supervised learning methods, you have these language models, GPT-3 and so on, that just read the internet and they form representations that can then be mapped to something useful. The question is, what is the useful thing? They're now playing with a pretty cool thing called the OpenAI Codex, which is generating programs from documentation. Okay, that's kind of useful. It's cool. But my question is, can it be used to generate, in part, maybe with some human supervision, psych-like assertions, help feed psych more assertions from this giant body of internet data?
Yes, that is in fact one of our goals is how can we harness machine learning? How can we harness natural language processing to increasingly automate the knowledge acquisition process, the growth of psych? And that's what I meant by priming the pump. That, if you sort of learn things at the fringe of what you know already.
Right.
You learn this new thing is similar to what you know already, and here are the differences and the new things you had to learn about it, and so on. So the more you know, the more and more easily you can learn new things. But unfortunately, inversely, if you don't really know anything, then it's really hard to learn anything. And so if you're not careful, if you start out with too small sort of a core to start this process, it never really takes off. And so that's why I view this as a pump priming exercise to get a big enough manually produced, even though that's a kind of ugly duckling technique, put in the elbow grease to produce a large enough core that you will be able to do all the kinds of things you're imagining without sort of ending up with the kind of wacky brittlenesses that we see, for example, in GPT-3, where you'll tell it a story about someone putting poison, plotting to poison someone and so on, and then GPT-3 says, what's the very next sentence? And the next sentence is, oh yeah, that person then drank the poison they just put together. It's like, that's probably not what happened. Or someone, or if you go to Siri and I think I have, where can I go for help with my alcohol problem or something? It'll come back and say, I found 7 liquor stores near you,
Right.
And, so on. So, it's one of these things where, yes, it may be helpful most of the time. It may even be correct most of the time. But if it doesn't really understand what it's saying, and if it doesn't really understand why things are true and doesn't really understand how the world works, then some fraction of the time it's going to be wrong. Now, if your only goal is to sort of find relevant information, like search engines do, then being right 90% of the time is fantastic. That's unbelievably great. Okay. However, if your goal is to save the life of your child who has some medical problem, or your goal is to be able to drive, for the next 10,000 hours of driving without getting into a fatal accident and so on, then, error rates down at the 10% level or even the 1% level are not really acceptable.
I like the model of with that learning happens at the edge, and then you kind of think of knowledge as this sphere. So if you want a large sphere because the learning is happening on the surface.
Exactly. So you have the what you can learn next increases quadratically as the diameter of that sphere goes up.
It's nice because you think when you know nothing, it's like you can learn anything, but the reality, not really.
Right. If you know nothing, you can really learn nothing.
Exactly.
You can appear to learn. So I'll also one of the anecdotes I could go back and give you about why I feel so strongly about this personally was in 1980-81. My daughter Nicole was born, and she's actually doing fine now. But when she was a baby, she was diagnosed as having meningitis, and doctors wanted to do all these scary things. And my wife and I were very worried, and we could not get a meaningful answer from her doctors about exactly why they believed this, what the alternatives were, and so on. And fortunately, a friend of mine, Ted Shortliff, was another assistant professor in computer science at Stanford at the time. And he'd been building a program called MYCIN, which was a medical diagnosis program that happened to specialize in blood infections like meningitis. And so he had privileges at Stanford Hospital because he was also an MD. And so we got hold of her chart and we put in her case, and it came up with exactly the same diagnoses and exactly the same therapy recommendations. But the difference was, because it was a knowledge-based system, a rule-based system, it was able to tell us step by step by step why this was the diagnosis, and step by step why this was the best therapy, the best procedure to do for her, and so on. And there was a real epiphany because that made all the difference in the world. Instead of blindly having to trust in authority, we were able to understand what was actually going on. And so at that time, I realized that really is what was missing in computer programs, was that even if they got things right, because they didn't really understand the way the world works and why things are the way they are, they weren't able to give explanations of their answer. It's one thing to use a machine learning system that says, this is what you should, I think you should get this operation, and you say why, and it says, 0.83, and you say, no, in more detail, why, and it says 0.831. That's not really very compelling, and that's not really very helpful.
Let me ask you about something that's sort of more in the AI space that I think about, that kind of goes along this thread that you've spoken about democratizing the technology that could destroy human civilization, is from amazing work from DeepMind, AlphaFold 2, which achieved incredible performance on the protein folding problem, single protein folding problem. Do you think about the use of AI in the synbio space of, I think the gain of function in the virus space research that you referred to, I think is natural mutations and sort of aggressively mutating the virus until you get one that that's both contagious and deadly. But what about then using AI to, through simulation, be able to compute deadly viruses or any kind of biological systems? Is this something you're worried about? Or again, is this something you're more excited about?
I think computational biology is an unbelievably exciting and promising field. And I think when you're doing things in silico as opposed to in vivo, the dangers plummet. You don't have a critter that can leak from a leaky lab.
Yes.
So I don't see any problem with that, except I do worry about the data security dimension of it. Because if you were doing really, really interesting in silico gain of function research, and you hit upon, through a level of sophistication we don't currently have, but, synthetic biology is an exponential technology. So capabilities that are utterly out of reach today will be attainable in 5 or 6 years. I think if you conjured up worst case genomes of viruses that don't exist in vivo anywhere, they're just in the computer space, but like, hey guys, this is the genetic sequence that would end the world, let's say. Then you have to worry about the utter hackability of every computer network we can imagine. I mean, data leaks from the least likely places on the grandest possible scales have happened and continue to happen and will probably always continue to happen. And so that would be the danger of doing the work in silico. If you end up with a list of these are things we never want to see, that list leaks. And after the passage of some time, certainly couldn't be done today, but after the passage of some time, lots and lots of people in academic labs going all the way down to the high school level are in a position to, to make it overly simplistic, hit print on a genome and have the virus bearing that genome pop out on the other end, then you got something to worry about. But in general, computational biology, I think, is incredibly important, particularly because the crushing majority of work that people are doing with the protein folding problem and other things are about creating therapeutics, about creating things that will help us, live better, live longer, thrive, be more well, and so forth. And the protein folding problem is a monstrous computational challenge that we seem to make just the most glacial progress on for years and years. But I think there's a biannual competition, I think, for at which people tackle the protein folding problem. And DeepMind's entrant both 2 years ago, like in 2018 and 2020, ruled the field. And so, protein folding is an unbelievably important thing if you want to start thinking about therapeutics, because, it's the folding of the protein that tells us where the channels and the receptors and everything else are on that protein. And it's from that precise model, if we can get to a precise model, that you can start barraging it again in silico with, thousands, tens of thousands, millions of potential therapeutics and see what resolves the problems, the shortcomings that a misshapen protein, for instance, somebody with cystic fibrosis, how might we treat that? So I see nothing but good in that.
Well, so the current administration, Donald Trump, has released an executive order on artificial intelligence. Not sure if you're familiar with it. In 2019, looking several years ahead, how does America we've mentioned in terms of the big impact, we hope your investment in MIT will have a ripple effect, but from a federal perspective, from a government perspective, how does America establish, with respect to China, leadership in the world at the top for research and development in AI?
Yeah, I think that you have to get the federal government in the game in a big way, and that this leap forward technologically, which is going to happen with or without us, really should be with us, and it's an opportunity, in effect, for another moonshot kind of mobilization by the United States. I think the appetite actually is there to do that. At the moment, what's getting in the way is the kind of poisonous politics we have. But if you go below the lack of cooperation, which is almost the defining element of American democracy right now in the Congress, if you talk to individual members, they get it, and they would like to do something. Another part of the issue is we're running huge deficits. We're running $1 trillion plus deficits. So how much money do you need for this initiative? Where does it come from? Who's prepared to stand up for it? Because if it involves taking away resources from another area, our political system is not real flexible to do that. If you're creating this kind of initiative, which we need, where does the money come from? And trying to get money when you've got $1 trillion deficits, in a way, could be easy. What's the difference of $1 trillion and $1 trillion, a little more? But it's hard with the mechanisms of Congress. But what's really important is this is not an issue that is unknown, and it's viewed as a very important issue. And there's almost no one in the Congress, when you sit down and explain what's going on, who doesn't say, we've got to do something.
Let me ask the impossible question. So if, you didn't endorse Donald Trump, but after he was elected, you have given him advice, which seems to me a great thing to do, no matter who the president is, to positively contribute to this nation by giving advice. And yet you've received a lot of criticism for this. So on the previous topic of science and technology and government, how do we have a healthy discourse, give advice, get excited conversation with the government about science and technology without it becoming politicized?
Well, it's very interesting. When I was young, before there was a moonshot, we had a president named John F. Kennedy from Massachusetts here. And in his inaugural address as president, he asked not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Now, we had a generation of people, my age, basically people, who grew up with that credo. Sometimes you don't need to innovate. You can go back to basic principles, and that's a good basic principle. What can we do? Americans have GDP per capita of around $60,000. It's not equally distributed, but it's big. And people have, I think, an obligation to help their country. And I do that. And apparently I take some grief from some people, who project on me things I don't even vaguely believe. But I'm like quite simple. I tried to help the previous president, President Obama. He was a good guy. And he was a different party. And I tried to help President Bush, and he's a different party. And, I sort of don't care that much about what the parties are. I care about, even though I'm a big donor for the Republicans, but it's what motivates me is, what are the problems we're facing? And can I help people get to, sort of a good outcome that'll stand any test? But we live in a world now where, sort of the filters and the hostility is so unbelievable. In the 1960s, when I went to school in university, I went to Yale. We had like so much stuff going on. We had a war called the Vietnam War. We had, sort of black power starting, and we had a sexual revolution with the birth control pill. There was one other major thing going on, and the drug revolution. There hasn't been a generation that had more stuff going on in a 4-year period than my era. Yet, there wasn't this kind of instant hostility if you believed something different. Everybody lived together and respected the other person. And I think that, this type of change needs to happen, and it's got to happen from the leadership of our major institutions. And I don't think that leaders can be bullied by people who are against, sort of the classical version of free speech and letting open expression and inquiry. That's what universities are for, among other things, Socratic methods. And so I have, in the midst of this like onslaught of oddness, I believe in still the basic principles, and we're going to have to find a way to get back to that. And that doesn't start with the people, sort of in the middle to the bottom who are using, these kinds of screens to shout people down and create an uncooperative environment. It's got to be done at the top with core principles that are articulated. And ironically, if people don't sign on to these kind of core principles where people are equal and speech can be heard, and you don't have these enormous shout down biases subtly or out loud, then they don't belong at those institutions. They're violating the core principles, and that's how you end up making change. But you have to have courageous people who are willing to lay that out for the benefit of not just their institutions, but for society as a whole. So I believe that will happen, but it needs the commitment of senior people to make it happen.
Courage. And I think for such great leaders, great universities, there's a huge hunger for it. So I'm too very optimistic that it will come.
Opposite person was this a fascinating person to me is Sundar Pichai, who's the CEO of Alphabet, CEO of Google. I admire the in a romantic sense, the madness that is Steve Jobs and Elon Musk. So to me, the opposite of that is Sundar Pichai, who's like everybody loves him. And he's also a great listener. So he always brings people together. And so when the energy of that person in a room is like, the basic energy, if I were to summarize it, is like, I want to hear all the voices in the room. That's the energy he brings. And it's almost like he doesn't want to impose a final decision. He wants to hear all the voices, and somehow always the decision just falls out. I don't know what to say about that style of leadership, but it's always surprising to me how that love brought a lot of people together. And still, I mean, some of the greatest things Google has done over the past several years could be attributed to that. Continued innovation, bringing out the best out of people. There's, of course, bureaucracy, which I could criticize at the end of the day, which always happens with big companies. I would argue, actually, the dictatorial style of Steve Jobs and Elon Musk helped fight the bureaucracy, which is one criticism I would give of being a listener and being kind, is sometimes you can't cut through the bullshit as effectively. But he's one of the only people I've ever heard of who everybody loves. He's an inspirational figure to millions, especially in India. He's a celebrity in the best kind of way. Is there something you could say about that kind of leadership where you're never the asshole? You're never the dictator. You're always the listener and the compassionate, empathetic glue that brings the team together, basically with love.
Yeah, that's great leadership.
If you had to choose for Google, for large companies, is there something to be said about what is more effective? The dictator, the ruling by love, or ruling by fear?
First of all, everything's a dichotomy, right? And so to think that all the time you're always going to be able to just bark orders at people and they're always going to listen to you and you're always going to get the best result, that would not be smart. To think that every single time you're going to come to a 100% consensus amongst the troops and that decision is going to reveal itself without you nudging it along, that would also be short-sighted and naive. So what a good leader does is they stay balanced. And as much as they can, they listen to what the troops have to say. They take that feedback. Maybe they quietly nudge things. And I'm sure he does that. I'm sure he does some nudging that maybe no one even picks up on. You know, I like to say the best forms of leadership is leadership with minimum force required. So if I can go into a room as a leader and not say one single thing and the team can come to the right consensus and move in that direction, that's my preferred method. Yeah. Maybe I have to give them a little bit of a nudge, a 10% nudge in one direction. Okay, that's better than me walking in there and giving them 100% dictatorial direction of exactly what I want to have happen. Now, occasionally, if we have an emergency situation, people are starting to be frazzled and they're not sure which direction to go. Then sometimes as a leader, you have to walk in and say, all right, everyone, here's where we're going. And people get on board. Why? Because for many years or months or however long, you've trusted them to come up with a plan. And when you as a leader trust your team to come up with a plan, the team starts to trust you. And you get leadership capital. And as you build leadership capital, occasionally you need to cash in some of that leadership capital. You need to spend some of it. And maybe it is, hey, listen, here's the direction we're going right now. We'll debrief it later, but we got to make a move. And the team who trusts you says, Roger that, boss, we got it.
And all of them actually do this interesting thing. I'd love to hear your opinion on it. Sundar certainly does it to a large degree, which is it's in the process of delegation, trusting a person to do a really difficult thing. Like tossing it up, saying like, I trust you can get this job done. For some, even if your resume does not support that, I'm actually kind of amazed that human beings, when they're given the trust, to get the job done, they step up very often. That's kind of an amazing property of human nature.
People often ask me issues about leadership, and I always say that one of the best tools for teaching leadership and for teaching a bunch of other lessons is leadership itself.
Yeah.
So when it happens all the time, when you elevate someone into a leadership position, they do step up and they do make things happen. So that's not surprising to me. You do have to mitigate risk. So saying, hey, Lex, I know haven't been in the military before. I know you have very limited weapons experience, but I want you to run a target assault on a real mission in whatever country. That would not be good. That would not be a good move on my part. Now, if I said, all right, Lex, you know what? I want you to get some leadership experience. I've got a training mission and it's going to be using paintball and I'm going to put you in charge of it. Yeah. I got no problem doing that.
Some of that is judging human character. It's like there's potential. There's something in this person that they have enough demons or whatever the hell it requires to have that fuel. They'll figure it out. They'll hate themselves if they don't, and they'll find they'll find the tools, they'll find the path, to achieve whatever the level of perfection they can. It's been really surprising to me. It's been making me rethink of the whole hiring process, because now I'm thinking and looking. So I'm looking for people, both for the startup, but just for my own life, for help. And I almost want to see evidence of excellence, but maybe you want to just based on just judgment of human character without evidence of excellence, have people step up.
Is it, you have parts of your brain, this is very meta, but they're able to both think about neuroscience and AI. I don't often meet people like that. So do you think, let me ask a metaplasticity question. Do you think a human being can be both good at AI and neuroscience? So like what on the team at DeepMind, what kind of human can occupy these two realms? And is that something you see everybody should be doing, can be doing? Or is that a very special few can kind of jump? Just like we talk about art history, I would think it's a special person that can major in art history and also consider being a surgeon.
Otherwise known as a dilettante?
A dilettante, yeah. Easily distracted. No.
I think it does take a special kind of person to be truly world-class at both AI and neuroscience, and I am not on that list. I happen to be someone whose interest in neuroscience and psychology involved using the kinds of modeling techniques that are now very central in AI. And that sort of, I guess, bought me a ticket to be involved in all of the amazing things that are going on in AI research right now. I do know a few people who I would consider pretty expert on both fronts. And I won't embarrass them by naming them, but there are like exceptional people out there who are like this. The one thing that I find is a barrier to being truly world class on both fronts is the complexity of the technology that's involved in both disciplines now. So the engineering expertise that it takes to do truly frontline, hands-on AI research is really, really considerable.
The learning curve of the tools, just like the specifics of just whether it's programming or the kind of tools necessary to collect the data, to manage the data, to distribute to compute, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And on the neuroscience, I guess, side, there'll be all different sets of tools.
Exactly, especially with the recent explosion in neuroscience methods. So, so having said all that, I think the best scenario for both neuroscience and AI is to have people who live at every point on this spectrum, from exclusively focused on neuroscience to exclusively focused on the engineering side of AI. But to have those people inhabiting a community where they're talking to people who live elsewhere on the spectrum. And I may be someone who's very close to the center in the sense that I have one foot in the neuroscience world and one foot in the AI world. Yeah. And that central position, I will admit, prevents me, at least someone with my limited cognitive capacity, from being a truly, having true technical expertise in either domain. But at the same time, I at least hope that it's worthwhile having people around who can kind of, see the connections.
Yeah, the community, the emergent intelligence of the community. When it's nicely distributed, is useful. Okay,
exactly. So hopefully I've seen that work out well at DeepMind. There are people who, even if you just focus on the AI work that happens at DeepMind, it's been a good thing to have some people around doing that kind of work whose PhDs are in neuroscience or psychology. Every academic discipline has its kind of blind spots and kind of unfortunate obsessions and its metaphors and its reference points. And having some intellectual diversity is really healthy. People get each other unstuck, I think. I see it all the time at DeepMind. And, I like to think that the people who bring some neuroscience background to the table are helping.
But let me ask the over-romanticized question. Do you think we'll ever engineer an AGI system that we humans would be able to love and that would love us back? So have that level and depth of connection.
I love that question. And it relates closely to things that I've been thinking about a lot lately, in the context of this human AI research. There's social psychology research, in particular by Susan Fisk at Princeton in the department where I used to work, where she dissects human attitudes toward other humans into a sort of two-dimensional scheme. And one dimension is about ability. How able, how capable is this other person? But the other dimension is warmth. So you can imagine another person who's very skilled and capable, but is very cold, right? And you wouldn't really you might have some reservations about that other person, right? But there's also a kind of reservation that we might have about another person who elicits in us or displays a lot of human warmth, but is, not good at getting things done, right? That like the greatest esteem that we reserve our greatest esteem really for people who are both highly capable and also quite warm. Right. That's like the best of the best. This isn't a normative statement I'm making. This is just an empirical. It's an empirical statement. Yeah. This is what humans seem. These are the two dimensions that people seem to kind of like, along which people size other people up. And in AI research, we really focus on this capability thing. We want our agents to be able to do stuff. This thing can play Go at a superhuman level. That's awesome. But that's only one dimension. What about the other dimension? What would it mean for an AI system to be warm? I don't know. Maybe there are easy solutions here, like we can put a face on our AI systems. It's cute. It has big ears. That's probably part of it. But I think it also has to do with a pattern of behavior, a pattern of, what would it mean for an AI system to display caring, compassionate behavior in a way that actually made us feel like it was for real? Yeah. That we didn't feel like it was simulated. We didn't feel like we were being duped. To me, that, people talk about the Turing test or some descendant of it. I feel like that's the ultimate Turing test. Is there an AI system that can not only convince us that it knows how to reason and it knows how to interpret language, but that we're comfortable saying, yeah, that AI system's a good guy.
On the warmth scale, whatever warmth is, we kind of intuitively understand it, but we also want to be able to we don't understand it explicitly enough yet to be able to engineer it.
Exactly.
And that's an open scientific question. You kind of alluded to it several times in the human AI interaction. That's a question that should be studied, and probably one of the most important questions.
And humans,
as we move to AGI.
we humans are so good at it.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just
weird.
It's not just that we're born warm, you know.
Yeah.
Like I suppose some people are warmer than others given, you know, whatever genes they manage to inherit. But there are also learned skills involved, right? I mean, there are ways of communicating to other people that you care, that they matter to you, that you're enjoying interacting with them, right? And we learn these skills from one another. And it's not out of the question that we could build engineered systems. I think it's hopeless, as you say, that we could somehow hand design these sorts of behaviors. But it's not out of the question that we could build systems that kind of we instill in them something that sets them out in the right direction, so that they end up learning what it is to interact with humans in a way that's gratifying to humans. I mean, honestly, if that's not where we're headed, I want out.
I think it's exciting as a scientific problem, just as you described. I honestly don't see a better way to end it than talking about warmth and love. And Matt, I don't think I've ever had such a wonderful conversation where my questions were so bad and your answers were so beautiful. So I deeply appreciate it. I really enjoyed it.
Well, it's been very fun. As you can probably tell, I really, you know, there's something I like about kind of thinking outside the box and like, so it's good to have an opportunity to do that.
Awesome. Thanks so much for doing it. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Matt Botvinick, and thank you to our sponsors, the Jordan Harbinger Show and Magic Spoon Low Carb Keto Cereal. Please consider supporting this podcast by going to jordanharbinger.com/Lex and also going to magicspoon.com/Lex and using code LEX at checkout. Click the links, buy all the stuff. It's the best way to support this podcast and the journey I'm on in my research and the startup. If you enjoy this thing, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, follow on Spotify, or connect with me on Twitter at Lex Fridman. Again, spelled miraculously without the E, just Fridman. And now, let me leave you with some words from urologist V.S. Ramachandran. How can a 3-pound mass of jelly that you can hold in your palm, imagine angels, contemplate the meaning of infinity, and even question its own place in the cosmos? Especially awe-inspiring is the fact that any single brain, including yours, is made up of atoms that were forged in the hearts of countless far-flung stars billions of years ago. These particles drifted for eons and light years until gravity and change brought them together here, now. These atoms now form a conglomerate, your brain, that can not only ponder the very stars that gave it birth, but can also think about its own ability to think and wonder about its own ability to wander. With the arrival of humans, it has been said, the universe has suddenly become conscious of itself. This, truly, is the greatest mystery of all. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Sorry to take a step back. Can you talk through in a story of Dota, a story of leading up to OpenAI 5, and that past, and what was the process of self-play and so on, of training?
So with Dota,
what is Dota?
Dota is a complex video game, and we started trying to solve Dota because we felt like this was a step towards the real world relative to other games like chess or Go. Right, those very cerebral games where you just kind of have this board, very discrete moves. Dota starts to be much more continuous time, that you have this huge variety of different actions, that you have a 45-minute game with all these different units, and it's got a lot of messiness to it that really hasn't been captured by previous games. And famously, all of the hard-coded bots for Dota were terrible. Right, it's just impossible to write anything good for it because it's so complex. And so this seemed like a really good place to push what's the state of the art in reinforcement learning. And so we started by focusing on the 1v1 version of the game, and we're able to solve that. We're able to beat the world champions, and the learning, the skill curve was this crazy exponential, right? And it was like constantly we were just scaling up, that we were fixing bugs, and that you look at the skill curve, and it was really a very, very smooth one. So it's actually really interesting to see how that like human iteration loop yielded very steady exponential progress.
And to one side note, first of all, it's an exceptionally popular video game. The side effect is that there's a lot of incredible human experts at that video game. So the benchmark that you're trying to reach is very high. And the other, can you talk about the approach that was used initially and throughout of training these agents to play this game?
Yep. And so the approach that we used is self-play. And so you have two agents that don't know anything. They battle each other. They discover something a little bit good, and now they both know it. And they just get better and better and better without bound. And that's a really powerful idea, right? That we then went from the 1v1 version of the game and scaled up to 5v5, right? So you think about kind of like with basketball, where you have this like team sport and you need to do all this coordination. And we were able to push the same idea, the same self-play, to really get to the professional level at the full 5v5 version of the game. And the things that I think are really interesting here is that these agents, in some ways, they're almost like an insect-like intelligence, right? Where they have a lot in common with how an insect is trained, right? Insect kind of lives in this environment for a very long time, or the ancestors of this insect have been around for a long time and had a lot of experience that gets baked into this agent. And it's not really smart in the sense of a human, right? It's not able to go and learn calculus, but it's able to navigate its environment extremely well. It's able to handle unexpected things in the environment that it's never seen before pretty well. And we see the same sort of thing with our Dota bots, right? That they're able to, within this game, they're able to play against humans, which is something that never existed in its evolutionary environment. Totally different play styles from humans versus the bots. And yet it's able to handle it extremely well. And that's something that I think was very surprising to us, was something that doesn't really emerge from what we've seen with PPO at smaller scale. Right. And the kind of scale we're running this stuff at was, let's say 100,000 CPU cores running with like hundreds of GPUs. It was probably about, something like hundreds of years of experience going into this bot every single real day. And so that scale is massive. And we start to see very different kinds of behaviors out of the algorithms that we all know and love.
Dota, you mentioned beat the world expert 1v1. And then, you weren't able to win 5v5 this year.
Yeah,
at the best players in the world. So what's the comeback story? First of all, talk through that. That was an exceptionally exciting event. And what's the following months and this year look like?
Yeah. So one thing that's interesting is that we lose all the time. Because we play,
who's we here?
So the Dota team at OpenAI, we play the bot against better players than our system all the time, or at least we used to, right? Like, the first time we lost publicly was we went up on stage at the International and we played against some of the best teams in the world, and we ended up losing both games, but we gave them a run for their money, right? That both games were kind of 30 minutes, 25 minutes, and they went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And so I think that really shows that we're at the professional level, and that kind of looking at those games, we think that the coin could have gone a different direction and we could have had some wins. And so that was actually very encouraging for us. And it's interesting because the International was at a fixed time, right? So we knew exactly what day we were going to be playing, and we pushed as far as we could, as fast as we could. 2 weeks later, we had a bot that had an 80% win rate versus the one that played at TI. So the march of progress, you should think of it as a snapshot rather than as an end state. And so, in fact, we'll be announcing our finals pretty soon. I actually think that we'll announce our final match prior to this podcast being released. Okay, so nice. There should be we'll be playing against the world champions, and for us, it's really less about like the way that we think about what's upcoming is the final milestone, the final competitive milestone for the project, right? That our goal in all of this isn't really about beating humans at Dota. Mm-hmm. Our goal is to push the state of the art in reinforcement learning. And we've done that, right? And we've actually learned a lot from our system, and that we have, I think a lot of exciting next steps that we want to take. And so, kind of as a final showcase of what we built, we're going to do this match. But for us, it's not really the success or failure to see, do we have the coin flip go in our direction or against?
So you recently formed OpenAI LP, a new cap profit company that now carries the name OpenAI. So OpenAI is now this official company. The original nonprofit company still exists and carries the OpenAI nonprofit name. So can you explain what this company is, what the purpose of its creation is, and how did you arrive at the decision to create it?
OpenAI, the whole entity, and OpenAI LP as a vehicle is trying to accomplish the mission of ensuring that artificial general intelligence benefits everyone. And the main way that we're trying to do that is by actually trying to build general intelligence ourselves and make sure the benefits are distributed to the world. That's the primary way. We're also fine if someone else does this, right? It doesn't have to be us. If someone else is going to build an AGI and make sure that the benefits don't get locked up in one company or, one with one set of people, we're actually fine with that. And so those ideas are baked into our charter, which is kind of the foundational document that describes kind of our values and how we operate. But it's also really baked into the structure of OpenAI LP. And so the way that we've set up OpenAI LP is that in the case where we succeed, right, if we actually build what we're trying to build, then investors are able to get a return. But that return is something that is capped. And so if you think of AGI in terms of the value that you could really create, you're talking about the most transformative technology ever created. It's going to create orders of magnitude more value than any existing company. And that all of that value will be owned by the world, like legally titled to the nonprofit to fulfill that mission. And so that's the structure.
So the mission is a powerful one, and it's one that I think most people would agree with. It's how we would hope AI progresses. And so so speaking of this really nice notion that AI is maybe flawed but better than humans, so just made me think of it. One example of flawed humans is our political system. Do you think, or you said judicial as well, do you have a hope for AI sort of being elected for president, or running our Congress, or being able to be a powerful representative of the people?
So I mentioned, and I truly believe that this whole world of AI is in partnerships with people. And so what does that mean? I don't believe, and maybe I just don't believe that we should have an AI for president, but I do believe that a president should use AI as an advisor, right? Like if you think about it, every president has a cabinet of individuals that have different expertise that they should listen to, right? Like that's kind of what we do. And you put smart people with smart expertise around certain issues and you listen. I don't see why AI can't function as one of those smart individuals giving input. So maybe there's an AI on healthcare, maybe there's an AI on education, and right, like all these things that a human is processing, right? Because at the end of the day, there's people that are human that are going to be at the end of the decision. And I don't think as a world, as a culture, as a society, that we would totally believe, and this is us, like this is some fallacy about us, but we need to see that leader, that person as human. And most people don't realize that like leaders have a whole lot of advice, right? Like when they say something, it's not that they woke up, well, usually they don't wake up in the morning and be like, I have a brilliant idea, right? It's usually okay, let me listen. I have a brilliant idea, but let me get a little bit of feedback on this. Like, okay. And then it's yeah, that was an awesome idea. Or it's like, yeah, let me.
So what are some exciting applications of human-robot interaction? You started a company, maybe you can talk about the exciting efforts there, but in general also what other space can robots interact with humans and help?
Yeah, so besides healthcare, because that's my bias lens, my other bias lens is education. I think that, well, one, we definitely in the US, we're doing okay with teachers, but there's a lot of school districts that don't have enough teachers. If you think about the teacher student ratio for at least public education, in some districts, it's crazy. It's like, how can you have learning in that classroom, right? Because you just don't have the human capital. And so if you think about robotics, bringing that in to classrooms as well as the after school space where they offset some of this lack of resources in certain communities, I think that's a good place. And then turning on the other end is using these systems then for workforce retraining and dealing with some of the things that are going to come out later on of job loss, like thinking about robots and AI systems for retraining and workforce development. I think that's exciting areas that can be pushed even more, and it would have a huge, huge impact.
What would you say are some of the open problems in education? Sort of, it's exciting. So young kids and the older folks, or just folks of all ages who need to be retrained, who need to sort of open themselves up to a whole nother area of work. What are the problems to be solved there? How do you think robots can help?
We have the engagement aspect, right? So we can figure out the engagement. That's not a...
What do you mean by engagement?
So identifying whether a person is focused, is
Gotcha.
like that we can figure out. What we can figure out, and there's some positive results in this, is that personalized adaptation based on any concepts, right? So imagine I think about I have an agent and I'm working with a kid learning, I don't know, algebra 2.
Mm-hmm.
Can that same agent then switch and teach some type of new coding skill to a displaced mechanic?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what does that actually look like,
mm-hmm.
right? Like, hardware might be the same, content is different, 2 different target demographics of engagement. Like, how do you do that?
How important do you think personalization is in human-robot interaction? And not just mechanic or student, but like literally to the individual human being?
I think personalization is really important, but a caveat is that I think we'd be okay if we can personalize to the group, right? And so if I can label you as along some certain dimensions, then even though it may not be you specifically, I can put you in this group. So the sample size, this is how they best learn, this is how they best engage. Even at that level, it's really important. And it's because, I mean, it's one of the reasons why educating in large classrooms is so hard, right? You teach to, the median. But there's these, individuals that are, struggling, and then you have highly intelligent individuals, and those are the ones that are usually, kind of left out. So highly intelligent individuals may be disruptive, and those who are struggling might be disruptive because they're both bored.
Yeah, and if you narrow the definition of the group or in the size of the group enough, you'll be able to address their individual.
Yes.
It's not individual needs, but really the most important group needs.
Right.
Right. And that's kind of what a lot of successful recommender systems do with Spotify and so on. So it's sad to believe, but I'm, as a music listener, probably in some sort of large group. It's very sadly predictable.
You have been labeled.
Yeah, I've been labeled and successfully so, because they're able to recommend stuff that I like
but
listening.
Applying that to education, right? There's no reason why it can't be done.
So do you have a hope for our education system?
I have more hope for workforce development.
Yep.
And that's because I'm seeing investments. Even if you look at VC investments in education, the majority of it has lately been going to workforce retraining, right? And so I think that government investments is increasing. There's like a claim. And some of it's based on fear, right? Yes. Like AI is going to come and take over all these jobs. What are we going to do with all these non-paying taxes that aren't coming to us by our citizens? And so I think I'm more hopeful for that. Not so hopeful for early education, because it's still a who's going to pay for it? And you won't see the results for like 16 to 18 years. It's hard for people to wrap their heads around that.
Do a study. in my own dreams are in creating robots and artificial intelligence systems that a human can love. And I think there's something about mortality and fear of mortality that is essential for implementing in our AI systems.
Yeah.
And so maybe can you comment on that? Like,
well,
so this is a different perspective on your work,
sure,
which is like, how do we engineer a human?
Yeah. So no, this is awesome, Lex. I'm delighted that you said that. First of all, and I may mention this to you, and I can't remember because I am senile. When you first contacted me,
yeah,
I had just been told I have to learn more about your work because I'm working with some very talented people in New York, and they're writing a screenplay for a movie about an artificial intelligence. It's a female AI.
Mm-hmm.
It's set in like 30 years in the future. And basically, the little twist, this is how I had to read Heidegger. So these people call me and they're like, we're making a movie. It's based on Becker and your work and Heidegger and this other philosopher, Levinas, and then another philosopher, Silvia Benso, who's an Italian philosopher.
Mm-hmm.
And the long short story is the movie is about supposedly the most advanced artificial intelligence entity, an embodied one, and who...
Human form,
yeah. Who finds out, who is having essentially existential anxieties. And I think the project is called A Dinner with Her or something, and it doesn't really matter. But the punchline is that she finds out that her creator has made her mortal.
Mm-hmm.
And so the question is, what happens phenomenologically and behaviorally to an artificial intelligence who now knows that it's mortal? And it's actually the same question that you're posing.
Yeah.
And that is that necessary in order for an AI to approximate humanity?
Yeah, I think, yeah. So the intuition, again, it's unknown, but I think it's absolutely necessary. A lot of people, the same kind of shallow thinking that people have about our own end of life, our own death, is the same way people think about artificial intelligence. It's like, well, okay, so yeah, so within the system, there's a terminal position where like there's a point at which it ends. The program ends. There's a goal state. You reached an end point, but the thing is, making that end a thing that's also within the program,
Exactly.
like the making the thing and then it's also the mystery of it. So the thing is, we don't know what the hell this death thing is. I mean, it's not like the program doesn't give us information about the meaning of it all.
Exactly.
And that's where the terror is. It feels like, I mean, in the language that you would think about is the terror of this death, or like anticipation of it, or thinking about it, is the creative force that builds everything.
Right.
And that feels like that feels really important to implement. Again, it's very difficult to know how to do technically currently, but it's important to think about. What I find is, you mentioned like screenplays and so on, is sci-fi folks and philosophers are the only ones thinking about it currently.
And that's what these folks have convinced me.
Yeah. And engineers aren't, which is, I get, yeah, most of the things I talk about, I get kind of, people roll their eyes from the engineer perspective.
Not these folks. They're like, because I saw your name and they're like, wait a minute, I've just seen that. They're like, here's someone
you should check out.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
this was
funny.
a delightful confluence.
Yeah, I was a huge fan of your work and Ernest Becker, and it's funny that not enough people are talking about it. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that. I think that there's a possibility to create real, deep, meaningful connections between AI systems and humans.
Absolutely.
And I think some of these things of fear of mortality are essential. Are essential for the element of human experience. I don't think it might be essential to create general intelligence, like very intelligent machines, but to create a machine that connects to a human in some deep way.
What's your view, not to make me the interviewer, but what's your view about machine ethics? Can you imagine an ethical AI without some semblance of finitude, let's say?
Well, I think ethics is there's a trolley problem that's often used in the work that I've done at
Joshua
MIT.
Green.
With autonomous vehicles in particular.
Oh yeah.
That people, I think they offload. They ask like, how would a machine deal with an ethical situation that they themselves, the humans, don't know how to deal with?
Exactly.
And so, I don't know if a machine is able to do a better job on difficult ethical questions, but I certainly think to behave properly and effectively in this world, it needs to be have a fear of mortality, and like be able to even dance, because I don't think you can solve ethical problems, but you have to. I think like ethics is like a dance floor, and you have to dance properly with the rest of the humans. Like if people are dancing tango, you have to dance in the same kind of way. And for that, you have to have a fear of mortality. Like I think of more practically speaking, I said autonomous vehicles, like the way you interact with pedestrians fundamentally has to have a sense of mortality. So when pedestrians cross the road, now I've watched certainly 100+ hours of pedestrian videos. There's a kind of social contract where you walk in front of a car and you're putting your life in the hands of another human being.
Yes, that's right.
And like death is in the car. Like, in the game that's being played, death is right there. It's part of the calculus. It's not like a simple calculus. It's not a simple equation. I mean, I don't know what it is, but it's in there, and it has to be part of the optimization problem. Like it's not as simple as, so from the computer vision, from the artificial intelligence perspective, it's detecting there's a human, estimating estimating the trajectory, like treating everything like it's billiard balls, as opposed to like being able to construct an effective model, the world model of what the person's thinking, what they're going to do, what are the different possibilities of how the scene might evolve. I think requires having some sense of, fear of mortality, mortality. I don't see the thing is, I think it's really important to think about. I can be honest enough to say that I haven't been able to figure out how to engineer any of these things.
Right.
But I do think it's really, really important. Like I have a bunch of Roombas here. I can show it to you after. Roombas is a robot that does vacuums the floor, and I've had them make different sounds. Like I had them scream in pain, and you immediately anthropomorphize.
Absolutely.
And it creates I don't know, knowing that they can feel pain. See, I'm speaking like knowing that I immediately imagine that they can feel pain, and then it immediately draws me closer to them.
Yes.
The human experience, and that there's something in that should be engineered in our systems. It feels like, I believe personally. I don't know what you think, but I believe it's possible for a robot and a human to fall in love, for example, in the future.
Oh, I think it's already there.
There's a certain kind of deep connection with technology.
Yeah.
But I mean, a real, like you would choose to marry.
I mean, again, it sounds. I'll find a book title and I'll send it to you, and it's a serious consideration of people who started out with these sex dolls, but it turned into a relationship of enduring significance that the woman who wrote the book is not willing to dismiss as a perversion.
Yeah, that's what people kind of joke about sex robots, which is funny. It's a funny. I mean, there's a lot of stuff about robots that's just kind of fun to talk about that is not necessarily connected to reality. People joke about sex robots, but if you actually look how sex robots, which are pretty rare these days, are used, they're not used by people who want sex.
Precisely.
They're actually
they're companions.
They become companions.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. And they're just, we're not even talking about any kind of intelligence. We're talking about just, I mean, human beings seek companionships. We're deeply lonely. I mean, that was the other sense I have that I don't know if I can articulate clearly. You can probably do a better job, but I have a sense that there's a deep loneliness within all of us.
Absolutely.
In the face of death, it feels like we're alone.
So, what drew me to the existential take on things, Lex, was the who is it? Rollo May and Erwin Yalom write about existentialism, and they're like, look, there's different flavors of existentialism, but they all have in common, 4 universal concerns. The overriding one is about death, and that next is choice and responsibility. The next one is existential isolation. And they're like, that's one of the things about consciousness, and the last one is meaninglessness. But the existential isolation point is, we are, by virtue of consciousness, able to apprehend that unless you're a Siamese twin, you are fundamentally alone. And because it is claimed, it's Erich Fromm, in a book called Escape from Freedom, he's like, look, you're smart enough to know that the most direct way that we typically communicate with our fellow human beings is through language. But you also know that language is a pale shadow of the totality of our interior phenomenological existence. Therefore, there's always going to be times in our lives where, even under the best of circumstances, you could be trying desperately to convey your thoughts and feelings, and somebody listening could be like, yeah, I get it. And you're like, you have no fucking idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So you can be desperately lonely in a house where you live with 10 people in the middle of Tokyo where there's millions.
Yeah, it's the Great Gatsby.
Yeah,
you could be alone
precisely.
At a big party. Yeah,
exactly.
So it sounds like the biggest problems are outside of AI in terms of the biggest impact at this point. But are there any open problems in the application of ML to oncology in general? So improving the detection or any other creative methods, whether it's on the detection, segmentation, so the vision perception side, or some other clever of inference. What in general, in your view, are the open problems in this space?
So I just want to mention that beside detection, another area where I am kind of quite active, and I think it's really an increasingly important area in healthcare, is drug design.
Absolutely.
Because, it's fine if you detect something early, but you still need to get, to get drugs and new drugs for these conditions. And today, all of the drug design, ML is non-existent there. We don't have any drug that was developed by the ML model, or even not developed, but at least even that ML model plays some significant role. I think this area with all the new ability to generate molecules with desired properties, to do in silico screening, is really a big open area. To be totally honest with you, when we are doing diagnostics and imaging, primarily taking the ideas that were developed for other areas and you applying them with some adaptation, the area of, drug design is really technically interesting and exciting area. You need to work a lot with graphs and capture various 3D properties. There are lots and lots of opportunities to be technically creative. And I think there are a lot of open questions in this area. We're already getting a lot of successes, even, with a kind of the first generation of these models, but there is much more new creative things that you can do. And what's very nice to see is that actually the more powerful, the more interesting models actually do better. So there is a place to innovate in machine learning in this area. And some of these techniques are really unique to, let's say, graph generation and other things. So
what just to interrupt really quick, I'm sorry, graph generation or graphs, drug discovery in general, how do you discover a drug? Is this chemistry? Is this trying to predict different chemical reactions? Or is it some kind of, what do graphs even represent in this space?
Sorry.
And what's a drug?
Okay, so let's say you're thinking there are many different types of drugs, but let's say you're going to talk about small molecules, because I think today the majority of drugs are small molecules. So small molecule is a graph. The molecule is just where the node in the graph is an atom, and then you have the bonds. So it's really a graph representation if you're looking at it in 2D, correct?
Yeah.
You can do it 3D, but let's say, let's keep it simple and stick in 2D. So pretty much my understanding today, how it is done at scale in the companies, without machine learning, you have high throughput screening. So you know that you are interested to get certain biological activity of the compound. So you scan a lot of compounds, like maybe hundreds of thousands, some really big number of compounds. You identify some compounds which have the right activity. And then at this point, the chemists come and they're trying to optimize this original hit to different properties that you want it to be maybe soluble, you want it to decrease toxicity, you want it to decrease the side effects.
So are those, sorry again to interrupt, can that be done in simulation or just by looking at the molecules, or do you need to actually run reactions in real labs with lab coats and stuff?
So when you do high throughput screening, you really do screening. It's in the lab. It's really the lab screening. You screen the molecules, correct?
I don't know what screening is.
Screening is just check them for certain property.
Like in the physical space, in the physical world, like actually there's a machine probably that's doing actually running the reaction.
That's actually running the reactions, yeah. So there is a process where you can run, and that's why it's called high throughput, that it becomes cheaper and faster to do it on very big number of molecules. You run the screening, you identify potential good starts, and then where the chemists come in who, have done it many times, and then they can try to look at it and say, how can it change the molecule to get the desired profile in terms of all other properties. So maybe how do I make it more bioactive and so on. And there, the creativity of the chemists really is the one that determines the success of this design, because they have a lot of domain knowledge of, what works, how do you decrease toxicity and so on. And that's what they do. So all the drugs that are currently, in the FDA approved drugs, or even drugs that are in clinical trials, they are designed using these domain experts, which goes through this combinatorial space of molecules or graphs or whatever, and find the right one or adjust it to be the right ones.
Sounds like the breast density heuristic from 67, the same echoes.
It's not necessarily that. It's really, it's really driven by deep understanding. It's not like they just observe it. I mean, they do deeply understand chemistry, and they do understand how different groups and how does it change the properties. So there is a lot of science that gets into it, and a lot of kind of simulation. How do you want it to behave? It's very, very complex.
So they're quite effective at this design, obviously.
Now, effective, we have drugs. Like depending on how do you measure effective. If you measure it in terms of cost, it's prohibitive. If you measure it in terms of times, we have lots of diseases for which we don't have any drugs and we don't even know how to approach. I don't need to mention few drugs or neurodegenerative disease drugs that fail, So there are lots of trials will fail, in later stages, which is really catastrophic from the financial perspective. So, is it the most effective mechanism? Absolutely no, but this is the only one that currently works. And I was closely interacting with people in the pharmaceutical industry. I was really fascinated on how sharp and what a deep understanding of the domain do they have. It's not observation driven. There is really a lot of science behind what they do. But if you ask me, can machine learning change it? I firmly believe yes, because even the most experienced chemists cannot, hold in their memory and understanding everything that you can learn, from millions of molecules and reactions. And
the space of graphs is a totally new space. I mean, it's a really interesting space for machine learning to explore, graph generation.
Yeah, so there are a lot of things that you can do here. So we do a lot of work. So the first tool that we started with was the tool that can predict properties of the molecules. So you can just give the molecule and the property. It can be bioactivity property or it can be some other property, and you train the molecules, and you can now take a new molecule and predict this property. Now, when people started working in this area, they did something very simple. They do kind of existing, fingerprints, which is kind of handcrafted features of the molecule. When you break the graph to substructures and then you run, feed-forward neural network. And what was interesting to see that clearly, this was not the most effective way to proceed. And you need to have much more complex models that can induce the representation, which can translate this graph into the embeddings and do these predictions. So this is one direction. Then another direction, which is kind of related, is not only to stop by looking at the embedding itself, but actually modify it to produce better molecules. So you can think about it as machine translation, that you can start with a molecule and then there is an improved version of molecule, and you can again with encoder translate it into the hidden space and then learn how to modify it to improve the in some ways version of the molecules. So it's kind of really exciting. We already have seen that the property prediction works pretty well, and now we are generating molecules, and there is actually labs which are manufacturing this molecule. So we'll see where it will get us.
Do you think an AI winter is coming? And how do we prevent it?
Not really. So an AI winter is something that would occur when there's a big mismatch between how we are selling the capabilities of AI and the actual capabilities of AI. And today, so deep learning is creating a lot of value, and it will keep creating a lot of value in the sense that these models are applicable to a very wide range of problems that are relevant today. And we are only just getting started with applying the algorithms to every problem they could be solving. So deep learning will keep creating a lot of value for the time being. What's concerning, however, is that there's a lot of hype around deep learning and around AI. There are lots of people are overselling the capabilities of these systems, not just the capabilities, but also overselling the fact that they might be more or less, brain-like, given a kind of a mystical aspect to these technologies, and also overselling the pace of progress, which, it might look fast in the sense that we have this exponentially increasing number of papers. But again, that's just a simple consequence of the fact that we have ever more people coming into the field. Doesn't mean the progress is actually exponentially fast. Like, let's say you're trying to raise money for your startup or your research lab. you might want to tell, grandiose stories to investors about how deep learning is just like the brain and how it can solve all these incredible problems like self-driving and robotics and so on. And maybe you can tell them that the field is progressing so fast and we are going to have AGI within 15 years or even 10 years. And none of this is true. And every time you're like saying these things and an investor or, a decision maker believes them, well, this is like the equivalent of taking on credit card debt, but for trust, right? Yeah. And maybe this will, this will be what enables you to raise a lot of money, but ultimately you are creating damage. You are damaging the field.
So that's the concern, is that debt. That's what happens with the other AI winters. The concern is, you actually tweeted about this with autonomous vehicles, right? There's almost every single company now have promised that they will have full autonomous vehicles by 2021, 2022.
Yeah. That's a good example of the consequences of overhyping the capabilities of AI and the pace of progress.
So because I work especially a lot recently in this area, I have a deep concern of what happens when all of these companies, after having invested billions, have a meeting and say, how much do we actually, first of all, do we have an autonomous vehicle? The answer will definitely be no. And second would be, wait a minute, we've invested $1, $2, $3, $4 billion into this and we made no profit. And the reaction to that may be going very hard in another direction.
Yes.
That might impact even other industries.
And that's what we call an AI winter, is when there is backlash, where no one believes any of these promises anymore because they've turned out to be big lies the first time around.
Yeah.
And this will definitely happen to some extent for autonomous vehicles, because the public and decision makers have been convinced that, around 2015, they've been convinced by these people who are trying to raise money for their startups and so on, that L5 driving was coming in maybe 2016, maybe 2017, maybe 2018. Now we're in 2019, we're still waiting for it. And so I don't believe we are going to have a full-on AI winter, because we have these technologies that are producing a tremendous amount of real value, right?
Yeah.
But there is also too much hype. So there will be some backlash, especially there will be backlash. So, some startups are trying to sell the dream of AGI, right? And the fact that AGI is going to create infinite value. Like AGI is like a free lunch. Like if you can develop an AI system that passes a certain threshold of IQ or something, then suddenly you have infinite value, right?
Yes.
And well, there are actually lots of investors buying into this idea. And, they will wait maybe 10, 15 years and nothing will happen. And the next time around, well, maybe there will be a new generation of investors. No one will care. Human memory is fairly short after all.
I don't know about you, but because I've spoken about AGI sometimes poetically, and I get a lot of emails from people giving me, they're usually like large manifestos of they say to me that they have created an AGI system, or they know how to do it, and there's a long write-up of how to do it.
I get a lot of these emails, yeah.
They're a little bit feel like it's generated by an AI system, actually, but there's usually no
Maybe that's recursively self-improving AI.
Exactly.
It's you have a transformer generating crank papers about AGI.
So the question is about, because you've been you have a good radar for crank papers, how do we know they're not onto something? So when you start to talk about AGI or anything like the reasoning benchmarks and so on, so something that doesn't have a benchmark, it's really difficult to know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I talked to Jeff Hawkins, who's really looking at neuroscience approaches to how, and there's echoes of really interesting ideas in at least Jeff's case, which he's showing. How do you usually think about this? Like preventing yourself from being too narrow-minded and elitist about, deep learning. It has to work on these particular benchmarks, otherwise it's trash.
Well, the thing is, intelligence does not exist in the abstract. Intelligence has to be applied. So if you don't have a benchmark, if you don't have an improvement on some benchmark, maybe it's a new benchmark, right? Maybe it's not something we've been looking at before. But you do need a problem that you're trying to solve. You're not going to come up with a solution without a problem.
So you, general intelligence, I mean, you've clearly highlighted generalization. If you want to claim that you have an intelligent system, it should come with a benchmark.
It should display capabilities of some kind. It should show that it can create some form of value, even if it's a very artificial form of value. And that's also the reason why you don't actually need to care about telling which papers have actually some hidden potential and which do not. Because if there is a new technique that's actually creating value, you know, this is going to be brought to light very quickly because it's actually making a difference. So it's the difference between something that is ineffectual and something that is actually useful. And ultimately, usefulness is our guide, not just in this field, but if you look at science in general. Maybe there are many, many people over the years that have had some really interesting theories of everything, but they were just completely useless. And you don't actually need to tell the interesting theories from the useless theories. All you need is to see, you know, is this actually having an effect on something else? You know, is this actually useful? Is this making an impact or not?
That's beautifully put. I mean, the same applies to quantum mechanics, to string theory, to the holographic principle.
Like we are doing deep learning because it works. You know, that's like before it started working, people, you know, considered people working on neural networks as cranks very much. Like, you know, no one was working on this anymore. And now it's working, which is what makes it valuable. It's not about being right? Yeah. It's about being effective.
And nevertheless, the individual entities of this scientific mechanism, just like Joscha Bach, Jan LeCun, they, while being called cranks, stuck with it, right?
Yeah.
And so us individual agents, even if everyone's laughing at us, should stick with it. Because
if you believe you have something, you should stick with it and see it through.
That's a beautiful, inspirational message to end on. François, thank you so much for talking today. That was amazing.
Thank you.
It would be arrogant to suppose that we could forecast where AI will be or the impact it will have in 1,000 years or even 500 years. So let me ask you to be arrogant. What do AI systems with or without physical bodies look like 100 years from now? If you would just, you can't predict, but if you were to philosophize and imagine,
Can I first justify the arrogance before you try to push me beyond it?
Sure.
I mean, there are examples like, you know, people figured out how electricity worked. They had no idea that was going to lead to cell phones, right? I mean, things can move awfully fast once new technologies are perfected. I mean, even when they made transistors, they weren't really thinking that cell phones would lead to social networking.
There are nevertheless predictions of the future, which are statistically unlikely to come to be, but nevertheless is the
You're
best.
asking me to be wrong.
Asking you to be
In which way would I like to be wrong?
Pick the least unlikely to be wrong thing, even though it's most very likely to be wrong.
I mean, here's some things that we can safely predict, I suppose.
Sure.
We can predict that AI will be faster than it is now. It will be cheaper than it is now. It will be better in the sense of being more general and applicable in more places. It will be pervasive. You know, I mean, these are easy predictions. I'm sort of modeling them in my head on Jeff Bezos' famous predictions. He says, I can't predict the future, not in every way. I'm paraphrasing. But I can predict that people will never want to pay more money for their stuff. They're never going to want it to take longer to get there. And, you know, so like you can't predict everything, but you can predict some things. Sure, of course, it's going to be faster and better. And what we can't really predict is the full scope of where AI will be in a certain period. I mean, I think it's safe to say that although I'm very skeptical about current AI, that it's possible to do much better. You know, there's no in principle argument that says AI is an insolvable problem, that there's magic inside our brains that will never be captured. I mean, I've heard people make those kind of arguments. I don't think they're very good. So AI is going to come, and probably 500 years is plenty to get there. And then once it's here, it really will change everything.
So when you say AI is going to come, are you talking about human level intelligence? So maybe
I like the term general intelligence. So I don't think that the ultimate AI, if there is such a thing, is going to look just like humans. I think it's going to do some things that humans do better than current machines, like reason flexibly and understand language and so forth. But it doesn't mean they have to be identical to humans. So, for example, humans have terrible memory, and they suffer from what some people call motivated reasoning. So they like arguments that seem to support them, and they dismiss arguments that they don't like. There's no reason that a machine should ever do that.
So you see that the limitations of memory as a bug, not a feature.
Absolutely. I'll say two things about that. One is I was on a panel with Danny Kahneman, the Nobel Prize winner, last night, and we were talking about this stuff. And I think what we converged on is that humans are a low bar to exceed. They may be outside of our skill right now, but as AI programmers, but eventually AI will exceed it. So we're not talking about human level AI. We're talking about general intelligence that can do all kinds of different things and do it without some of the flaws that human beings have. The other thing I'll say is I wrote a whole book actually about the flaws of humans. It's actually a nice bookend to or counterpoint to the current book. So I wrote a book called Kludge, which was about the limits of the human mind. The current book is kind of about those few things that humans do a lot better than machines.
Could we just pause on that for me? From a human factors perspective and also an AI perspective, how difficult, so there's when there's two people, there's also a third person that's the AI part, some level of automation, like autopilot maybe even.
That's correct.
Maybe you can kind of talk about the psychology of you said making decisions really quick, 80%. How do you deal with another brain working with you? And then also the automation. Is there an interesting interplay that you get to learn? And also as that changed throughout your career, I imagine it gotten better in terms of the automation, or perhaps not.
Well, I can tell you. So that
there's a bunch of questions.
This is good. This is good, and this is I'm enjoying this because now we actually get to talk about something other than a Tic Tac. So, so let's start with the A6. The A6 was really an analog airplane that was built in the 60s. All right. And there's been studies done on the crew coordination, which is the interaction between the pilot and the bombardier navigator. So we would fly low at night in the mountains. So I was stationed up in Whidbey Island, Washington. So you've got the Cascades and incredible amount of time. And we would get in the simulators because unlike normally people think terrain following, and there's the radars, the 111, the B1 has a system like this, but the radar can see and it'll fly. It basically flies a straight line. So it goes up and over mountains and back down and up and over mountains, where the A6 was really manual. So you do this low level routes where you're going to fly in the mountains at night. You're going to be at, 500 to 1,000 feet above the ground, ripping through fog layers because you don't need to see outside. You're literally flying a little TV screen and a radar.
What are you looking at most of the time? So you just at a screen.
It's this really primitive. If you look at it now, what we did, you'd think, wow, that was crazy, but it was really fun. So
is it similar to the FLIR stuff?
No?
This
thing is totally radar based. Now the airplane had a FLIR ball, it was target recognition and multi-sensor. It was called a TRAM.
You're looking at basically dots of hard objects.
No, actually, what it is the bombardier navigator had a radar, and he was getting raw feed off of a pulse radar in front. Okay, so it's just basically mapping the mountain. So if you look at a mountain on a radar and you're coming up on it, the front side is going to give you a really bright return, and then the back side, it's just going to be a giant shadow because you can't see on the other side. So the bombardier navigators would do that, and they would have charts, and they could shade their charts knowing that, hey, if we turn a little bit left here, we can get in this valley, we can sneak up this valley and then go around the backside of the mountain, which is what the airplane would do.
And sorry to interrupt. I'm going to just keep asking dumb questions. I apologize. But the pilot, can you at a high level say what the pilot does versus the bombardier?
Yes. So
you're actually just control.
I'm flying the jet. I have the throttles, the stick, and I have it's about probably a 4-inch or 6-inch wide by maybe 4 inches, 5 inches high. It looks like it's literally a CRT. That's how old it is. a CRT screen. And what the radar would do is the bombardier navigator is looking at his radar, and he's looking out about 12.5 miles in front of the airplane. So he has the range really scoped down because the radar can see a lot further. He's looking at about 12.5 miles when we're in the terrain mode where we're dodging mountains and stuff. And what the pilot has is they're called range bins, and there's 8 of them. So the very far range bin is the 12.5 mile, and the closest range bin, it's a thing, and it'll be like between like a half a mile or a quarter mile to 3/4 of a mile. And the next one might be 3/4 of a mile to 2 miles. And then it just keeps going out like that. So if there's a mountain in front, let's say we're on a flat plain and there's a mountain out in the distance at 15 miles and we're just driving right at it. So when we get to the point where it hits 12.5 miles where the radar is going to see it on his scope, my range bin for that would pop up and it would show like a big bump, like a mountain. Mm-hmm. And then as I got closer to it, the next range bin would pop up and show it. Mm-hmm. And I could see that bump was moving towards me. And then if I turned a little bit, to go over here, I'd see the mountain go over to the right-hand side and I could do that. But it wasn't like a video game. It's literally like, if you think of the original Ataris.
Yeah. But you build up, I imagine, that you start to get a really deep sense of like the actual 3D environment based on that little Atari style display.
You're exactly right. And you have to train. So there's been studies. As a matter of fact, a lot of the basis, and people will probably argue with me, but it's true. There were studies done watching A6 crews in our simulators. We called it the WIST, the Weapon Systems Trainer. And it was not even a motion. It just kind of sat there and you could fly these things and they had terrain that they would inject into the system. But the crew coordination, my first fleet bombardier navigator, who I'll name him. His name's Chris Sato. He's works at Apple, pretty high up, MIT grad. I think computer engineering. He's scary smart. So Chris could really work. As a matter of fact, all the guys I flew with, so there's another guy, Matt, who also worked at Apple, who's now at SAP. We did our first night traps together. The bond between us, I mean, it's one of those things that you're never going to forget. But Chris and I, when we started flying together, and we were actually the most junior crew in the squadron, we'd spent a lot of time training, and Chris was amazing at how he could work the system. One, because he was extremely brilliant, and he had that inquisitive mind of, we could do all these different things, and there's all these degradation modes. But we spent a lot of time to see how good we could actually get, and it's you almost talk in partials. So as the BN is looking at his radar scope, Chris would say, "I've got rising terrain." That's just what they say, showing rising terrain at 12 miles, and I'd see the little bump, and I'd say, "Got it." This is going to go to your question on the autonomy and how you work with two heads.
Yes.
So when you first get together, the interaction, it's almost like you have to rehearse it. You have to know, and you talk in full sentences. The more and more we fly together, Chris could go, "I'm showing," and he'd get like rising out. And before he finished, I'd say, "I've got it." So you end up starting to talk in partials because I have to trust him. Like, I mean, I can have no doubt that he knows how to do his job, because I'm literally looking at this little scope that's not giving me this continuous picture of that mountain moving. Remember, the mountain's here, and then it's going to pop up here, and then it's going to pop up here, because there's gaps in the coverage on how the system was set up. Remember, it's an analog system, to where he is telling me, like, I can't see all the way to the left, and he's got a wider scope on the radar, but my screen doesn't show that. So he's telling me start a left turn.
How to avoid the mountain.
Start a hard turn, and we would do that. So my truck.
And this is all happening quick?
Very quick. Well, we would typically fly between 420 and 480 knots of ground speed.
How many miles an hour?
420 is 7 miles a minute.
Okay.
Or between 7 and 8 miles a minute is what you're flying.
That's fast.
At night. I mean, I broke out of clouds. I mean, I remember him and I flying. We were on its IR, it's called an IR route, an instrument route that's low. They're all around the country. There's the IR 344 that we used to fly, which would coast in off of Oregon. You'd fly from the land, you go out over the ocean, turn around, and then you could practice actually coming in on a coastline. And we were flying, and we ended up in the clouds. Keep in mind, we're between 500 and 1,000 feet in the mountains, and we're in the clouds. Like, you can't see anything. And I had to turn off our red lights that flash. They're called the anti-collision lights. Mm-hmm. Because it was reflecting off the clouds and it starts to bother you. It just gets annoying. So I turned it off, and we we're flying. We break out of that coastal marine layer, and poof, we break out. And it's a decent night. And this is right by Mount St. Helens. This is kind of where we're coming in. So we're coming in from the east, and we're just north of Mount St. Helens is where the route goes. And you look up, because you can kind of see the silhouette of this mountain that's right next to you. But you're flying along. You're just like, you got to trust. And you can see houses. You can see the lights. They're above you. We're literally below people's houses flying down these valleys and stuff. So just incredible experience. So when you take that and then you move into an F-18F. So now we're into modern technology that was actually built in this century. And you're flying. So now, the Wizzo is behind us, and we're not doing those night low levels, but that same type of crew coordination that has to happen, because what you're doing is you're sharing the load. So most of the communications that go out of the airplane, the Wizzo does all the talking. He uses his feet. That's the weapon systems operator in the back of an F-18F. So he's going to run, the radar kind of runs itself now. But we have a situational awareness display, and it's linked to all the other airplanes.
Just out of curiosity, what's the situational awareness display? Because that term comes up a lot.
Think of it as a God's eye view. So if you have the back of the Super Hornet the Block 2s has about an 8x10 display for the Wizzos that they can look at. The pilot's is smaller; it's down between it's a 6x6 between his legs, and they're getting ready to redesign that. Boeing is, but when you look, it'd be like if you put your airplane and you're looking down. So all the stuff, like if your radar's seeing bad guys out in front of you, it'd be like looking down going, oh, I'm right here. And no, there's bad guys out here. And my wingman is over here. And it shows everything. It's just like, it gives you can look at that display and go, oh, okay, I can see where everything's at. I can see if one guy's trying to target another guy, it shows you all this. It's an incredible amount of knowledge that comes up for the crews to maintain, the overall picture of what's going on.
Big picture sense of what's going on.
Because it's happening so fast. And this is that autonomy piece. This is the third brain. So we're all looking at it, and the third brain is doing fusion. It's pulling stuff together going, oh, this is all this guy, this is this guy, this is this guy. It's sending it out through the link. So all the airplanes are talking to each other through this digital network, that we don't even see. It just says, that airplane says, hey, I'm over here. And it tells us, and we go, oh, he's right there. And then we can go, his airplane says, oh, I'm looking at this airplane, this bad guy. And it shows us, oh, he's over there and he's looking at this guy. I mean, it's an incredible amount of visual intake, because your eye, you can hear a lot, but when you look down at stuff, you can solve the picture really quick.
The third brain is doing the sensor fusion, the integration of the different sensors, and gives you a big picture view. What about the control? Like, is there... And I apologize as if this is a dumb question, but, people use the high-level term of autopilot. How much is there, let's use a loose term of AI, how much automation is there? How much AI is there in helping you control the airplane?
The AI piece would be more of a control loop because of the digital flight controls. So the airplane they had to make the airplane easier to fly. And when I say easy, it's relative, because people go, I could do it because I did it on flight sim. Real life is a lot different. In flight sim, you have no apparent fear of death. You'll do things on the simulator that you would never do in real life. But the autonomy in the airplane to allow you to manage, because you think about it, you've got a radar that's feeding you data. You've got a targeting pod that's feeding you data. All that stuff is hooked to your head because you've got a joint helmet mounted cueing system on it basically maps the magnetic field in the cockpit so it can tell where your head's at looking. So if I turn my head to the right, the radar will actually look to the right. The targeting FLIR will look to the right. And oh, by the way, the back seater has a helmet on too, so he can look to the left and he can do things. So depending on what sensor he's controlling, so if he's got control of the targeting pod and he looks left, the targeting pod looks left. But if I have something where I want to lock a guy up that I don't see, that maybe the radar didn't see, but I can get over and now point the radar, because it's a phase array radar now, it doesn't really scan. There's all kinds of cool stuff that technology brings. Because if you'd went back 30 years and said, hey, or 40 years ago and said, hey, we're gonna have this helmet and you're gonna be able to slew everything to your head, and I don't mean a mechanical setup, but I mean literally you're just gonna map magnetic resonance and go, oh look, and I can literally slew my sensors this fast, and then mash a button and transfer high quality coordinates from a system into a joint, a JDAM, which is a joint direct attack munition that is the GPS bombs that you see all the time, and then let that thing fly. And I'm solving this problem in seconds, minutes, or, hey, I got it. We're going to have to mensurate coordinates. And you bring back the data and then they do all the targeting for it. And then they send another group out to get it. Instead of all that, now it's that fast.
So there's we probably don't have enough time to talk about the beautiful fusion of minds that happens when two people are flying, controlling the plane. But at a high level, this is a really interesting question for people who don't know what they're talking about, like me, which is, what is the difference between a human being and an AI system? Like, what is the ceiling of a current AI technology for controlling the plane? Like, how much does the human contribute? Is it possible to have automated flight, for example? Like, what is the hardest part about flying that a human does expertly that an AI system cannot? In warfare situations, in flying a fighter jet plane.
So I would say AI systems are usually black and white. When you write the algorithm for an AI system, it's basically you're taking thought and turning it into a giant math problem is really what you're doing, right? So you've got this logical math problem. Math problems are there's a line. It says I can or I can't, and it's a very finite line, but you can go up to the line. Where a human, we all have gray areas where we go, maybe, yeah, I'll try it.
So humans can operate within that gray.
So if you take an airplane and say, and I'll just take a Hornet for a while, a Super Hornet, doesn't matter, any airplane, and you go, here is the flight performance model of the airplane. So if you know what an EM diagram is, the energy. So it basically says the airplane can fly as slow as this, it can go as fast as this, it can pull this many G's, force of gravity, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then based on the airfoil design and everything else and how it can pull, here's how it's going to fly. Because it's really physics-based. Well, depending on how you write the AI, but typically AI, you don't want the airplane to leave controlled flight, right? You want to maintain it so that it is flying in a controlled envelope, where there are times, and you can go back to World War I, where people intentionally departed the airplane from controlled flight in order to obtain an advantage, that's where the human goes, can I do this? I know it's outside of where I would normally go, but I can do that. So you can do some crazy things now, especially since the flight control logic in modern airplanes with digital flight controls, they're extremely forgiving. So you can literally, I've done things in Super Hornets that literally, even as a pilot inside the airplane, you're just like, wow, I cannot believe it just did that. Like, it'll flop ends, which defies most logic. And I guess, in a way you could probably program it, but I still think that when you get to the edges that may or may not give you an advantage, there are things that a human will do that AI won't. And I don't think we've got to the point, because how do you map illogical solutions? Most AI is logical. It's based on some type of premise. When you write the algorithm to control it, there's bounds.
Fascinating. So on the signal side, what's the vision? This long term, what do you see that becoming?
So we want to manage all the money in the world. That's Numerai's mission. And to get that, we need to have all the data and have all of the talent. Like, there's no way, for first principles, if you had really good modeling and really good data, that you would lose, right? It's just a question of how much do you need to get really good. So Numerai already has some really nice data that we give out. This year, we are 10xing that. And I actually think we'll 10x the amount of data we have on Numerai every year for at least the next 10 years.
Wow.
So it's going to get very big, the data we give out. And signals is more data. People with any other random data set can turn that into a signal and give it to us.
And in some sense, that kind of data is the edge cases, the weirdness so you're focused on like the bulk, like the main data, and then there's just like weirdness from all over the place that just can enter through this back door of
Exactly. And it's also a little bit shorter term. So the signals are about a 7-day time horizon, and on Numerai it's like a 30-day. So it's often for faster situations.
You've written about a master plan, and you've mentioned, which I love, in a similar sort of style of big style thinking, you would like Numerai to manage all of the world's money. So how do we get there from yesterday to
several years from now? Like, what is the plan?
So
you've already started to allure to it. It's like get all the data and get it. All the talent, humans, models.
Exactly. I mean, the important thing to note there is what would that mean, right? And I think the biggest thing it means is like if there was one hedge fund, you would have not so much talent wasted on all the other hedge funds. Like, it's super weird how the industry works. It's like one hedge fund gets a data source and hires a PhD, and another hedge fund has to buy the same data source and hire a PhD. And suddenly, a third of American PhDs are working at hedge funds, and we're not even on Mars. And like, so in some ways, Numerai, it's all about freeing up people who work at hedge funds to go work for Elon.
And also the people who are working on Numerai problem, it feels like a lot of the knowledge there is also transferable to other domains.
Exactly. One of our top users is he works at NASA Jet Propulsion Lab.
Yeah.
And he's like amazing. I went to go visit him there. And it's like he's got like Numerai posters, and he's like it's like it looks like, you know, the movies, like it looks like Apollo 11 or whatever. Yeah, the point is he didn't quit his job to join full time. He's working on getting us to Jupiter's moon. That's his mission, the Europa Clipper mission.
Actually, literally what you're saying.
Literally. He's smart enough that we really want his intelligence to reach the stock market, because the stock market's a good thing, hedge funds are a good thing, our kinds of hedge funds especially. But we don't want him to quit his job so he can just do Numerai on the weekends, and that's what he does. He just made a model, and it just automatically submits to us, and he's like one of our best users.
If we look into the future, do you think it's possible that Numerai style infrastructure where AI systems backed by humans are doing the trading is what the entirety of the stock market is, or the entirety of the economy is run by basically this army of AI systems with high level human supervision?
Yeah, the thing is that some of them could be bad actors.
Some of the humans?
No, well, these systems could be tricky. So actually, I once met a hedge fund manager. This is kind of interesting. He said, very famous one, and he said, sometimes we can see things in the market where we know we can make money, but it will mess shit up.
Yeah.
We know we can make money, but it will mess things up. And we choose not to do those things. And on the one hand, maybe this is like, oh, you're being super arrogant. Like, you know, of course you can't do this, but maybe he can. And maybe he really isn't doing things he knows he could do, but would change, you know, be pretty bad. Would the Reddit army have that kind of morality or concern for what they're doing? Probably not, based on what we've seen.
The madness of crowds. There'll be like one person that says, hey, maybe, and then they get trampled over. That's the terrifying thing, actually. This a lot of people have written about this, is somehow that like little voice that's human morality gets silenced when we get into groups and start chanting.
Yeah.
And that's terrifying. But like, I think maybe I misunderstood. I thought that you're saying AI systems can be dangerous, but you just described how humans can be dangerous. So which is safer?
So, I mean, one thing is Numerai, so Wall Street bets, these kinds of attacks, like, it's not possible to model Numerai's data and then come up with the idea from the model, let's short squeeze GameStop.
Right.
It's not even framed in that way. It's not like possible to have that idea. So, but it is possible for like kind of a bunch of humans. So I think Numerai could get very powerful without it being dangerous. But Wall Street Bets needs to get a little bit more powerful, and it'll be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, well, I mean, so this is a good place to kind of think about Numerai data today, Numerai signals, and what that looks like in 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 years. You know, like right now, I guess maybe you can correct me, but the data that we're working with is like a window. It's a anonymized, obfuscated window into a particular aspect, time period of the market. And, you can expand that more and more and more and more potentially. You can imagine in different dimensions to where it encapsulates all the things that, where you could include kind of human to human communication that was available for to buy GameStop, for example, on Wall Street bets. So maybe to step back, can you speak to what is numerized signals and what are the different data sets that are involved?
So with numerized signals, you're still providing predictions to us, but you can do it from your own data set. So numerize all, you have to model our data to come up with predictions. Numerized signals is whatever data you can find out there, you can turn it into a signal and give it to us. So it's a way for us to import signals on data we don't yet have.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it's particularly valuable, because it's going to be signals, you're only rewarded for signals that are orthogonal to our core signal. So you have to be doing something uncorrelated. And so strange alternative data tends to have that property.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't too many other signals that are correlated with what's happening on Wall Street bets. That's not going to be correlated with the price to earnings ratio, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have some users as of a week ago, there was a user that created, I think he's in India, he created a signal that is scraped from Wall Street bets. And now we have that signal as one of our signals in thousands that we use at Numerai.
And the structure of the signal is similar, so it's just numbers and time series data?
It's exactly, and it's just it's kind of you're providing a ranking of stocks. So you just say, give it a 1 means you like the stock, 0 means you don't like the stock, and you provide that for 5,000 stocks in the world.
And they somehow converted the natural language that's in the Wall Street bet.
So exactly. So they open sourced this Colab notebook. You can go see it and look at,
so
and
cool.
so it's taking that, making a sentiment score and then turning it into a rank of stocks.
Sentiment score.
Yeah.
This stock sucks or this stock is awesome. And then converting that's fast. Just even looking at that data would be. I mean, I have to ask you because you were the head of CSAIL AI Lab for a long time. I don't know. To me, when I came to MIT, you're one of the greats at MIT. So what was that time like? What? And plus you, with your, I don't know, friends with, but you knew Minsky and all the folks there, all the legendary AI people of which you're one. So what was that time like? What are memories that stand out to you from that time? From your time at MIT, from the AI lab, from the dreams that the AI lab represented to the actual revolutionary work?
Well, let me tell you first a disappointment in myself. As I've been researching this book, and so many of the players, were active in the 50s and 60s, I knew many of them when they were older, and I didn't ask them all the questions now I wish I had asked. I'd sit with them at our Thursday lunches, which we had a faculty lunch, and I didn't ask them so many questions that now I wish I had.
Can I ask you that question? Because you wrote that. You wrote that you were fortunate to know and rub shoulders with many of the greats, those who founded AI, robotics, and computer science, and the World Wide Web. And you wrote that your big regret nowadays is that often I have questions for those who have passed on.
Yeah.
And I didn't think to ask them any of these questions.
Right.
Even as I saw them and said hello to them on a daily basis. So maybe also another question I want to ask. If you could talk to them today, what question would you ask? What questions would you ask?
Licklider. I would ask him, he had the vision for humans and computers working together, and he really founded that at DARPA, and he gave the money to MIT, which started Project Mac in 1963. And I would have talked to him about what the successes were, what the failures were, what he saw as progress, etc. I would have asked him more questions about that, because now I could use it in my book. But I think it's lost. It's lost forever. A lot of the motivations are lost. I should have asked Marvin why he and Seymour Papert came down so hard on neural networks in 1968 in their book Perceptrons, because Marvin's PhD thesis was on neural networks.
Yeah,
and
how do you make sense of that?
That book destroyed the field.
He probably. Do you think he knew the effect that book would have?
All the theorems are negative theorems.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
that's just the way of. That's the way of life.
Yeah.
But still, it's kind of tragic that he was both the proponent and the destroyer of neural networks.
Yeah.
Is there other memories stand out from the robotics and the AI work at MIT?
Well, yeah, but you got to be more specific.
Well, I mean, like, it's such a magical place. I mean, to me, it's a little bit also heartbreaking that, you know, with Google and Facebook, like DeepMind and so on, so much of the talent, you know, it doesn't stay necessarily for prolonged periods of time in these universities.
Oh yeah, I mean, the some of the companies are more guilty than others of paying fabulous salaries to some of the highest, you know, producers, and then just you never hear from them again. They're not allowed to give public talks. They're sort of locked away, and it's sort of like collecting, you know, Hollywood stars or something, and they're not allowed to make movies anymore. I own them.
Yeah, that's tragic because I mean, there's an openness to the university setting where you do research to both in the space of ideas and the space like publication, all those kinds of things.
Yeah, you know, and you know, there's the publication and all that, and often, you know, although these places say they publish,
there's pressure,
and but I think, for instance, you know, net, I think Google buying those 8 or 9 robotics companies was bad for the field because it locked those people away. They didn't have to make the company succeed anymore, locked them away for years, and then sort of all frittered away.
Yeah.
So,
do you have hope for MIT? For MIT?
Yeah, why shouldn't I?
Well, I could be harsh and say that I'm not sure I would say MIT is leading the world in AI, or even Stanford or Berkeley. I would say DeepMind, Google AI, Facebook AI.
See, I would take a slightly different approach, or a different answer. I'll come back to Facebook in a minute. Mm-hmm. But I think those other places are following a dream of one of the founders, and I'm not sure that it's well-founded, the dream, and I'm not sure that it's going to have the impact that he believes it is.
You're talking about Facebook and Google and so on.
I'm talking about Google.
But the thing is, those research labs aren't. There's the big dream, and I'm usually a fan of, no matter what the dream is, a big dream is a unifier, because what happens is you have a lot of bright minds working together on a dream. What results is a lot of like adjacent ideas. I mean, this is how so much progress is made.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're actually leading. I'm not saying that the universities are leading.
Yeah,
but I don't think those companies are leading in general, because they're, you know, and we saw this incredible spike in, you know, attendees at NeurIPS. And as I said in my January 1st review this year for 2020, 2020 will not be remembered as a watershed year for machine learning or AI. Mm-hmm. You know, there was nothing surprising happened anyway. Unlike when deep learning hit ImageNet, that was a shake. And there's a lot more people writing papers, but the papers are fundamentally boring, and uninteresting.
Incremental work.
Yeah.
Is there particular memories you have with Minsky or somebody else at MIT that stand out? Funny stories. I mean, unfortunately, he's another one that's passed away. You've known some of the biggest minds in AI.
Yeah, and you know, they did amazing things, and sometimes there were grumpy.
Well, he was interesting because he was very grumpy, but that was his. I remember him saying in an interview that the key to success or to keep being productive is to hate everything you've ever done in the past. To hate everything.
Maybe that explains the Perceptron book. There it was. He told you exactly what.
But meaning maybe that's the way to not treat yourself too seriously. Just always be moving forward. That was his idea. I mean, that crankiness. I mean, there's a this is character.
So let me tell you, what really, the joy memories are about having access to technology before anyone else has seen it. So I got to Stanford in 1977, and we had terminals that could show live video on them, digital sound system. We had a Xerox graphics printer. We could print. It wasn't like a typewriter ball hitting in with characters. It could print arbitrary things, only in 1-bit, black or white, but you could arbitrary pictures. This was science fiction sort of stuff. At MIT, the Lisp machines, which they were the first personal computers, and they cost $100,000 each, and I could, if I got there early enough in the day, I got one for the day. Couldn't stand up. Had to keep working.
Yeah. So having that direct glimpse into the future.
Yeah, and I've had email every day since 1977, the host field was only 8 bits. There weren't that many places, but I could send email to other people at a few places. So that was pretty exciting to be in that world, so different from what the rest of the world knew.
Let me ask you. I'll probably edit this out, but just in case you have a story. I'm hanging out with Don Knuth for a while tomorrow. Did you ever get a chance? It's such a different world than yours. He's very kind of theoretical computer science, the puzzle of computer science and mathematics, and you're so much about the magic of robotics, the practice of it. You mentioned him earlier for not about computation? Did your worlds cross?
They did I know him now. We talked,
yes.
But let me tell you my Donald Knuth story.
Okay.
So, besides analysis of algorithms, he's well known for writing tech, which is in LaTeX, which is the academic publishing system. So he did that at the AI lab, and he would do it. He would work overnight at the AI lab, and one night, the mainframe computer went down, and a guy named Robert Poor was there. He did his PhD at the Media Lab at MIT, and he was a engineer, and so he and I tracked down what the problem was. It was one of this big refrigerator size or washing machine size disk drives had failed, and that was what brought the whole system down. So we got panels pulled off, and we're pulling circuit cards out, and Donald Knuth, who's a really tall guy, walks in and he's looking down and says, "When will it be fixed?" Because he wanted to get back to writing his tech system. Well, it's Donald Knuth. And so we figured out, it was a particular chip, 7400 series chip, which was socketed. We popped it out. We put a replacement in, put it back in, smoke comes out because we put it in backwards because we were so nervous that Donald Knuth was standing over us. Anyway, we eventually got it fixed and got the mainframe running again.
So that was your little. When was that again?
That must have been before October 79 because we moved out of that building then. So sometime, probably 78, sometime or early 79.
Yeah, all those figures are just fascinating. All the people who've passed through MIT is really fascinating. Is there let me ask you to put on your big wise man hat or problem.
And I also have another one that you didn't mention. That's one of my favorite ones. Is so you probably heard of this. It's I think it's called Deep Rembrandt. It's the project where they trained. I think there was a collaboration between the sort of the experts in Rembrandt painting in Netherlands and an artificial intelligence group, where they train an algorithm to replicate the style of the Rembrandt, and they actually printed a portrait that never existed before in the style of Rembrandt. They I think they printed it on a sort of on the canvas that, using pretty much same types of paints and stuff. To me, it was mind blowing.
Yeah,
it's
in the space of art. That's interesting. There hasn't been maybe that's it, but I think there hasn't been an ImageNet moment yet in the space of art. You haven't been able to achieve superhuman level performance in the space of art, even though there was, there's this big famous thing where there was a piece of art was purchased, I guess, for a lot of money.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. But it's still, people are like, in the space of music, at least, that's, it's clear that human created pieces are much more popular. So there hasn't been a moment where it's like, oh, we're now, I would say in the space of music, what makes a lot of money, we're talking about serious money, it's music and movies, or like shows and so on, and entertainment. There hasn't been a moment where AI was able to create a piece of music or a piece of cinema, or like Netflix show, that is that's sufficiently popular to make a ton of money.
Yeah.
And that moment would be very, very powerful, because that's an AI system being used to make a lot of money. And like direct, of course, AI tools, like even Premiere, audio editing, all the editing, everything I do to edit this podcast, there's a lot of AI involved. There's this program, I want to talk to those folks just because I want to nerd out. It's called Isotope. I don't know if you're familiar with it. They have a bunch of tools of audio processing, and they have, I think they're Boston based. Just, it's so exciting to me to use it like on the audio here, because it's all machine learning. It's not, because most audio production stuff is like any kind of processing you do is very basic signal processing, and you're tuning knobs and so on. They have all of that, of course, but they also have all of this machine learning stuff, like where you actually give it training data. You select parts of the audio you train on, you train on it, and it figures stuff out. It's great. It's able to detect like the ability of it to be able to separate voice and music, for example, or voice and anything, is incredible. Like it's clearly exceptionally good at applying these different neural networks models to separate the different kinds of signals from the audio. Okay, so that's really exciting. Photoshop, Adobe people also use it, but to generate a piece of music that will sell millions, a piece of art,
No, I agree, and it's that's as I mentioned, I offer my AI class, and an integral part of this is a project, right? So it's my ultimate favorite part, because it typically we have these project presentations the last 2 weeks of the class. It's right before the Christmas break, and it's sort of, it adds this cool excitement. And every time, I'm amazed, with some projects that people come up with, and so and quite a few of them are actually they have some link to arts. I think last year we had a group who designed an AI producing hokkus, Japanese poems.
Oh wow.
And some of them, it got trained on the English based haikus, right? And some of them, they get to present like the top selection. They were pretty good. Of course, I'm not a specialist, but you read them and you see
It
this
seems
rhythm.
profound.
Yes, yeah, it seems rhythm. So it's kind of cool. We also had a couple of projects where people tried to teach AI how to play like rock music, classical music, I think, and popular music.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, classical music was among the most difficult ones.
Oh, sure.
And of course, if you look at the like grandmasters of music like Bach, right? So there is a lot of almost math.
Yeah, well, he's very mathematical.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
So this is, I would imagine that at least some style of this music could be picked up, but then you have this completely different spectrum of classical composers, and so it's almost like you don't have to sort of look at the data. You just listen to it and say, nah, that's not it, not yet.
That's not it.
Yeah,
that's how I feel too. There's OpenAI has, I think, Open Muse or something like that. The system, it's cool, but it's like, it's not compelling for some reason. It could be a psychological reason too. Maybe we need to have a human being, a tortured soul behind the music. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that absolutely, I completely agree. But yeah, whether or not one day we'll have, a song written by an AI engine to be in top charts, musical charts, I wouldn't be surprised. I
wonder if we already have one and it just hasn't been announced. we wouldn't know. On the engineering side, maybe a dark question, but do you think it's possible to use these machine learning methods to start to engineer proteins? And the next question is something quite a few biologists are against, some are for study purposes, is to engineer viruses. Do you think machine learning, like something like AlphaFold, could be used to engineer viruses?
So to answering the first question, it has been, a part of the research in the protein science. The protein design is a very prominent areas of research. Of course, one of the pioneers is David Baker and Rosetta algorithm that, essentially was doing the de novo design and was used to design new proteins.
And design of proteins means design of function. So like when you design a protein, you can control, the whole point of a protein, with the protein structure comes a function, like
correct,
it's doing something.
Correct.
So you can design different things that
you can look at the proteins from the functional perspective. You can also look at the proteins from the structural perspective, right? So the structural building blocks. So if you want to have a building block of a certain shape, you can try to achieve it by introducing a new protein sequence and predicting how it will fold.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, it's a natural one of the natural applications of these algorithms. Now, talking about engineering a virus
with machine learning.
Right? So luckily for us, we don't have that much data. Right?
Yeah.
We actually, right now, one of the projects that we are carrying on in the lab is we're trying to develop a machine learning algorithm that determines whether or not the current strain is pathogenic. And
the current strain of the coronavirus
of the virus. So there are applications to coronaviruses because we have strains of SARS-CoV-2, also SARS-CoV, MERS that are pathogenic, but we also have strains of other coronaviruses that are, not pathogenic. The common cold viruses and some other ones, right? So
pathogenic meaning spreading.
Pathogenic means actually inflicting damage. Correct. There are also some, seasonal versus pandemic strains of influenza, right? And to determining what are the molecular determinant, right? So that are built into the protein sequence, into the gene sequence, right? So, and whether or not the machine learning can determine those components, right?
Oh, interesting. So like using machine learning that's really interesting to give the input is like what the
Protein
entire
sequence.
the protein sequence, and then determine if this thing is going to be able to do damage to a biological system.
Yeah. So I
It's
mean,
a good machine learning. You're saying we don't have enough data for that?
For this specific one, we do. We might actually, have to back up on this because we're still in the process. There was one work that appeared in bioRxiv by Eugene Koonin, who is one of these, pioneers in evolutionary genomics, and they tried to look at this, but the methods were sort of standard, supervised learning methods, and now the question is, can you, advance it further by using, not so standard methods, so there's obviously a lot of hope in transfer learning, where you can actually try to transfer the information that the machine learning learns about the proper protein sequences, right? And, so there is some promise in going this direction. But if we have this, it would be extremely useful, because then we could essentially forecast the potential mutations that would make a current strain more or less pathogenic.
Anticipate them from a vaccine development for the treatment, antiviral drug development.
That would be a very crucial task.
But you could also use that system to then say, how would we potentially modify this virus to make it more pathogenic?
That's true. That's true. I mean, the hope is, well, several things, right? So one is that, it's, even if you design a sequence, right? So to carry out the actual experimental biology, to ensure that all the components working, is a completely different matter.
Difficult process.
Yes. Then we've seen in the past there could be some regulation of the moment the scientific community recognizes that it's now becoming no longer a sort of a fun puzzle to for machine learning.
Could be a weapon.
Yeah. So then there might be some regulation. So I think back in 2015 there was there was an issue on regulating the research on influenza strains, right? That there were several groups use sort of the mutation analysis to determine whether or not this strain will jump from one species to another. And I think there was like a half a year moratorium on the research on the paper published until scientists analyzed it and decided that it's actually safe.
I forgot what that's called. Something of function, test of function.
Gain of function, loss of function.
Gain of function, yeah. Gain of function, loss of function. That's right. Sorry. It's like, let's watch this thing mutate for a while to see what kind of things we can observe. I guess I'm not so much worried about that kind of research if there's a lot of regulation and if it's done very well and with competence and seriously. I am more worried about kind of this. The underlying aspect of this question is more like 50 years from now. Speaking to the Drake equation, one of the parameters in the Drake equation is how long civilizations last. And that seems to be the most important value actually for calculating if there's other alien intelligent civilizations out there. That's where there's most variability. Assuming like if that percentage that life can emerge is like not zero, like if we're like super unique, then it's the how long we last is basically the most important thing. So from a selfish perspective, but also from a Drake equation perspective, I'm worried about our civilization lasting. And you kind of think about all the ways in which machine learning can be used to design
greater weapons of destruction, right? And I mean, one way to ask that, if you look sort of 50 years from now, 100 years from now, would you be more worried about natural pandemics or engineered pandemics? Like, who's the better designer of viruses, nature or humans, if we look down the line?
I think, in my view, I would still be worried about the natural pandemics, simply because, I mean, the capacity of the nature producing this.
It does pretty good job, right?
Yes.
And the motivation for using engineering viruses for as a weapon is a weird one, because maybe you can correct me on this, but it seems very difficult to target a virus, right? The whole point of a weapon, the way a rocket works, you have a starting point, you have an end point, and you're trying to hit a target. To hit a target with a virus is very difficult. It's basically just, right? It's the target would be the human species. Oh man,
yep.
Yeah. I have a hope in us. I'm forever optimistic that we will not. There's insufficient evil in the world to lead to that kind of destruction.
Well, I also hope that, I mean, that's what we see. I mean, with the way we are getting connected, the world is getting connected. I think it helps for the world to become more transparent.
Yeah.
So the information spread is, I think it's one of the key things for the society to become more balanced.
Yeah,
one way or another.
This is something that people disagree with me on, but I do think that the kind of secrecy that governments have. So you're kind of speaking more to the other aspects, like research community being more open, companies are being more open. Government is still like we're talking about like military secrets.
Yeah.
I think military secrets of the kind that could destroy the world will become also a thing of the 20th century. It'll become more and more open.
Yeah.
Like I think nations will lose power in the 21st century, like lose sufficient power to where transparency is more beneficial than secrecy. But of course, that's not obvious.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. That the governments will become more transparent.
So we last talked, I think, in March or April. What have you learned? How has your philosophical, psychological, biological worldview changed since then? Or you've been studying it nonstop from a computational biology perspective. How has your understanding and thoughts about this virus changed over those months, from the beginning to today?
One thing that I was really amazed at how efficient the scientific community was. I mean, and even just judging on this very narrow domain of protein structure, understanding the structural characterization of this virus from the components point of view, whole virus point of view. If you look at SARS, right, the something that happened, less than 20, but close enough 20 years ago, and you see what when it happened, what was sort of the response by the scientific community. You see that the structural characterizations did occur, but it took several years, right? Now, the things that took several years, it's a matter of months, right? So we see that, the research pop up. We are at the unprecedented level in terms of the sequencing, right? Never before we had a single virus sequenced so many times, so which allows us to actually to trace very precisely the sort of the evolutionary nature of this virus, what happens. And it's not just this virus independently of everything. It's, it's the, the sequence of this virus anchored to the specific geographic place to specific people, because our genotype influences also the evolution of this. It's always a host pathogen co-evolution that occurs.
It'd be cool if we also had a lot more data about the spread of this virus. It'd be nice if we had it for like contact tracing purposes for this virus, but it would be also nice if we had it for the study for future viruses to be able to respond and so on. But it's already nice that we have geographical data and like basic data from individual humans. Yeah,
exactly. I think contact tracing is obviously a key component in understanding the spread of this virus. There is a number of challenges, right? So X Prize is one of them. We just recently took a part of this competition. It's the prediction of the number of infections in different regions.
Oh, sure.
Obviously the AI is the main topic in those predictions.
Yeah, but it's still the data. I mean, that's a competition, but the data is weak on the training. Like it's great. It's much more than probably before, but like it would be nice if it was like really rich. Like I talked to Michael Mina from Harvard. I mean, he dreams that the community comes together with like a weather map of viruses, right? Like really high resolution sensors on like how from person to person the viruses that travel, all the different kinds of viruses, right? Yeah. Because there's a ton of them. And then you'd be able to tell the story that you've spoken about of the evolution of these viruses, like day-to-day mutations that are occurring. I mean, that would be fascinating, just from a perspective of study and from the perspective of being able to respond to future pandemics. That's ultimately what I'm worried about. You mentioned that we're quite far away in terms of doing video analysis, deep video analysis. Like, of course, Google, YouTube, we're quite far away from solving the autonomous driving problem too. So it's
I don't know. I think we're closer to that.
Well, you never know. And the Wright brothers thought they're not going to fly for 50 years, 3 years before they flew. So what are the biggest challenges, would you say? Is it the broad challenge of understanding video, understanding natural language, understanding the challenge before the entire machine learning community of just being able to understand data? Or is there something specific to video that's even more challenging than understanding natural language understanding? What's your sense of what the biggest challenge is?
Video is just so much information. And so precision becomes a real problem. It's like you're trying to classify something and you've got 1 million classes, and the distinctions among them, at least from a machine learning perspective, are often pretty small, right? Like, you need to see this person's number in order to know which player it is. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of players. Or you need to see, the logo on their chest in order to know like which team they play for. And so, and that's just figuring out who's who, right? And then you go further and saying, okay, well, was that a goal? Was it not a goal? Like, is that an interesting moment, as you said, or is that not an interesting moment? These things can be pretty hard.
So, and who are the different people, groups, mindsets, thoughts in the community about where AI is today?
Yeah, they're all over the place. So there's kind of the singularity transhumanism group. I don't know exactly how to characterize that approach, which is the sort of exponential progress. We're on the sort of almost at the hugely accelerating part of the exponential, and in the next 30 years we're going to see super intelligent AI and all of that, and we'll be able to upload our brains and that. So there's that kind of extreme view that I think most people who work in AI don't have. They disagree with that. But there are people who are maybe aren't, singularity people, but they do think that the current approach of deep learning is going to scale and is going to kind of go all the way, basically, and take us to true AI or human level AI or whatever you want to call it. And there's quite a few of them. And a lot of them, like a lot of the people I met who work at big tech companies in AI groups kind of have this view that we're really not that far,
Just to linger on that point, sort of, if I can take as an example, like Jan LeCun, I don't know if you know about his work and or his viewpoints on this.
I do.
He believes that there's a bunch of breakthroughs, like fundamental, like Nobel Prizes, needed still.
Right.
But I think he thinks those breakthroughs will be built on top of deep learning.
Right.
And then there's some people who think we need to kind of put deep learning to the side a little bit as just one module that's helpful in the bigger cognitive framework.
Right. So I think, from what I understand, Jan LeCun is rightly saying supervised learning is not sustainable. We have to figure out how to do unsupervised learning, that's going to be the key. And, I think that's probably true. I think unsupervised learning is going to be harder than people think. I mean, the way that we humans do it. Then there's the opposing view, there's the Gary Marcus kind of hybrid view where deep learning is one part, but we need to bring back kind of these symbolic approaches and combine them. Of course, no one knows how to do that very well.
Which is the more important part,
right?
To emphasize, and how do they fit together? What's the foundation? What's the thing that's on top? What's the cake? What's the icing?
Right.
Yeah.
Then there's people pushing different things. There's the causality people who say, deep learning as it's formulated today completely lacks any notion of causality, and that's dooms it. Mm-hmm. And therefore we have to somehow give it some kind of notion of causality. There's a lot of push from the more cognitive science crowd saying we have to look at developmental learning. We have to look at how babies learn. We have to look at intuitive physics, all these things we know about physics. And as somebody kind of quipped, we also have to teach machines intuitive metaphysics, which means like objects exist. Causality exists. These things that maybe we're born with. I don't know. Yeah. That they don't have, the machines don't have any of that. They look at a group of pixels and they get 10 million examples, but they can't necessarily learn that there are objects in the world. So there's just a lot of pieces of the puzzle that people are promoting, and with different opinions of like how important they are and how close we are to being able to put them all together to create general intelligence.
Looking at this broad field, what do you take away from it? Who's the most impressive? Is it the cognitive folks, the Gary Marcus camp, the Jan camp, unsupervised, and there's self-supervised, there's the supervised, and then there's the engineers who are actually building systems. You have sort of the Andrej Karpathy at Tesla building actual, it's not philosophy, it's real like systems that operate in the real world. What do you take away from all this beautiful variety?
I don't know if, these different views are not necessarily mutually exclusive. And I think people like Jan LeCun agrees with the developmental psychology, causality, intuitive physics, etc. But he still thinks that it's learning, like end-to-end learning, is the way to go.
Will take us perhaps all the way.
Yeah, and that there's no sort of innate stuff that has to get built in. This is it's because it's a hard problem. I personally, I'm very sympathetic to the cognitive science side because that's kind of where I came in to the field. I've become more and more sort of an embodiment adherent, saying that, without having a body, it's going to be very hard to learn what we need to learn about the world.
That's definitely something I'd love to talk about in a little bit. Your sense is really the journey to intelligence has to go through something more complicated that's akin to our own cognitive systems, understanding them, being able to create them in the artificial systems, as opposed to sort of taking the machine learning approaches of today and really scaling them exponentially with both compute and hardware and data.
That would be my guess. I think that in the sort of going along in the narrow AI, that these current approaches will get better. I think there's some fundamental limits to how far they're going to get. I might be wrong, but that's what I think. And there's some fundamental weaknesses that they have that I talk about in the book that just comes from this approach of supervised learning, requiring sort of feed-forward networks and so on. It's just, I don't think it's a sustainable approach to understanding the world.
Yeah, I'm personally torn on it. Sort of, everything you read about in the book and sort of what we're talking about now, I agree with you, but I'm more and more, depending on the day. First of all, I'm deeply surprised by the success of machine learning and deep learning in general. From the very beginning, when it's really been my main focus of work. I'm just surprised how far it gets. And I'm also think we're really early on in these efforts of these narrow AI. So I think there'll be a lot of surprise of how far it gets. I think we'll be extremely impressed. Like my sense is everything I've seen so far, and we'll talk about autonomous driving and so on, I think we can get really far. But I also have a sense that what we'll discover, just like you said, is that even though we'll get really far, in order to create something like our own intelligence is actually much farther than we realize.
Right.
I think these methods are a lot more powerful than people give them credit for, actually. So that, of course, there's the media hype, but I think there's a lot of researchers in the community, especially like not undergrads, right? But like people who've been in AI, they're skeptical about how far deep learning can get. And I'm more and more thinking that it can actually get farther than we realize.
It's certainly possible. One thing that surprised me when I was writing the book is how far apart different people are in the field are on their opinion of how far the field has come and what is accomplished and what's going to happen next.
What's your sense of the different? So you've mentioned embodied intelligence. What do you think it takes to build a system of human level intelligence? Does it need to have a body?
I'm not sure, but I'm coming around to that more and more.
And what does it mean to be? I don't mean to keep bringing up Yann LeCun.
He looms very large.
Well, he certainly has a large personality, yes. He thinks that the system needs to be grounded, meaning it needs to sort of be able to interact with reality, but doesn't think it necessarily needs to have a body. So when you think of...
So what's the difference?
I guess I want to ask, when you mean body, do you mean you have to be able to play with the world? Or do you also mean like there's a body that you have to preserve?
Oh, that's a good question. I haven't really thought about that, but I think both, I would guess. It's because I think intelligence, it's so hard to separate it from our desire for self-preservation, our emotions, are all that non-rational stuff that kind of gets in the way of logical thinking. Because if we're talking about human intelligence or human level intelligence, whatever that means, a huge part of it is social. That, we were evolved to be social and to deal with other people. And that's just so ingrained in us that it's hard to separate intelligence from that. I think, AI for the last 70 years or however long it's been around, it has largely been separated. There's this idea that there's it's kind of very Cartesian. There's this, thinking thing that we're trying to create, but we don't care about all this other stuff. Mm-hmm. And I think the other stuff is very fundamental. So
there's the idea that things like emotion get in the way of intelligence.
As opposed to being an integral part of it.
Integral part of it. So, I'm Russian, so romanticize the notions of emotion and suffering and all that kind of fear of mortality, those kinds of things. So in AI, especially,
by the way, did you see that there was this recent thing going around the internet of some, I think he's a Russian or some Slavic had written this thing sort of anti the idea of superintelligence. I forgot, maybe he's Polish. Anyway, so he had all these arguments, and one was the argument from Slavic pessimism. My favorite.
Do you remember what the argument is?
It's like nothing ever works. Yeah. Everything sucks.
So what do you think is the role? Like, that's such a fascinating idea that what we perceive as sort of the limits of the human mind, which is emotion and fear and all those kinds of things, are integral to intelligence. Could you elaborate on that? Like, why is that important, do you think, for human level intelligence?
At least for the way the humans work, it's a big part of how it affects how we perceive the world. Mm-hmm. It affects how we make decisions about the world. It affects how we interact with other people. It affects our understanding of other people. For me to understand your what you're likely to do, I need to have kind of a theory of mind, and that's very much a theory of emotion. And motivations and goals and to understand that we have this whole system of mirror neurons, and I sort of understand your motivations through sort of simulating it myself. So it's not something that I can prove that's necessary, but it seems very likely.
So, okay. Is there a place where AI can help? Sorry to inject one of the things I'm very excited about and passionate about. So, Google DeepMind recently had a big breakthrough with AlphaFold 2, but also AlphaFold 2 years ago, with achieving sort of state-of-the-art performance on the protein folding problem, single protein folding, but it also paints a hopeful picture of what's possible to do in terms of simulating the folding of proteins, but also simulating biological systems through AI. Is there something to you, combined with this brilliant work on the biology side, that you're hopeful about, where AI can be a tool to help?
Where isn't it a tool? I mean, if you're not using AI right now in biology, you're getting left behind. We use it all the time. We're using it to generate these biological clocks to be able to read those scratches. We're using it to predict the folding of proteins so we can target molecules and modulate their activity. We're using it to assemble genomes of different species. What else? We use it to predict the longevity of a mouse based on how it reacts to certain things, hearing, eyesight, generally frailty. So we just put out a paper last year on that. The other thing we can use it for, which is a little off the track here, but we use it for predicting which microorganisms are in your body. Actually, not predicting, telling you. So our daughter, Natalie, was infected with Lyme disease a few years ago, almost went blind from it. And the test took 4 days. And I thought, just give me the DNA from her spinal fluid. I'll go tell you what's in it, if it's Lyme disease or not. They refused. And so at that point I said, this has to be done better. So I started a company that now can take a sample of any part of your body. It's typically done now with liver transplant patients to detect viruses that come out of their organs. But that's another area that AI is extremely important for. I think if you're not, in 5 years, if you're not using deep learning, you've got a problem, because the amount of data that we generate now as biologists is just terabytes. It can be terabytes per week. It'll eventually be terabytes per day. And then we just go from there. And I actually have trouble recruiting enough bioinformaticians. A lot of our work is now just number crunching.
So on a darker topic, you've expressed serious concern about existential threats of AI. It's perhaps one of the greatest challenges our civilization faces. But since I would say we're kind of an optimistic descendants of apes, perhaps we can find several paths of escaping the harm of AI. So if I can give you 3 options, maybe you can comment which do you think is the most promising. So 1 is scaling up efforts on AI safety and beneficial AI research in hope of finding an algorithmic or maybe a policy solution. 2 is becoming a multiplanetary species as quickly as possible. And 3 is merging with AI and riding the wave of that increasing intelligence as it continuously improves. What do you think is most promising, most interesting as a civilization that we should invest in?
I think there's a tremendous amount of investment going on in AI. Where there's a lack of investment is in AI safety. And there should be, in my view, a government agency that oversees anything related to AI to confirm that it does not represent a public safety risk. Just as there is a regulatory authority there's like the Food and Drug Administration, there's NHTSA for automotive safety, there's the FAA for aircraft safety. We generally come to the conclusion that it is important to have a government referee or a referee that is serving the public interest in ensuring that things are safe when there's a potential danger to the public. I would argue that AI is unequivocally something that has potential to be dangerous to the public, and therefore should have a regulatory agency, just as other things that are dangerous to the public have a regulatory agency. But let me tell you, the problem with this is that the government moves very slowly, and usually the way a regulatory agency comes into being is that something terrible happens. There's a huge public outcry, and years after that, there's a regulatory agency or a rule put in place. Take something like seatbelts. It was known for, I don't know, a decade or more that seatbelts would have a massive impact on safety and save so many lives and serious injuries. And the car industry fought the requirement to put seatbelts in tooth and nail. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And I don't know, hundreds of thousands of people probably died because of that. And they said people wouldn't buy cars if they had seatbelts, which is obviously absurd. Or look at the tobacco industry and how long they fought anything about smoking. That's part of why I helped make that movie, Thank You for Smoking. You can sort of see just how pernicious it can be when you have these companies effectively achieve regulatory capture of government. It's bad. People in the AI community refer to the advent of digital superintelligence as a singularity. That is not to say that it is good or bad, but that it is very difficult to predict what will happen after that point, and that there's some probability it will be bad, some probability it will be good. We obviously want to affect that probability and have it be more good than bad.
Well, but you did mention it's certainly obvious AI as a platform, but can we dig into it a little bit?
Sure.
How does AI begin to infuse some of the products in Microsoft? So currently providing training of, for example, neural networks in the cloud, or providing pre-trained models, or just even providing computing resources and whatever different inference that you want to do using neural networks.
Yep.
How do you think of AI infusing as a platform that Microsoft can provide?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's super interesting. It's like everywhere, and like we run these review meetings now where it's me and Satya and like members of Satya's leadership team and like a cross-functional group of folks across the entire company who are working on like either AI infrastructure or like have some substantial part of their product work using AI in some significant way. Now, the important thing to understand is like when you think about like how the AI is going to manifest in like an experience for something that's going to make it better. Like, I think you don't want the AI-ness to be the first order thing. It's like whatever the product is and like the thing that it's trying to help you do, like the AI just sort of makes it better. And it, this is a gross exaggeration, but like people get super excited about like where the AI is showing up in products. And I'm like, do you get that excited about like where you're using a hash table, like in your code? Like it's just another,
it's just a tool.
It's a very interesting programming tool, but it's sort of it's an engineering tool. And so like it shows up everywhere. So like we've got dozens and dozens of features now in Office that are powered by like fairly sophisticated machine learning. Our search engine wouldn't work at all if you took the machine learning out of it. Right. The like increasingly, things like content moderation on our Xbox and xCloud platform.
When you mean moderation, do you mean like the recommenders is like showing what you want to look at next?
No. It's like anti-bullying stuff.
The usual social network stuff that you have to deal with.
Yeah, correct. But it's like really, it's targeted towards a gaming audience. Right. So it's like a very particular type of thing where, the line between playful banter and like legitimate bullying is like a subtle one. And like you have to, like it's sort of tough. Like I'd
love to, if we could dig into it, because you're also, so let me ask you, it's not quite program synthesis, but the application of these language models to program synthesis, but generation of programs. So if you look at GitHub OpenPilot, which is based on OpenAI's Codex, I don't know if you got a chance to look at it, but it's the system that's able to generate code once you prompt it with, what is it? Like the header of a function with some comments. And it seems to do an incredibly good job, or not a perfect job, which is very important, but an incredibly good job of generating functions. What do you make of that? Is this exciting, or is this just a party trick, a demo? Or is this revolutionary?
I haven't worked with it yet, so it's difficult for me to judge it. But I would not be surprised if it turns out to be revolutionary. And that's because the majority of programming tasks that are being done in the industry right now are not creative.
Yeah.
People are writing code that other people have written, or they're putting things together from code fragments that others have had. And a lot of the work that programmers do in practice is to figure out how to overcome the gaps in their current knowledge in the things that people have already done.
How to copy and paste from Stack Overflow. That's right.
And so, of course, we can automate that.
Yeah. To make it much faster to copy and paste from Stack Overflow.
Yes, but it's not just copying and pasting. It's also basically learning which parts you need to modify to make them fit together.
Yeah. Like literally sometimes as simple as just changing the variable names so it fits into the rest of your code
base.
Yes,
but this requires that you understand the semantics of what you're doing to some degree.
Yeah. And you can automate some of those things.
Yes.
The thing that makes people nervous, of course, is that a little bit wrong in a program can have a dramatic effect on the actual final operation of that program. So like one little error, which in the space of language doesn't really matter, but in the space of programs can matter a lot.
Yes, but this is already what is happening when humans program code.
Yeah,
we have a technology to deal with this.
Like how people consider artificial intelligence. They consider as
some codes which imitate activity of human being.
Mm-hmm.
It is not science. It is applications. You would like to imitate, go ahead. It is very useful and good problem. But you need to learn something more. How people how people can to develop, say, predicate swims like a duck or play like butterfly or something like that. Then not the teacher tells you how it came in his mind, how he chooses this image.
So that process,
that is problem of intelligence.
That is the problem of intelligence. And you see that connected to the problem. Okay, we've, in 2020 and still living through a pandemic, setting the political and all those kinds of things aside, I've always found viruses fascinating as dynamical systems. I was going to say living systems, but I've always kind of thought of them as living, but that's a whole nother kind of discussion. Maybe it'd be great to put that on the table. One, do you find viruses beautiful / terrifying? And two, do you think they're living things? Or there's some aspect to them per our discussion of life that makes them living?
I mean, living in a pandemic, saying viruses are beautiful is probably a hard thing, but I do find them beautiful to a degree. I think even in the sense of mediating a global pandemic, there's something like deeply intriguing there because, these are tiny little things, right? Mm-hmm. And yet they can, essentially, like cause a seizure or handicap an entire civilization at a global scale. So just that intersection between, our perceived invincibility and our susceptibility to things and also the interaction across scales of those things is just a really amazing feature of our world.
Most technology, whether it's viruses or AI, that can scale in an exponential way, kind of run, as opposed to one thing makes another thing, it's one thing makes two things, and those two things make four things. And then that kind of process also seems to be fundamental to life.
Yes. And
it's terrifying because in a very short time scale, it can, if it's good at being life, whatever that is, it can quickly overtake the other competing forms of life.
Right.
And that's scary both for AI and for viruses. And it seems like understanding these processes that are underlying viruses, and I don't mean on the virology or biology side, but on some kind of more computational physics perspective, as we've been talking about, seems to be really important to figure out how humans can survive,
right,
along with this kind of life, and perhaps becoming a multiplanetary species is a part of that. There's no, maybe we'll figure out from a physics perspective is there's no way any living system can be stable for a prolonged period of time and survive unless it expands exponentially throughout. We have to multiply. Otherwise, anything that doesn't multiply exponentially will die eventually. Maybe that's a fundamental law.
Maybe. I don't know. I always get really bothered by these Darwinian narratives that are the fittest replicator wins and things. And I just don't feel like that's exactly what's going on. I think the copying of information is sort of ancillary to this other process of creativity. Right. So the drive is creativity. But if you want to keep the creativity that's existed in the past, it has to be copied into the future.
Right.
So replication, so that for me is, so I had this set of arguments with Michael Lachman and Lee Cronin about the life being about persistence. They thought it was about persistence and survival of the fittest kind of thing. And I'm no, it's about existence. It's because when you're talking about that, it's easy to say that in retrospect. You can post-select on the things that survived and then say why they survived. But you can't do that going forward.
That's really profound. That survival is just a nice little side effect feature of maximizing creativity, but it doesn't need to be there.
Yeah.
That's really
I like
beautiful.
That. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like really... I said, I like optimistic theories. But...
Well, I don't know if that's optimistic. That could be terrifying to people because a system that maximizes creativity may very quickly get rid of humans for some reason if it comes up with some other creative, forms of existence.
Yeah.
Right. This is the AI thing. It's like the moment you have an AI system that can flourish in the space of ideas or in some other space much more effectively than humans, and is sufficiently integrated into the physical space to be able to modify the environment.
I think we'll just be like the core genetic architecture or something. We'll be like the DNA for AI, right? Yeah. It's like we haven't lost the past informational architectures on this planet. They're still there.
Yeah, so AI will use our brains in some part to accelerate the exchange of ideas. That's the Neuralink dream, is that, the humans will be still around. Because you're saying architecture.
But I don't even think they necessarily need to tap into our brains. I mean, just collectively we do interesting things. What if they were just using like the patterns in our communication or something?
Oh, without controlling it, just observing?
Well, I don't know. In what sense do you control the chemistry happening in your body?
Yeah.
I mean, I obviously I don't know. I just like the way I look at, like, people look at AI and then they look at this thing that's bigger than us and is coming in the future and is smarter than us. And I think, though, that looking at the past history of life on the planet and what information has been doing for the last 4 billion years is probably very informative to asking questions about what's coming next. And I don't... One is planetary scale transitions are really important for new phases. So the global internet and sort of global integration of our technology, I think, is an important thing. So that's, again, life as a planetary scale phenomena. But we're an integrated component of that phenomenon. I don't really see that the technology is going to replace us in that way. It's just going to keep scaffolding and building. And I also don't have an idea that we're going to build AI in a box. I think AI is going to emerge. AGI, to me, is a planetary scale phenomena that's going to emerge from our technology.
Planetary scale phenomena, but do you think an AGI is not distinct from humans? We're the whole package.
The whole package, yeah,
comes as a planetary scale phenomena,
and that goes back to the fact that, like, you were, asking questions about you as an individual. Like, what are you as an individual? You're like a packet of information that exists in the particular physical thing that is you. We're all just packets of information, and some of us are aggregates in certain ways, but it's all just kind of exchanging and propagating, right, and processing.
So if we could return to maybe talk quickly about the specifics of deeplearning.ai, the deep learning specialization, perhaps. How long does it take to complete the course, would you say?
The official length of the deep learning specialization is, I think, 16 weeks, so about 4 months. But it's go at your own pace. So if you subscribe to the deep learning specialization, there are people that finished it in less than a month by working more intensely and studying more intensely. So it really depends on the individual. Yeah, when we created the deep learning specialization, we wanted to make it very accessible and very affordable. And with, Coursera and deeplearning.ai's education mission, one of the things that's really important to me is that if there's someone for whom paying anything is a financial hardship, then just apply for financial aid and get it for free.
If you were to recommend a daily schedule for people in learning, whether it's through the deep learning.ai specialization or just learning in the world of deep learning, what would you recommend? How do they go about day-to-day sort of specific advice about learning, about their journey in the world of deep learning, machine learning?
I think getting the habit of learning is key, and that means regularity. So, for example, we send out our weekly newsletter, The Batch, every Wednesday. So people know it's coming Wednesday. You can spend a little bit of time on Wednesday catching up on the latest news through The Batch on Wednesday. And for myself, I've picked up a habit of spending some time every Saturday and every Sunday reading or studying. And so I don't wake up on a Saturday and have to make a decision. Do I feel like reading or studying today or not? It's just what I do. And the fact is a habit makes it easier. So I think if someone can get into that habit, it's like, just like we brush our teeth every morning. I don't think about it. If I thought about it, it's a little bit annoying to have to spend 2 minutes doing that. But it's a habit that it takes no cognitive load. But this would be so much harder if we have to make a decision every morning. And actually that's the reason why I wear the same thing every day as well. It's just one less decision. I just get up and I wear my blue shirt. But I think if you can get that habit, that consistency of studying, then it actually feels easier.
So yeah, it's kind of amazing in my own life. Like I play guitar every day I force myself to at least for 5 minutes play guitar. It's a ridiculously short period of time, but because I've gotten into that habit, it's incredible what you can accomplish in a period of a year or 2 years. You can become, exceptionally good at certain aspects of a thing by just doing it every day for a very short period of time. It's kind of a miracle that's how it works. It adds up over time.
Yeah, and I think it's often not about the bursts of sustained efforts and the all-nighters, because you could only do that a limited number of times. It's the sustained effort over a long time. I think, reading 2 research papers is a nice thing to do, but the power is not reading 2 research papers. It's reading 2 research papers a week for a year. Then you've read 100 papers, and you actually learn a lot when you read 100 papers.
So regularity and making learning a habit. Do you have general other study tips for particularly deep learning that people should, in their process of learning, is there some kind of recommendations or tips you have as they learn?
One thing I still do when I'm trying to study something really deeply is take handwritten notes. It varies. I know there are a lot of people that take the deep learning courses during a commute or something where it may be more awkward to take notes. So I know it may not work for everyone. But when I'm taking courses on Coursera, and I still take some every now and then. The most recent one I took was a course on clinical trials because I was interested about that. I got out my little moleskin notebook and I was sitting at my desk. I was just taking down notes of what the instructor was saying. And that act, we know that act of taking notes, preferably handwritten notes, increases retention.
So as you're sort of watching the video, just kind of pausing maybe and then taking the basic insights down on paper.
Yeah. So actually, there have been a few studies. If you search online, you find some of these studies that taking handwritten notes, because handwriting is slower, as we were saying just now, right. It causes you to recode the knowledge in your own words more. And that process of recoding promotes long-term retention. This is as opposed to typing, which is fine. Again, typing is better than nothing, right? And taking a class and not taking notes is better than not taking any class at all. But comparing handwritten notes and typing, you can usually type faster. For a lot of people, you can handwrite notes. And so when people type, they're more likely to just transcribe verbatim what they heard, and that reduces the amount of recoding, and that actually results in less long-term retention.
I don't know what the psychological effect there is, but it's so true. There's something fundamentally different about writing, handwriting. I wonder what that is. I wonder if it is as simple as just the time it takes to write is slower.
Yeah, and because you can't write as many words, you have to take whatever they said and summarize it into fewer words. And that summarization process requires deeper processing of the meaning, which then results in better retention.
That's fascinating.
Oh, and I've spent, I think, because of Coursera, I spent so much time studying pedagogy. It's actually one of my passions. I really love learning how to more efficiently help others learn. One of the things I do both when creating videos or when we write the batch is I try to think, is 1 minute spent with us going to be a more efficient learning experience than 1 minute spent anywhere else? And we really try to, make it time efficient for the learners because everyone's busy. So when we're editing, I often tell my teams every word needs to fight for its life. And if we can delete a word, let's just delete it and let's not waste the learner's time.
Oh, it's so amazing that you think that way, because there is millions of people that are impacted by your teaching, and sort of that 1 minute spent has a ripple effect, right? Through years of time, which is fascinating to think about. You're now running 3 efforts: the AI Fund, Landing AI, and DeepLearning.ai. As you've said, the AI Fund is involved in creating new companies from scratch. Landing AI is involved in helping already established companies do AI, and Deep Learning AI is for education of everyone else, or of individuals interested of getting into the field and excelling in it. So let's perhaps talk about each of these areas. First, With lending AI, you help already established companies grow their AI and machine learning efforts. How does a large company integrate machine learning into their efforts?
AI is a general purpose technology, and I think it will transform every industry. Our community has already transformed to a large extent the software internet sector. Most software internet companies, outside the top, right, 5 or 6 or 3 or 4, already have reasonable machine learning capabilities or getting there. There's still room for improvement. But when I look outside the software internet sector, everything from manufacturing, agriculture, healthcare, logistics, transportation, there's so many opportunities that very few people are working on. So I think the next wave for AI is for us to also transform all of those other industries. There was a McKinsey study estimating $13 trillion of global economic growth. US GDP is $19 trillion, so $13 trillion is a big number. Or PwC estimates $16 trillion. So whatever number is large. But the interesting thing to me was a lot of that impact will be outside the software internet sector. So we need more teams to work with these companies to help them adopt AI. And I think this is one of the things that will make, help drive global economic growth and make humanity more powerful.
And like you said, the impact is there. So what are the best industries, the biggest industries where AI can help, perhaps outside the software tech sector?
Frankly, I think it's all of them. Some of the ones I'm spending a lot of time on are manufacturing, agriculture, look into healthcare. For example, in manufacturing, we do a lot of work in visual inspection, where today there are people standing around using the human eye, to check if, this plastic part or the smartphone or this thing has a scratch or a dent or something in it. We can use a camera to take a picture, use a algorithm, deep learning and other things to check if it's defective or not, and thus help factories improve yield and improve quality and improve throughput. It turns out the practical problems we run into are very different than the ones you might read about in most research papers. The data sets are really small, so we face small data problems. The factories keep on changing the environment, so it works well on your test set, but guess what? Something changes in the factory. The lights go on or off. Recently, there was a factory in which a bird flew through the factory and pooped on something, and so that changed stuff. And so, increasing our algorithmic robustness, so all the changes happen in the factory. I find that we run into a lot of practical problems that are not as widely discussed in academia, and it's really fun kind of being on the cutting edge, solving these problems before, maybe before many people are even aware that there is a problem there.
And that's such a fascinating space. You're absolutely right. But what is the first step that a company should take? It's such a scary leap into this new world of going from the human eye inspecting to digitizing that process, having a camera, having an algorithm. What's the first step? Like, what's the early journey that you recommend that you see these companies taking?
I published a document called the AI Transformation Playbook that's online and taught briefly in the AI for Everyone course on Coursera about the long-term journey that companies should take. But the first step is actually to start small. I've seen a lot more companies fail by starting too big than by starting too small. Take even Google. Most people don't realize how hard it was and how controversial it was in the early days. So when I started Google Brain, it was controversial. People thought deep learning, neural nets, tried it, didn't work. Why would you want to do deep learning? So my first internal customer within Google was the Google Speech team, which is not the most lucrative project in Google, not the most important. It's not web search or advertising. But by starting small, my team helped the speech team build a more accurate speech recognition system. And this caused their peers, other teams, to start to have more faith in deep learning. My second internal customer was the Google Maps team, where we used computer vision to read house numbers from basic street view images to more accurately locate houses within Google Maps, so improve the quality of geodata. And it was only after those two successes that I then started a more serious conversation with the Google Ads team.
And so there's a ripple effect that you showed that it works in these cases, and then it just propagates through the entire company, that this thing has a lot of value and use for us.
I think the early small scale projects, it helps the teams gain faith, but also helps the teams learn what these technologies do. I still remember when our first GPU server, it was a server under some guy's desk. And, and then that taught us early important lessons about how do you have multiple users share a set of GPUs, which was really non-obvious at the time. But those early lessons were important. We learned a lot from that first GPU server that later helped the teams think through how to scale it up to much larger deployments.
Are there concrete challenges that companies face that you see it's important for them to solve?
I think building and deploying machine learning systems is hard. There's a huge gulf between something that works in a Jupyter notebook on your laptop versus something that runs in a production deployment setting in a factory or agriculture plant or whatever. So I see a lot of people, get something to work on your laptop and say, wow, look what I've done. And that's great. That's hard. That's a very important first step. But a lot of teams underestimate the rest of the steps needed. So for example, I've heard this exact same conversation between a lot of machine learning people and business people. The machine learning person says, look, my algorithm does well on the test set, and it's a clean test set. I didn't peak. And the business person says, thank you very much, but your algorithm sucks. It doesn't work. Yeah. And the machine learning person says, no, wait, I did well on the test set. And I think there is a gulf between what it takes to do well in a test set on your hard drive versus what it takes to work well in a deployment setting. Some common problems, robustness and generalization. You deploy something in the factory, maybe they chop down a tree outside the factory, so the tree no longer covers a window and the lighting is different. So the test set changes. Yeah. And in machine learning, and especially in academia, we don't know how to deal with test set distributions that are dramatically different than the training set distribution. There's research, there's stuff like domain adaptation, transfer learning. There are people working on it, but we're really not good at this. So how do you actually get this to work? Because your test set distribution is going to change. And I think also, if you look at the number of lines of code in a software system, the machine learning model is maybe 5% or even fewer relative to the entire software system you need to build. So how do you get all that work done and make it reliable and systematic? So
good software engineering work is fundamental here to building a successful small machine learning system.
Yes. And the software system needs to interface with people's workloads. So machine learning is automation on steroids. If we take one task out of many tasks that are done in the factory. So a factory does lots of things. One task is visual inspection. If we automate that one task, it can be really valuable, but you may need to redesign a lot of other tasks around that one task. For example, say the machine learning algorithm says this is defective. What are you supposed to do? Do you throw it away? Do you get a human to double check? Do you want to rework it or fix it? So you need to redesign a lot of tasks around that thing you've now automated. So planning for the change management and making sure that the software you write is consistent with the new workflow. And you take the time to explain to people what needs to happen. So I think what landing AI has become good at, and I think we learn by making missteps and painful experiences. What become good at is working with our partners to think through all the things beyond just the machine learning model running the Jupyter notebook, but to build the entire system, manage the change process, and figure out how to deploy this in a way that has an actual impact. The processes that the large software tech companies use for deploying don't work for a lot of other scenarios. For example, when I was leading, large speech teams, if the speech recognition system goes down, what happens? Well, alarms goes off, and then someone like me would say, "Hey, you 20 engineers, please fix this," right? And it would get. But if you have a system go down in the factory, there are not 20 machine learning engineers sitting around. You can page a duty and have them fix it. So how do you deal with the maintenance or the DevOps or the ML ops or the other aspects of this? So these are concepts that I think landing AI and a few other teams are on the cutting edge of, but we don't even have systematic terminology yet to describe some of the stuff we do, because I think we're inventing it on the fly.
So the AI fund helps AI startups get off the ground, or perhaps you can elaborate on all the fun things it's involved with. What's your advice on how does one build a successful AI startup?
In Silicon Valley, a lot of startup failures come from building products that no one wanted. So when, cool technology, but who's going to use it. So I think I tend to be very outcome driven and customer obsessed. Ultimately, we don't get to vote if we succeed or fail. It's only the customer that they're the only one that gets a thumbs up or thumbs down votes in the long term. In the short term, there are various people that get various votes, but in the long term, that's what really matters.
So as you build a startup, you have to constantly ask the question, will the customer give a thumbs up on this?
I think so. I think startups that are very customer focused, customer obsessed, deeply understand the customer and are oriented to serve the customer are more likely to succeed. With the proviso that I think all of us should only do things that we think create social good and moves the world forward. So,
right.
So I personally don't want to build addictive digital products just to sell a lot of ads. Or there are things that could be lucrative that I won't do. But if we can find ways to serve people in meaningful ways, I think those can be great things to do, either in an academic setting or in a corporate setting or a startup setting.
So can you give me the idea of why you started the AI fund?
I remember when I was leading the AI group at Baidu, I had two parts of my job. One was to build an AI engine to support the existing businesses, and that was running, just performed by itself. There was a second part of my job at the time, which was to try to systematically initiate new lines of businesses using the company's AI capabilities. So, the self-driving car team came out of my group. The smart speaker team, similar to what is Amazon Echo or Alexa in the US, but we actually announced it before Amazon did. So Baidu wasn't following Amazon. That came out of my group, and I found that to be actually the most fun part of my job. So what I wanted to do was to build AI Fund as a startup studio to systematically create new startups from scratch. With all of the things we can now do with AI, I think the ability to build new teams to go after this rich space of opportunities is a very important mechanism to get these projects done that I think will move the world forward. So I've been fortunate to build a few teams that had a meaningful, positive impact. And I felt that we might be able to do this in a more systematic, repeatable way. So a startup studio is a relatively new concept. There are maybe dozens of startup studios, right now. But I feel like all of us, many teams are still trying to figure out how do you systematically build companies with a high success rate. So I think even a lot of my venture capital friends seem to be more and more building companies rather than investing in companies. But I find it a fascinating thing to do, to figure out the mechanisms by which we could systematically build successful teams, successful businesses in areas that we find meaningful.
So a startup studio is a place and a mechanism for startups to go from zero to success. So try to develop a blueprint.
It's actually a place for us to build startups from scratch. So we often bring in founders and work with them, or maybe even have existing ideas that we match founders with. And then this launches, hopefully into successful companies.
So how close are you to figuring out a way to automate the process of starting from scratch and building a successful AI startup?
Yeah, I think we've been constantly improving and iterating on our processes, how we do that. So things like, how many customer calls do we need to make in order to get customer validation? How do we make sure that the technology can be built? Quite a lot of our businesses need cutting edge machine learning algorithms. So, kind of algorithms that developed in the last 1 or 2 years. And even if it works in a research paper, it turns out taking to production is really hard. There are a lot of issues for making these things work in the real life that are not widely addressed in academia. So how do we validate that this is actually doable? How do you build a team, get the specialized domain knowledge, be it in education or healthcare or whatever sector we're focusing on? So I think we've been getting much better at giving the entrepreneurs a high success rate, but I think the whole world is still in the early phases of figuring this out.
But do you think there is some aspects of that process that are transferable from one startup to another, to another, to another?
Yeah, very much so. Starting a company to most entrepreneurs is a really lonely thing. And I've seen so many entrepreneurs not know how to make certain decisions. Like when do you need to, how do you do B2B sales, right? If you don't know that, it's really hard. Or how do you market this efficiently? Other than, buying ads, which is really expensive. Are there more efficient tactics to that? Or for a machine learning project, basic decisions can change the course of whether a machine learning product works or not. And so there are so many hundreds of decisions that entrepreneurs need to make, and making a mistake in a couple of key decisions can have a huge impact on the fate of the company. So I think a startup studio provides a support structure that makes starting a company much less of a lonely experience. And also, when facing with these key decisions, like trying to hire your first VP of engineering, what's good selection criteria? How do you sort? Should I hire this person or not? By having an ecosystem around the entrepreneurs, the founders, to help, I think we help them at the key moments and hopefully significantly make them more enjoyable and higher success rate.
So there's somebody to brainstorm with in these very difficult decision points.
And also to help them recognize what they may not even realize is a key decision point.
Right. That's the first and probably the most important part. Yeah.
Actually, I can say one other thing. I think building companies is one thing, but I feel like it's really important that we build companies that move the world forward. For example, within the AI Fund team, there was once an idea for a new company that, if it had succeeded, would have resulted in people watching a lot more videos in a certain narrow vertical type of video. I looked at it, the business case was fine, the revenue case was fine, but I looked at it and just said, I don't want to do this. I don't actually just want to have a lot more people watch this type of video. It wasn't educational. It was educational, maybe. Yeah. And so I coded the idea on the basis that I didn't think it would actually help people. So, whether building companies or working with enterprises or doing personal projects, I think, it's up to each of us to figure out what's the difference we want to make in the world.
How do you think, from the perspective of AI researcher, do we deal with the intuitions of the public? So in trying to think, arguably the combination of hype, investment, and the public intuition is what led to the AI winters. I'm sure that same can be applied to tech, or the intuition of the public leads to media hype, leads to companies investing in the tech, and then the tech doesn't make the company's money, and then there's a crash. Is there a way to educate people, sort of to fight the, let's call it system one thinking?
In general, no. I think that's the simple answer. And it's going to take a long time before the understanding of what those systems can do becomes public knowledge, and the expectations. There are several aspects that are going to be very complicated, and that are the fact that you have a device that cannot explain itself is a major difficulty. And we're already seeing that. This is really something that is happening. So it's happening in the judicial system. So you have systems that are clearly better at predicting parole violations than judges, but they can't explain their reasoning, and so people don't want to trust them.
We seem to, in system one, even use cues to make judgments about our environment. So this explainability point, do you think humans can explain stuff?
No, but
themselves?
There is a very interesting aspect of that. Humans think they can explain themselves.
Right.
So when you say something and I ask you, why do you believe that? Then reasons will occur to you, and you will. But actually, my own belief is that in most cases, the reasons have very little to do with why you believe what you believe. So that the reasons are a story that comes to your mind when you need to explain yourself. But people traffic in those explanations. I mean, the human interaction depends on those shared fictions and the stories that people tell themselves.
You just made me actually realize, and we'll talk about stories in a second, that, not to be cynical about it, but perhaps there's a whole movement of people trying to do explainable AI. And really, we don't necessarily need to explain, AI doesn't need to explain itself. It just needs to tell a convincing story.
Yeah, absolutely.
The story doesn't necessarily need to reflect the truth, as it just needs to be convincing. There's something to that.
You can say exactly the same thing in a way that sounds cynical or doesn't sound cynical.
Right.
I mean, so,
Sure.
but the objective
Brilliant.
of having an explanation is to tell a story that will be acceptable to people, and for it to be acceptable and to be robustly acceptable, it has to have some element of truth. But the objective is for people to accept it.
It's quite brilliant, actually. But so do you think AI needs a body, connecting to our robotics question, to truly connect with humans, or can most of the connection be in the digital space?
So let's see. We know that there are people who met each other online and they fell in love.
Yeah.
So it seems that it's conceivable to establish connection which is purely through internet. Of course, it might be more compelling the more modalities you add.
Mm-hmm. So it would be like you're proposing like a Tinder, but for AI. Where you like swipe right and left, and half the systems are AI and the other is humans, and you don't know which is which.
That would be our formulation of Turing test.
The moment AI is able to achieve more swipe right or left, whatever, the moment it's able to be more attractive than other humans, it passes the Turing test.
Then you would pass the Turing test in attractiveness.
That's right. Well, no, like attractiveness, just to clarify.
There will be conversation.
Not just visual, right. It's also attractiveness with wit and humor and whatever makes conversation pleasant for humans. Okay. All right. So you're saying it's possible to achieve in the digital space.
In some sense, I would almost ask the question, why wouldn't that be possible?
Right. Well, I have this argument with my dad all the time. He thinks that touch and smell are really important.
So they can be very important. And I'm saying the initial systems, they won't have it. Still, I wouldn't, there are people being born without these senses. And, I believe that they can still fall in love and have meaningful life.
Yeah, I wonder if it's possible to go close to all the way by just training on transcripts of conversations. Like, I wonder how far that takes us.
So I think that actually still you want images. Like I would like, so I don't have kids, but like I could imagine having AI tutor. It has to see, kids drawing some pictures on a paper. And
also facial expressions and all that kind of stuff. We use dogs and humans use their eyes and to communicate with each other. I think that's a really powerful mechanism of communication. Body language too, that words are much lower bandwidth.
And for body language, we still, we can have a system that displays an image of its or facial expression on the computer. It doesn't have to move, mechanical pieces or so. So I think that that there is like kind of a progression. You can imagine that text might be the simplest to tackle, but this is not a complete human experience at all. You expand it to, let's say, images both for input and output. Mm-hmm. And what you describe is actually the final, frontier, what makes us human, the fact that we can touch each other or smell or so. And it's the hardest from perspective of data and deployment. And I believe that these things might happen gradually.
Are you excited by that possibility, this particular application of human to AI friendship and interaction?
So let's see.
Like, would you do you look forward to a world? You said you're living with a few folks and you're very close friends with them. Do you look forward to a day where one or two of those friends are AI systems?
So if the system would be truly wishing me well, rather than being in the situation that it optimizes for my time to interact with the system.
The line between those it's a gray area.
I think that's the distinction between love and possession. And these things, they might be often correlated for humans, but you might find that there are like some friends with whom you haven't spoke for months.
Yeah.
And then, you pick up the phone, it's as the time hasn't passed, they are not holding to you. And I wouldn't like to have AI system that, it's trying to convince me to spend time with it. I would like the system to optimize for what I care about and help me in achieving my own goals.
But there's some, I don't know. There's some manipulation, there's some possessiveness, there's some insecurities, there's fragility. All those things are necessary to form a close friendship over time, to go through some dark shit together, some bliss and happiness together. I feel like there's a lot of greedy, self-centered behavior within that process.
My intuition, but I might be wrong, is that human-computer interaction doesn't have to go through computer being greedy, possessive, and so on. It is possible to train systems, maybe, that they actually, they are, I guess, prompted or fine-tuned or so to truly optimize for what you care about. Yeah. And you could imagine that, the way how the process would look like is at some point, we as a humans, we look at the transcript of the conversation or like an entire interaction, and we say, actually, here there was more loving way to go about it. Mm-hmm. And we supervise system toward being more loving. Or maybe we train the system such that it has a reward function toward being more loving.
Yeah. Or maybe the possibility of the system being an asshole and manipulative and possessive every once in a while is a feature, not a bug. Because some of the happiness that we experience when two souls meet each other, when two humans meet each other, is a kind of break from the assholes in the world. And so you need assholes in AI as well, because it'll be like a breath of fresh air to discover an AI that the three previous AIs you had
are too friendly,
or cruel or whatever. It's like some kind of mix, and then this one is just right. But you need to experience the full spectrum. I think you need to be able to engineer assholes.
So let's see.
Because there's some level to us being appreciate the human experience. We need the dark and the light.
So that kind of reminds me. I met a while ago at the meditation retreat one woman, and beautiful woman, and she had a crutch. Okay, mm-hmm. She had the trouble walking on one leg. I asked her what has happened, and she said that 5 years ago she was in Maui, Hawaii, and she was eating a salad, and some snail fell into the salad, and apparently there are neurotoxic snails over there, and she got into coma for a year. Okay.
Oh wow.
And apparently there is, high chance of even just dying, but she was in the coma. At some point, she regained partially consciousness. She was able to hear people in the room. People behave as she wouldn't be there. At some point, she started being able to speak, but she was mumbling, barely able to express herself. Then at some point, she got into a wheelchair. Then at some point, she actually noticed that she can move her toe. And then she knew that she will be able to walk. Mm. And then, that's where she was 5 years after. And she said that since then, she appreciates the fact that she can move her toe. And I was thinking, do I need to go through such an experience to appreciate that I can move my toe?
Wow, that's really good story. A really deep example, yeah.
And in some sense, it might be the case that we don't see light if we haven't went through the darkness. But I wouldn't say that we shouldn't assume that that's the case. We may be able to engineer shortcuts. Yeah, Ilya had this belief that maybe one has to go for a week or 6 months to some challenging camp. Yeah, to just experience a lot of difficulties, and then comes back and actually everything is bright, everything is beautiful. I'm with Ilya on this. It must be a Russian thing. Where are you from originally? I'm Polish. Polish. Okay. I'm tempted to say that explains a lot, but yeah, there's something about the necessity of suffering. I believe suffering, or rather struggle, is necessary. I believe that struggle is necessary. I mean, in some sense, if you even look at the story of any superhero in the movie, it's not that it was like everything like it goes easy. I like how that's your ground truth. Is the story of superheroes. Okay. I asked this question of Ilya. Let me ask you this question. I've been reading a lot about Stalin and power. If you're in possession of a system that's like AGI, that's exceptionally powerful, do you think your character and integrity might become corrupted? Like famously, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So I believe that you want at some point to work toward distributing the power. I think that you want to be in the situation that actually AGI is not controlled by a small number of people, but essentially by a larger collective. So the thing is, that requires a George Washington style move. In the ascent to power, there's always a moment when somebody gets a lot of power, and they have to have the integrity and the moral compass to give away that power. That humans have been good and bad throughout history at this particular step. And I wonder we like blind ourselves in, for example, between nations, a race towards AI race between nations. We might blind ourselves and justify to ourselves the development of AI without distributing the power, because we want to defend ourselves against China, against Russia, that kind of logic. And I wonder how we design governance mechanisms that prevent us from becoming power hungry and in the process destroying ourselves. So let's see. I have been thinking about this topic quite a bit, but I also want to admit that once again, I actually want to rely way more on Sam Altman on it. He wrote an excellent blog on how even to distribute wealth. Mm-hmm. And he proposed in his blog to tax equity of the companies rather than profit, and to distribute it. And this is an example of Washington move. Mm-hmm. I guess I personally have insane trust in Sam. He already spent plenty of money running universal basic income project that gives me, I guess, maybe some level of trust to him, but I also, I guess, love him as a friend. Yeah. I wonder, because we're sort of summoning a new set of technologies, I wonder if we'll be cognizant, like you're describing the process at OpenAI, but it could also be at other places, like in the US government, right? Both China and the US are now full steam ahead on autonomous weapon systems development. And that's really worrying to me, because in the framework of something being a national security danger or a military danger, you can do a lot of pretty dark things that blind our moral compass. And I think AI will be one of those things. In some sense, the mission and the work you're doing at OpenAI is like the counterbalance to that. So you want to have more OpenAI and less autonomous weapon systems. I like these statements. Like, to be clear, like this is interesting, and I'm thinking about it myself. But this is a place that I put my trust actually in some sense because it's extremely hard for me to reason about it.
Yeah. I mean, one important statement to make is it's good to think about this.
Yeah, no question about it. No question about it.
Even like low-level, quote-unquote, engineer. Like there's such a... I remember I programmed a car, our RC car. They went really fast, like 30, 40 miles an hour. And I remember I was like sleep deprived, so I programmed it pretty crappily. And it like, the code froze. So it's doing some basic computer vision and it's going around on track, but it's going full speed. And there was a bug in the code that the car just went... It didn't turn, it went straight full speed and smashed into the wall. And I remember thinking the seriousness with which you need to approach the design of artificial intelligence systems and the programming of artificial intelligence systems is high because the consequences are high. Like that little car smashing into the wall, for some reason I immediately thought of like an algorithm that controls nuclear weapons having the same kind of bug. And so like the lowest level engineer and the CEO of a company all need to have the seriousness in approaching this problem and thinking about the worst case consequences.
So I think that is true. I mean, what I also recognize in myself and others even asking this question is that it evokes a lot of fear. Mm-hmm. And fear itself ends up being actually quite debilitating. The place where I arrived at the moment might sound cheesy or so, but it's almost to build things out of love rather than fear.
Yeah.
Like a focus on how I can, maximize the value, how the systems that I'm building might be useful. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that the fear doesn't exist out there and it totally makes sense to minimize it, but I don't want to be working because I'm scared. Yeah. I want to be working out of passion, out of curiosity, out of the, looking forward for the positive future.
With the definition of love arising from rigorous practice of empathy. So not just like your own conception of what is good for the world, but always listening to others.
Correct. Like the love where I'm considering reward functions of others.
Others. To limit to infinity is like a sum, like 1 to n, where n is 7 billion or whatever it is.
Not projecting my reward functions on others.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Can we just take a step back to something else super cool, which is OpenAI Codex? Mm-hmm. Can you give an overview of what OpenAI Codex and GitHub Copilot is, how it works, and why the hell it works so well?
So with GPT-3, we noticed that the system, the system trained on all the language out there, started having some rudimentary coding capabilities. So we're able to ask it, to implement addition function between two numbers. And indeed, it can write Python or JavaScript code for that. And then we thought we might as well just go full steam ahead and try to create a system that is actually good at what we are doing every day ourselves, which is programming. We optimize models for proficiency in coding. We actually even created models that both have a comprehension of language and code. And Codex is API for these models.
So it's first pre-trained on language, and then, I don't know if you can say fine-tuned, because there's a lot of code. But it's language and code.
It's language and code. It's also optimized for various things like, let's say, low latency and so on. Codex is the API that's similar to GPT-3. We expect that there will be proliferation of the potential products that can use coding capabilities, and I can speak about it in a second. Mm-hmm. Copilot is the first product developed by GitHub. So as we're building models, we wanted to make sure that these models are useful. And we work together with GitHub on building the first product. Copilot is actually, as you code, it suggests you code completions. And we have seen in the past, there are like various tools that can suggest how to, like a few characters of the code or the line of code. The thing about Copilot is it can generate 10 lines of code. You it's often the way how it works is you often write in the comment what you want to happen, because people in comments, they describe what happens next. So these days when I code, instead of going to Google to search for the appropriate code to solve my problem, I say, oh, for this array, could you smooth it? And then, it imports some appropriate libraries. Let's say it uses NumPy convolution or so, that I was not even aware that exists, and it does the appropriate thing.
So you write a comment, maybe the header of a function, and it completes the function. Of course, you don't know what is the space of all the possible small programs it can generate. What are the failure cases? How many edge cases? How many subtle errors there are? How many big errors there are? It's hard to know, but the fact that it works at all in a large number of cases is incredible. It's like it's a kind of search engine into code that's been written on the internet.
Correct. So for instance, when you search things online, then usually you get to some particular case. Like if you go to Stack Overflow, people describe the one particular situation, and then they seek for a solution. But in case of Copilot, it's aware of your entire context, and in context is, oh, these are the libraries that you are using. That's the set of the variables that is initialized, and on the spot it can actually tell you what to do. So the interesting thing is, and we think that the Copilot is one possible product using Codex, but there is a place for many more. So internally we tried out, to create other fun products. So it turns out that a lot of tools out there, let's say Google Calendar or Microsoft Word or so, they all have an internal API to build plugins around it. So there is a way, in a sophisticated way, to control Calendar or Microsoft Word. Today, if you want more complicated behaviors from these programs, you have to add a new button for every behavior. But it is possible to use Codex and tell, for instance, to Calendar, could you schedule an appointment with Lex next week after 2 p.m.? And it writes corresponding piece of code. And that's the thing that actually you want.
So interesting. So what you figure out is there's a lot of programs with which you can interact through code. And so there you can generate that code from natural language. That's fascinating.
And that's somewhat like also closest to what was the promise of Siri or Alexa.
Yeah.
So previously, all these behaviors, they were hard-coded.
Yeah.
And it seems that Codex on the fly can pick up the API of, let's say, given software.
Yeah.
And then it can turn language into use of this API.
So without hard coding, it can translate to machine language.
Correct.
So for example, this would be really exciting for me, like for Adobe products like Photoshop, which is, I think ActionScript. I think there's a scripting language that communicates with them. Same with Premiere.
And you could imagine that allows even to do coding by voice on your phone. So for instance, in the past, like as of today, I'm not editing Word documents on my phone because it's just the keyboard is too small. But if I would be able to tell to my phone, make the header large, then move the paragraphs around, and it does actually what I want. So I can tell you one more cool thing, or even how I'm thinking about Codex. So if you look actually at the evolution of computers, we started with very primitive interfaces, which is a punch card. And punch card, essentially, you make a holes in the plastic card to indicate zeros and ones. And during that time, there was a small number of specialists who were able to use computers. And by the way, people even suspected that there is no need for many more people to use computers. But then we moved from punch cards to, at first, assembly, then C. And these programming languages, they were slightly higher level. They allowed many more people to code. And they also led to more of a proliferation of technology. And, further on, there was a jump to, say, from C++ to Java and Python. And every time it has happened, more people are able to code, and we build more technology. And it's even, hard to imagine now if someone would tell you that you should write code in assembly instead of, let's say, Python or Java or JavaScript. And Codex is yet another step toward kind of bringing computers closer to humans, such that you communicate with a computer with your own language rather than with a specialized language. And I think that it will lead to an increase of number of people who can code.
Yeah, and the kind of technologies that those people will create it's innumerable. It could be a huge number of technologies we're not predicting at all, because that's less and less requirement of having a technical mind, a programming mind. You're now opening it to the world of other kinds of minds, creative minds, artistic minds, all that kind of stuff.
I would like, for instance, biologists who work on DNA to be able to program and not to need to spend a lot of time learning it. And I believe that's a good thing to the world. And I would add, so at the moment, I'm managing Codex team and also language team. And I believe that there is like plenty of brilliant people out there, and they should apply.
Oh, okay. Yeah, awesome. So what's the language in the Codex? So those are kind of their overlapping teams. So it's like GPT, the raw language, and then the Codex is like applied to programming.
Correct. And they are quite intertwined. There are many more teams involved making these models extremely efficient and deployable. Okay, for instance, there are people who are working to, make our data centers amazing, or there are people who work on putting these models into production, or even pushing it at the very limit of the scale.
So all aspects from the infrastructure to the actual machine learning.
So I'm just saying there are multiple teams, while the team working on Codex and language, I guess I'm directly managing them. I would love to hire more.
Yeah, if you're interested in machine learning, this is probably one of the most exciting problems and like systems to be working on, because it's actually it's pretty cool. Like what the program synthesis, like generating of programs, is very interesting problem that has echoes of reasoning and intelligence in it. And I think there's a lot of fundamental questions that you might be able to sneak up to by generating programs.
Yeah, the one more exciting thing about the programs is that, so I said that in case of language, one of the troubles is even evaluating language. So when the things are made up, you need somehow either a human to say that this doesn't make sense, or so. In case of program, there is this one extra lever that we can actually execute programs and see what they evaluate to. So the process might be somewhat more automated in order to improve the qualities of generations.
Oh, that's fascinating. So wow, that's really interesting.
So for the language, the simulation to actually execute it, that's the human mind.
Yeah.
For programs, there is a computer on which you can evaluate it.
Wow, that's a brilliant little insight, that the thing compiles and runs. That's first, and second, you can evaluate on do automated unit testing.
And in some sense, it seems to me that we will be able to make a tremendous progress. We are in the paradigm that there is way more data. There is like a transcription of millions of software engineers.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you just made, because I was going to ask you about reliability. The thing about programs is you don't know if they're going to, a program that's controlling a nuclear power plant has to be very reliable.
So I wouldn't start with controlling nuclear power plant. Okay. Maybe one day, but that's not on the current roadmap. That's not the step one.
It's the Russian thing. You just want to go to the most powerful, destructive thing right away, run by JavaScript. But I got you. So it's a lower impact. But nevertheless, what you're making me realize, it is possible to achieve some levels of reliability by doing testing.
And you could imagine that maybe there are ways for model to write even code for testing itself and so on. And there exist ways to create the feedback loops that the model could keep on improving.
By writing programs that generate tests.
For instance.
And that's how we get consciousness, because it's meta compression. That's what you're going to write. That's what the comment, that's the prompt that generates consciousness. Compressor of compressors. You just write that. Do you think the code that generates consciousness will be simple?
So let's see. I mean, ultimately, the core idea behind will be simple, but there will be also a decent amount of engineering involved. Like, in some sense, it seems that, spreading these models on many machines, it's not that trivial.
Yeah.
And we find all sorts of innovations that make our models more efficient. I believe that first models that I guess are conscious or like a truly intelligent, they will have all sorts of tricks.
Mm-hmm. But then again, there's Richard Sutton argument that maybe the tricks are temporary things.
Yeah, that they might be temporary things. And in some sense, it's also even important to know that even the cost of a trick. So sometimes people are eager to put the trick while forgetting that there is a cost of maintenance.
Or like a long-term cost.
Long-term cost or maintenance, or maybe even flexibility of code to actually implement new ideas. So even if you have something that gives you 2x, but it requires, 1,000 lines of code, I'm not sure if it's actually worth it. So in some sense, if it's 5 lines of code and 2x, I would take it. And we see many of this, but also, that requires some level of, I guess, lack of attachment to code, that we are willing to remove it.
Yeah. If you were my investment advisor and I was trying to invest in the future, how do you think the human species is most likely to destroy itself in this century? So if the crises, many of the crises we're facing are really before us within the next 100 years, how do we make known the unknowns and solve those problems to avoid the biggest, starting with the biggest existential crisis?
So as your investment advisor, how are you planning to make money on us destroying ourselves? I have to ask.
I don't know. It's might be the Russian origins that somehow is involved.
At the micro level of detailed strategies, of course, these are unsolved problems. For AI alignment, we can break it into 3 sub-problems that are all unsolved. I think you want first to make machines understand our goals, then adopt our goals, and then retain our goals. So to hit on all 3 real quickly, the problem when Andreas Lubitz told his autopilot to fly into the Alps was that the computer didn't even understand anything about his goals, right? It was too dumb. It could have understood, actually, but you would have had to put some effort in as a system designer to don't fly into mountains. So that's the first challenge. How do you program into computers human values, human goals? We can start, rather than saying, oh, it's so hard, we should start with the simple stuff, as I said. Self-driving cars, airplanes, just put in all the goals that we all agree on already, and then have a habit of whenever machine gets smarter so they can understand one level higher goals, put them into. The second challenge is getting them to adopt the goals. It's easy for situations like that where you just program it in, but when you have self-learning systems like children, any parent knows that there is a difference between getting our kids to understand what we want them to do and to actually adopt our goals, yes. Right? With humans, with children, fortunately, they go through this phase. First, they're too dumb to understand what we want, our goals are. And then they have this period of some years when they're both smart enough to understand them and malleable enough that we have a chance to to raise them well. Yeah. And then they become teenagers. And it's kind of too late. But we have this window. With machines, the challenge is the intelligence might grow so fast that window is pretty short. So that's a research problem. The third one is, how do you make sure they keep the goals if they keep learning more and getting smarter? Many sci-fi movies are about how you have something which initially was aligned, but then things kind of go off keel. And, my kids were very, very excited about their Legos when they were little. Mm-hmm. Now they're just gathering dust in the basement. If we create machines that are really on board with the goal of taking care of humanity, we don't want them to get as bored with us and as my kids got with Legos. So this is another research challenge. How can you make some sort of recursively self-improving system retain certain basic goals?
That said, a lot of adult people still play with Legos, so maybe we succeeded with the Legos.
Maybe. I like your optimism. But
so not all AI systems have to maintain the goals, right? Just some fraction.
Yeah. So there's a lot of talented AI researchers now who have heard of this and want to work on it. Not so much funding for it yet. Of the billions that go into building AI more powerful, it's only a minuscule fraction so far going into the safety research. My attitude is generally we should not try to slow down the technology, but we should greatly accelerate the investment in this sort of safety research, and also make sure. This was very embarrassing last year, but the NSF decided to give out 6 of these big institutes. We got one of them for AI and science. You asked me about. Mm-hmm. Another one was supposed to be for AI safety research, and they gave it to people studying oceans and climate and stuff. Mm-hmm. So I'm all for studying oceans and climates, but we need to actually have some money that actually goes into AI safety research also, and doesn't just get grabbed by whatever. That's a fantastic investment. And then at the higher level, you ask this question, okay, what can we do? What are the biggest risks? I think we cannot just consider this to be only a technical problem. Again, because if you solve only the technical problem, can I play with your robot?
Yes, please.
If we can get our machines, to just blindly obey the orders we give them, so we can always trust that it will do what we want. That might be great for the owner of the robot. It might not be so great for the rest of humanity if that person is that least favorite world leader or whatever you imagine, right? So we have to also apply alignment not just to machines, but to all the other powerful structures. That's why it's so important to strengthen our democracy again, as I said, to have institutions that make sure that the playing field is not rigged, so that corporations are given the right incentives to do the things that both make profit and are good for people, to make sure that countries have incentives to do things that are both good for their people and don't screw up the rest of the world. And this is not just something for AI nerds, to geek out on. This is an interesting challenge for political scientists, economists, and so many other thinkers. So, for example, I'll give you one example, this AI Feynman project that we just published, right? So we took the 100 most famous or complicated equations from one of my favorite physics textbooks. In fact, the one that got me into physics in the first place, the Feynman lectures on physics. And so you have a formula, maybe it has, what goes into the formula is 6 different variables, and then what comes out is 1. So then you can make like a giant Excel spreadsheet with 7 columns. Mm-hmm. You put in just random numbers for the 6 columns for those 6 input variables, and then you calculate with a formula the 7th column, the output. So maybe it's like the force equals, in the last column, some function of the other. And now the task is, okay, if I don't tell you what the formula was, can you figure that out from looking at my spreadsheet I gave you?
Yes.
This problem is called symbolic regression. Mm-hmm. If I tell you that the formula is what we call a linear formula, so it's just that the output is some sum of all the things inputted times some constants, that's a famous easy problem we can solve. We do it all the time in science and engineering. But the general one, if it's more complicated functions with logarithms or cosines or other math, it's a very, very hard one and probably impossible to do fast in general, just because the number of formulas with n symbols just grows exponentially, just like the number of passwords you can make grow dramatically with length. But we had this idea that if you first have a neural network that can actually approximate the formula, you just trained it, even if you don't understand how it works, that can be a first step towards actually understanding how it works. So that's what we do first. And then we study that neural network now and put in all sorts of other data that wasn't in the original training data and use that to discover simplifying properties of the formula. And that lets us break it apart often into many simpler pieces in a kind of divide and conquer approach. So we were able to solve all of those 100 formulas, discover them automatically, plus a whole bunch of other ones. And it's actually kind of humbling to see that this code, which anyone who wants now is listening to this can type pip install AI Feynman on the computer and run it. It can actually do what Johannes Kepler spent 4 years doing when he stared at Mars data until he's like, finally, eureka, this is an ellipse.
Yeah.
This will do it automatically for you in 1 hour, right? Or Max Planck, he was looking at how much radiation comes out from at different wavelengths from a hot object and discovered the famous black body formula. This discovers it automatically. I'm actually excited about seeing if we can discover not just old formulas again, but new formulas that no one has seen before.
I do like this process of using kind of a neural network to find some basic insights and then dissecting the neural network to then gain the final. So that's in that way you've forcing the explainability issue. Really trying to analyze a neural network for the things it knows in order to come up with the final, beautiful, simple theory underlying the initial system that you were looking at.
I love that, and the reason I'm so optimistic that it can be generalized to so much more is because that's exactly what we do as human scientists. Think of Galileo, whom we mentioned, right? I bet when he was a little kid, if his dad threw him an apple, he would catch it.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because he had a neural network in his brain that he had trained to predict the parabolic orbit of apples that are thrown under gravity. If you throw a tennis ball to a dog, it also has this same ability of deep learning to figure out how the ball is going to move and catch it. But Galileo went one step further when he got older. He went back and was like, wait a minute. I can write down a formula for this. Y equals x squared, a parabola. And he helped revolutionize physics as we know it, right?
So there was a basic neural network in there from childhood that captured like the experiences of observing different kinds of trajectories. And then he was able to go back in with another extra little neural network and analyze all those experiences and be like, wait a minute, there's a deeper rule here.
Exactly. He was able to distill out in symbolic form what that complicated black box neural network was doing, right? Not only did the formula he got ultimately become more accurate, and similarly, this is how Newton got Newton's laws, which is why Elon can send rockets to the space station now, right? So it's not only more accurate, but it's also simpler, much simpler, and it's so simple that we can actually describe it to our friends and each other, right? We've talked about it just in the context of physics now, but hey, isn't this what we're doing when we're talking to each other also? We go around with our neural networks, just like dogs and cats and chipmunks and blue jays, and we experience things in the world. But then we humans do this additional step on top of that, where we then distill out certain high-level knowledge that we've extracted from this in a way that we can communicate it to each other in a symbolic form, in English, in this case, right? So if we can do it, and we believe that we are information processing entities, then we should be able to make machine learning that does it also.
Well, do you think the entire thing could be learning? Because this dissection process, like for AI Feynman, the secondary stage feels like something like reasoning. And the initial step feels like more like the more basic kind of differentiable learning. Do you think the whole thing could be differentiable learning? Do you think the whole thing could be basically neural networks on top of each other? It's like turtles all the way down. Could it be neural networks all the way down?
I mean, that's a really interesting question. We know that in your case, it is neural networks all the way down because that's all you have in your skull as a bunch of neurons doing their thing, right?
Yeah.
But if you ask the question more generally, what algorithms are being used in your brain, right? I think it's super interesting to compare. I think we've gone a little bit backwards historically because we humans first discovered good old-fashioned AI, the logic-based AI that we often call GoFi for good old-fashioned AI. And then more recently, we did machine learning because it required bigger computers, so we had to discover it later. So we think of machine learning with neural networks as the modern thing and the logic-based AI as the old-fashioned thing. But if you look at evolution on Earth, right, it's actually been the other way around. I would say that, for example, an eagle has a better vision system than I have using, and dogs are just as good at casting tennis balls as I am. All this stuff, which is done by training a neural network and not interpreting it in words, is something so many of our animal friends can do, at least as well as us, right? What is it that we humans can do that the chipmunks and the eagles cannot? It's more to do with this logic-based stuff, right? Where we can extract out information in symbols, in language, and now even with equations if you're a scientist, right? So basically what happened was first we built these computers that could multiply numbers real fast and manipulate symbols, and we felt they were pretty dumb. And then we made neural networks that can see as well as a cat can and do a lot of this inscrutable black box neural networks. What we humans can do also is put the two together in a useful way.
Yes.
So artificial
in our own brain.
Yes, in our own brain. So if we ever want to get artificial general intelligence that can do all jobs as well as humans can, right? Then that's what's going to be required to be able to combine the neural networks with symbolic. Combine the old AI with the new AI in a good way. We do it in our brains.
I mean, that's such a human thing, of that moment of genius of figuring out the intuition of good, essentially. I mean, we thought that
or is
was
it?
maybe it's not, right? We thought that about chess, right? That
exactly
that the ability to see like 10, 15, sometimes 20 steps ahead was not a calculation that humans were performing. It was some kind of weird intuition about different patterns, about board positions, about the relative positions of somehow stitching stuff together. And a lot of it is just like intuition. But then you have like Alpha, I guess Zero be the first one that did the self-play. It just came up with this. It was able to learn through self-play mechanism, this kind of intuition.
Exactly.
But just like you said, it's so fascinating to think, well, they're in the space of totally new ideas. Can that be done in developing theorems?
We know it can be done by neural networks because we did it with the neural networks in the craniums of the great mathematicians of humanity, right? And I'm so glad you brought up AlphaZero, because that's the counterexample. It turned out we were flattering ourselves when we said intuition is something different. It's only humans can do it. It's not information processing. If it used to be that way. That, again, it's really instructive, I think, to compare the chess computer Deep Blue that beat Kasparov with AlphaZero that beat Lee Sedol at Go, because for Deep Blue there was no intuition. There was humans had programmed in some intuition. After humans had played a lot of games, they told the computer, count the pawn as 1 point, the bishop is 3 points, the rook is 5 points, and so on. You add it all up, and then you add some extra points for past pawns, and subtract if the opponent has it, and blah, 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 blah. And then what Deep Blue did was just search. Just very brute force, tried many, many moves ahead, all these combinations, and a prune tree search, and it could think much faster than Kasparov, and it won, right? And that, I think, inflated our egos in a way it shouldn't have, because people started to say, yeah, it's just brute force search, but it has no intuition.
Yeah.
AlphaZero really popped our bubble there.
Yeah.
Because what AlphaZero does, yes, it does also do some of that tree search, but it also has this intuition module, which in geek speak is called a value function, where it just looks at the board and comes up with a number for how good is that position. The difference was no human told it how good the position is. It just learned it. And mu0 is the coolest or scariest of all, depending on your mood, because the same basic AI system will learn what the good board position is, regardless of whether it's chess or Go or Shogi or Pac-Man or Lady Pac-Man or Breakout or Space Invaders or a bunch of other games. You don't tell it anything, and it gets this intuition after a while for what's good. So this is very hopeful for science, I think, because if it can get intuition what's a good position there. Maybe it can also get intuition for what are some good directions to go if you're trying to prove something. I often, one of the most fun things in my science career is when I've been able to prove some theorem about something, and it's very heavily intuition guided. Of course, I don't sit and try all random strings. I have a hunch that this reminds me a little bit about this other proof I've seen for this thing. So maybe what if I try this? Nah, that didn't work out, but this reminds me, actually, the way this failed reminds me of that. And so combining the intuition with all these brute force capabilities, I think it's going to be able to help physics too.
Do you think there will be a day when an AI system, being the primary contributor, let's say 90% plus, wins the Nobel Prize in physics? Obviously, they'll give it to the humans because we humans don't like to give prizes to machines. It'll give it to the humans behind the system. You could argue that AI has already been involved in some Nobel Prizes, probably maybe something with black holes and stuff like that. But.
Yeah, we don't like giving prizes to other life forms. If someone wins a horse racing contest, they don't give the prize to horse either.
That's true. But do you think we might be able to see something like that in our lifetimes when AI? So like the first system I would say that makes us think about a Nobel Prize seriously is like AlphaFold, is making us think about in medicine physiology a Nobel Prize, perhaps discoveries that are a direct result of something that's discovered by AlphaFold. Do you think in physics we might be able to see that in our lifetimes?
I think what's probably going to happen is more of a blurring of the distinctions. So today, if somebody uses a computer to do a computation that gives them the Nobel Prize, nobody's going to dream of giving the prize to the computer. They're going to be like, that was just a tool. I think for these things also, people are just going to, for a long time, view the computer as a tool. But what's going to change is that the ubiquity of machine learning. I think at some point in my lifetime, finding a human physicist who knows nothing about machine learning is going to be about almost as hard as it is today finding a human physicist who says, oh, I don't know anything about computers, right, or I don't use math. It would just be a ridiculous concept.
But the thing is, there is a magic moment, though, like with AlphaZero, when the system surprises us in a way where the best people in the world truly learn something from the system in a way where you feel like it's another entity. Yeah. Like the way Magnus Carlsen, the way certain people are looking at the work of AlphaZero, it's like it truly is no longer a tool in the sense that it doesn't feel like a tool. It feels like some other entity. So there is a magic difference, like where you're like, if an AI system is able to come up with an insight that surprises everybody in some like major way, that's a phase shift in our understanding of some particular science or some particular aspect of physics, I feel like that is no longer a tool, and then you can start to say that like it perhaps deserves the prize. So for sure, the more important, the more fundamental transformation of the 21st century science is exactly what you're saying, which is probably everybody will be doing machine learning. It's to some degree. Like if you want to be successful at unlocking the mysteries of science, you should be doing machine learning. But it's just exciting to think about like whether there'll be one that comes along that's super surprising and they'll make us question like who the real inventors are in this world.
Yeah. I think the question of isn't if it's going to happen, but when, but it's important. Also, in my mind, the time when that happens is also more or less the same time when we get artificial general intelligence.
Yes.
And then we have a lot bigger things to worry about than whether it should get the Nobel Prize or not, right? Because when you have machines that can outperform our best scientists at science, they can probably outperform us at a lot of other stuff as well, which can at a minimum, make them incredibly powerful agents in the world, And I think it's a mistake to think we only have to start worrying about loss of control when machines get to AGI across the board, when they can do everything, all our jobs. Long before that, they'll be hugely influential. We talked at length about how the hacking of our minds with algorithms trying to get us glued to our screens, right, has already had a big impact on society. That was an incredibly dumb algorithm in the grand scheme of things, right? Yeah. Just supervised machine learning, yet it had huge impact. So I just don't want us to be lulled into a false sense of security and think there won't be any societal impact until things reach human level, because it's happening already. And it's I was just thinking the other week, when I see some scaremonger going, "Oh, the robots are coming," the implication is always that they're coming to kill us.
Yeah.
And maybe you should have worried about that if you were in Nagorno-Karabakh during the recent war there. But more seriously, the robots are coming right now, but they're mainly not coming to kill us. They're coming to hack us. They're coming to hack our minds into buying things that maybe we didn't need, to vote for people who may not have our best interest in mind. And it's kind of humbling, I think, actually, as a human being, to admit that it turns out that our minds are actually much more hackable than we thought. And the ultimate insult is that we are actually getting hacked by machine learning algorithms that are in some objective sense much dumber than us, But maybe we shouldn't be so surprised, because, how do you feel about the cute puppies?
Love them.
So, you would probably argue that in some across-the-board measure, you're more intelligent than they are, but boy, are cute puppies good at hacking us, right?
Yeah.
They move into our house, persuade us to feed them, and do all these things. And what do they ever do for us?
Yeah.
Other than being cute and making us feel good, right? So if puppies can hack us, maybe we shouldn't be so surprised if pretty dumb machine learning algorithms can hack us too.
Not to speak of cats, which is another level. And I think we should, to counter your previous point about let us not think about evil creatures in this world. We can all agree that cats are as close to objective evil as we can get. But that's just me saying that. Okay, so
have you seen the cartoon? I think it's maybe The Onion, where this incredibly cute kitten, and it just says, with underneath something that thinks about murder all day.
Exactly.
And there seems to be basically two strategies I see in industry now. One scares the heebie-jeebies out of me, and the other one I find much more encouraging.
Okay, which one? Can we break them apart? Which of the two?
The one that scares the heebie-jeebies out of me is this attitude that we're just going to make ever bigger systems that we still don't understand until they can be as smart as humans. What could possibly go wrong, right?
Yeah.
I think it's just such a reckless thing to do. And unfortunately, and if we actually succeed as a species to build artificial general intelligence, and we still have no clue how it works, I think at least 50% chance we're going to be extinct before too long. It's just going to be an utter epic own goal.
So it's that 44-minute losing money problem, or like the paperclip problem, like where we don't understand how it works, and it just in a matter of seconds runs away in some kind of direction that's going to be very problematic.
Even long before you have to worry about the machines themselves somehow deciding to do things, and to us, we have to worry about people using machines that are short of AGI in power to do bad things. I mean, just take a moment, and if anyone who's not worried particularly about advanced AI, just take 10 seconds and just think about your least favorite leader on the planet right now. Don't tell me who it is. I want to keep this apolitical, but just see the face in front of you, that person, for 10 seconds.
Yes.
Now imagine that person has this incredibly powerful AI under their control and can use it to impose their will on the whole planet. How does that make you feel?
Yeah. So can we break that apart just briefly? For the 50% chance that we'll run into trouble with this approach, do you see the bigger worry in that leader or humans using the system to do damage? Or are you more worried, and I think I'm in this camp, more worried about like accidental, unintentional destruction of everything. So like humans trying to do good, and like in a way where everyone agrees it's kind of good. It's just they're trying to do good without understanding. Because I think every evil leader in history to some degree thought they're trying to do good.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Hitler thought he was doing good. Yeah, he was trying to do good too.
I've been reading a lot about Stalin. I'm sure Stalin he legitimately thought that communism was good for the world and that he was doing good.
I think Mao Zedong thought what he was doing with a Great Leap Forward was good too. Yeah, I'm actually concerned about both of those. Before I promised to answer this in detail, but before we do that, let me finish answering the first question, because I told you that there were two different routes we could get to artificial general intelligence, and one scares the bejeebies out of me, which is this one where we build something, we just say bigger neural networks, ever more hardware, and just train the heck out of more data, and poof, now it's very powerful. That, I think, is the most unsafe and reckless approach. The alternative to that is the intelligible intelligence approach instead, where we say neural networks is just a tool to for the first step to get the intuition, but then we're going to spend also serious sources on other AI techniques for demystifying this black box and figuring out what's it actually doing, so we can convert it into something that's equally intelligent, but that we actually understand what it's doing. Mm-hmm. Maybe we can even prove theorems about it, that like this car here will never be hacked when it's driving, because here's a proof. There is a whole science of this. It doesn't work for neural networks that are big black boxes, but it works well in more certain other kinds of codes, right? Mm-hmm. That approach, I think, is much more promising. That's exactly why I'm working on it, frankly. Not just because I think it's cool for science, but because I think the more we understand these systems, the better the chances that we can make them do the things that are good for us, that are actually intended, not unintended.
So you think it's possible to prove things about something as complicated as a neural network? That's the hope?
Well, ideally, there's no reason it has to be a neural network in the end either, right? We discovered Newton's laws of gravity with a neural network in Newton's head.
Yes.
But that's not the way it's programmed into the navigation system of Elon Musk's rocket anymore.
Right.
It's written in C++, or I don't know what language he uses exactly.
Yeah.
And then there are software tools called symbolic verification. DARPA and the US military has done a lot of really great research on this, because they really want to understand that when they build weapon systems, they don't just go fire at random or malfunction, right? And there's even a whole operating system called Cell 3 that's been developed by a DARPA grant, where you can actually mathematically prove that this thing can never be hacked.
Wow.
One day, I hope that will be something you can say about the OS that's running on our laptops too. As you know, we're not there. But I think we should be ambitious, frankly.
Yeah.
And if we can use machine learning to help do the proofs and so on as well, right? Then it's much easier to verify that a proof is correct than to come up with a proof in the first place. That's really the core idea here. If someone comes on your podcast and says they proved the Riemann hypothesis or some new sensational new theorem, it's much easier for someone else, take some smart math grad students to check, there's an error here on equation 5, or this really checks out, than it was to discover the proof.
Yeah, although some of those proofs are pretty complicated, but yes, it's still nevertheless much easier to verify the proof. I love the optimism. You know, we kind of, even with the security of systems, there's a kind of cynicism that pervades people who think about this, which is like, it's hopeless. I mean, in the same sense, exactly like you're saying when neural networks, it's hopeless to understand what's happening. With security, people are just like, there's always going to be attack vectors and ways to attack the system. But you're right, we're just very new with these computational systems. We're new with these intelligent systems, and it's not out of the realm of possibility. Just like people that understand the movement of the stars and the planets and so on.
Yeah,
it's entirely possible that within, hopefully soon, but it could be within 100 years, we start to have an obvious laws of gravity about intelligence.
Yeah.
And God forbid about consciousness too. That one is
agreed. I think, of course, if you're selling computers that get hacked a lot, that's in your interest as a company that people think it's impossible to make it safe. So nobody's going to get the idea of suing you. But I want to really inject optimism here. It's absolutely possible to do much better than we're doing now. And your laptop does so much stuff. You don't need the music player to be super safe in your future self-driving car, right? If someone hacks it and starts playing music you don't like, the world won't end. But what you can do is you can break out and say the drive computer that controls your safety must be completely physically decoupled entirely from the entertainment system. And it must physically be such that it can't take on over-the-air updates while you're driving. And it can have ultimately some operating system on it, which is symbolically verified and proven that it's always going to do what it's supposed to do, right? And we can basically have, and companies should take that attitude too. They should look at everything they do and say, what are the few systems in our company that threaten the whole life of the company if they get hacked, and have the highest standards for them. And then they can save money by going for the El Cheapo, poorly understood stuff for the rest. This is very feasible, I think. And coming back to the bigger question about that you worried about, that there'll be unintentional failures, I think there are two quite separate risks here, right? We talked a lot about one of them, which is that the goals are noble of the human. Mm-hmm. The human says, I want this airplane to not crash, because this is not Muhammad Atta now flying the airplane, right? And now there's this technical challenge of making sure that the autopilot is actually going to behave as the pilot wants. If we set that aside, there's also the separate question: how do you make sure that the goals of the pilot are actually aligned with the goals of the passenger? How do you make sure very much more broadly that if we can all agree as a species that we would like things to kind of go well for humanity as a whole, that the goals are aligned here? Mm-hmm. The alignment problem. And there's been a lot of progress in the sense that there's suddenly huge amounts of research going on about it. I'm very grateful to Elon Musk for giving us that money 5 years ago so we could launch the first research program on technical AI safety and alignment. There's a lot of stuff happening. But I think we need to do more than just make sure little machines do always what their owners do. Mm-hmm. That wouldn't have prevented September 11 if Muhammad Atta said, okay, autopilot, please fly into World Trade Center, and it's like, okay. That even happened in a different situation. There was this depressed pilot named Andreas Lubitz, right, who told his Germanwings passenger jet to fly into the Alps. He just told the computer to change the altitude to 100 meters or something like that. And you know what the computer said?
What?
Okay. And it had the frigging topographical map of the Alps in there. It had GPS, everything. No one had bothered teaching it even the basic kindergarten ethics of like, no, we never want airplanes to fly into mountains under any circumstances. And so we have to think beyond just the technical issues and think about how do we align in general incentives on this planet for the greater good. So starting with simple stuff like that, every airplane that has a computer in it should be taught whatever kindergarten ethics it's smart enough to understand. Like, no, don't fly into fixed objects. If the pilot tells you to do so, then go on autopilot mode, send an email to the cops and land at the nearest airport. Any car with a forward-facing camera should just be programmed by the manufacturer so that it will never accelerate into a human ever. Mm-hmm. That would avoid things like the Nice attack and many horrible terrorist vehicle attacks where they deliberately did that, right? This was not some sort of thing, US and China, different views on. No, there was not a single car manufacturer in the world, right, who wanted the cars to do this. They just hadn't thought to do the alignment. And if you look at more broadly problems that happen on this planet, the vast majority have to do with poor alignment. I mean, think about, let's go back really big, because I know you're so good at that.
Big, yeah.
So long ago in evolution, we had these genes. and they wanted to make copies of themselves. That's really all they cared about. So some genes said, hey, I'm going to build a brain on this body I'm in so that I can get better at making copies of myself.
Yes.
And then they decided, for their benefit, to get copied more, to align your brain's incentives with their incentives. So it didn't want you to starve to death, so it gave you an incentive to eat.
Yes.
And it wanted you to make copies of the genes. So it gave you incentive to fall in love and do all sorts of naughty things to make copies of itself, right?
Yeah.
So that was successful value alignment done on the genes. They created something more intelligent than themselves, but they made sure to try to align the values. But then something went a little bit wrong against the idea of what the genes wanted, because a lot of humans discovered, hey, we really like this business about sex that the genes have made us enjoy, but we don't want to have babies right now.
Yeah.
So we're going to hack the genes and use birth control. Yeah. And I really feel like drinking a Coca-Cola right now, but I don't want to get a potbelly, so I'm going to drink Diet Coke. We have all these things we've figured out because we're smarter than the genes, how we can actually subvert their intentions. So it's not surprising that we humans now, when we're in the role of these genes, creating other non-human entities with a lot of power, have to face the same exact challenge. How do we make other powerful entities have incentives that are aligned with ours, and so they won't hack them? Corporations, for example, right? We humans decided to create corporations because it can benefit us greatly. Now, all of a sudden, there's a supermarket. I can go buy food there. I don't have to hunt. Awesome. And then to make sure that this corporation would do things that were good for us and not bad for us, we created institutions to keep them in check. Like if the local supermarket sells poisonous food, then the owners of the supermarket have to spend some years reflecting behind bars, right? Yes. So we created incentives to align them. But of course, just like we were able to see through this thing and develop birth control, if you're a powerful corporation, you also have an incentive to try to hack the institutions that are supposed to govern you. Because you ultimately, as a corporation, have an incentive to maximize your profit, just like you have an incentive to maximize the enjoyment your brain has, not for your genes. So if they can figure out a way of bribing regulators, then they're going to do that. In the US, we kind of caught on to that and made laws against corruption and bribery. Then in the late 1800s, Teddy Roosevelt realized that, no, we were still being kind of hacked because the Massachusetts railroad companies had like a bigger budget than the state of Massachusetts, and they were doing a lot of very corrupt stuff. So he did the whole trust busting thing to try to align these other non-human entities, the companies, again, more with the incentives of Americans as a whole. But it's not surprising, though, that this is a battle you have to keep fighting. Now we have even larger companies than we ever had before. And of course, they're going to try to, again, subvert the institutions. Not because, I think people make a mistake of getting all too thinking about things in terms of good and evil, like arguing about whether corporations are good or evil, or whether robots are good or evil. A robot isn't good or evil. It's a tool, and you can use it for great things like robotic surgery, or for bad things. And a corporation also is a tool, of course. And if you have good incentives to the corporation, it'll do great things like start a hospital or a grocery store. If you have really bad incentives, then it's going to start maybe marketing addictive drugs to people, and you'll have an opioid epidemic, right? It's all about, we should not make the mistake of getting into some sort of fairy tale good evil thing about corporations or robots. We should focus on putting the right incentives in place. My optimistic vision is that if we can do that, then we can really get good things. We're not doing so great with that right now, either on AI, I think, or on other intelligent non-human entities like big companies. Right? We just have a new Secretary of Defense who's going to start up now in the Biden administration, who was an active member of the board of Raytheon, for example.
Yeah.
So, I have nothing against Raytheon. I'm not a pacifist, but there's an obvious conflict of interest if someone is in the job where they decide who's they're going to contract with. And I think somehow we have, maybe we need another Teddy Roosevelt to come along again and say, hey, we want what's good for all Americans, and we need to go do some serious realigning again of the incentives that we're giving to these big companies. And then we're going to be.
So people might not know this, but you were actually episode number 1 of this podcast just a couple of years ago, and now we're back. And it so happens that a lot of exciting things happened in both physics and artificial intelligence, both fields that you're super passionate about. Can we try to catch up to some of the exciting things happening in artificial intelligence, especially in the context of the way it's cracking open the different problems of the sciences?
Yeah, I'd love to, especially now as we start 2021 here. It's a really fun time to think about what were the biggest breakthroughs in AI, not the ones necessarily that media wrote about, but that really matter. And what does that mean for our ability to do better science? What does it mean for our ability to help people around the world? And what does it mean for new problems that they could cause if we're not smart enough to avoid them? So, what do we learn basically from this?
Yes, absolutely. So one of the amazing things you're part of is the AI Institute for Artificial Intelligence and Fundamental Interactions. What's up with this institute? What are you working on? What are you thinking about?
The idea is something I'm very on fire with, which is basically AI meets physics. And, it's been almost 5 years now since I shifted my own MIT research from physics to machine learning. And in the beginning, I noticed a lot of my colleagues, even though they were polite about it, were like kind of, what is Max doing? What is this weird stuff?
He's lost his mind.
But then gradually, I, together with some colleagues, were able to persuade more and more of the other professors in our physics department to get interested in this. And now we got this amazing NSF center, so $20 million for the next 5 years. MIT and a bunch of neighboring universities here also. And I noticed now those colleagues who were looking at me funny have stopped asking what the point is of this, because it's becoming more clear. And I really believe that, of course, AI can help physics a lot to do better physics, but physics can also help AI a lot, both by building better hardware. My colleague Marin Soljacic, for example, is working on an optical chip for much faster machine learning, where the computation is done not by moving electrons around, but by moving photons around. Dramatically less energy use, faster, better. We can also help AI a lot, I think, by having a different set of tools and a different, maybe more audacious attitude. AI has, to a significant extent, been an engineering discipline where you're just trying to make things that work, and being more interested in maybe selling them than in figuring out exactly how they work and proving theorems about that they will always work, right? Yeah. Contrast that with physics. When Elon Musk sends a rocket to the International Space Station, they didn't just train with machine learning. Oh, let's fire it a little bit more to the left, a bit more to the right. Oh, that also missed. Let's try here. No, we figured out Newton's laws of gravitation and got other things and got a really deep fundamental understanding. And that's what gives us such confidence in rockets. And my vision is that in the future, all machine learning systems that actually have impact on people's lives will be understood at a really, really deep level, right? So we trust them not because some sales rep told us to, but because they've earned our trust. We can, in really safety critical things, even prove that they will always do, what we expect them to do. That's very much the physics mindset. So it's interesting if you look at big breakthroughs that have happened in machine learning this year, from dancing robots, is pretty fantastic. Not just because it's cool, but if you just think about not that many years ago, this YouTube video at this DARPA challenge where the MIT robot comes out of the car and face plants.
Yeah.
How far we've come in just a few years. Similarly, AlphaFold 2, crushing the protein folding problem. We can talk more about implications for medical research and stuff, but hey, that's huge progress. You can look at GPT-3 that can spout off English text, which sometimes really, really blows you away. You can look at Google, at DeepMind's Mu0, which doesn't just kick our butt in Go and chess and shogi, but also in all these Atari games, and you don't even have to teach it the rules now. What all of those have in common is, besides being powerful, is we don't fully understand how they work. And that's fine if it's just some dancing robots, and the worst thing that can happen is they face plant, right? Or if they're playing Go, and the worst thing that can happen is that they make a bad move and lose the game, right? It's less fine if that's what's controlling your self-driving car or your nuclear power plant. And we've seen already that even though Hollywood had all these movies where they try to make us worry about the wrong things, like machines turning evil, the actual bad things that have happened with automation have not been machines turning evil. They've been caused by overtrust in things we didn't understand as well as we thought we did, right? Even very simple automated systems like what Boeing put into the 737 MAX, right?
Yes.
Killed a lot of people. Was it that little simple system was evil? Of course not. But we didn't understand it as well as we should have, right?
And we trusted without understanding.
Exactly.
That's the overtrust.
We didn't even understand that we didn't understand, right? The humility is really at the core of being a scientist. I think step one, if you want to be a scientist, is don't ever fool yourself into thinking you understand things when you actually don't.
Yes.
Right?
That's probably good advice for humans in general.
I think humility in general can do us good. But in science, it's like so spectacular. Like, why did we have the wrong theory of gravity ever from Aristotle onward and close until like Galileo's time? Like, why would we believe something so dumb as that if I throw this water bottle, it's going to go up with constant speed until it realizes that its natural motion is down?
It changes its mind.
Because people just kind of assumed Aristotle was right. He's an authority. We understand it. Why did we believe things like that the sun is going around the earth? Why did we believe that time flows at the same rate for everyone until Einstein? Same exact mistake over and over again. We just weren't humble enough to acknowledge that we actually didn't know for sure. We assumed we knew, so we didn't discover the truth because we assumed there was nothing there to be discovered, right? There was something to be discovered about the 737 MAX, and if you had been a bit more suspicious and tested it better, we would have found it. And it's the same thing with most harm that's been done by automation so far, I would say. So I don't know if did you hear of a company called Knight Capital?
No.
So good. That means you didn't invest in them earlier. They deployed this automated trading system.
Yes.
All nice and shiny. They didn't understand it as well as they thought. And it went about losing $10 million per minute for 44 minutes straight.
No.
Until someone presumably was like, oh no, shut this off. Was it evil? No, it was, again, misplaced trust, something they didn't fully understand, right? And there have been so many, even when people have been killed by robots, it's quite rare still, but in factory accidents, it's in every single case been not malice, just that the robot didn't understand that, hey, a human is different from an auto part or whatever. And so this is where I think there's so much opportunity for a physics approach, where you just aim for a higher level of understanding. And if you look at all these systems that we talked about, from reinforcement learning systems and dancing robots to all these neural networks that power GPT-3 and Go playing software and stuff, they're all basically black boxes. Much like, not so different from if you teach a human something, you have no idea how their brain works, right? Except the human brain, at least, has been error corrected during many, many centuries of evolution in a way that some of these systems have not, right? And my MIT research is entirely focused on demystifying this black box. Intelligible intelligence is my slogan.
That's a good line. Intelligible intelligence.
Yeah, it's not that we shouldn't settle for something that seems intelligent, but it should be intelligible so that we actually trust it because we understand it, right? Like, again, Elon trusts his rockets because he understands Newton's laws and the thrust and how everything works. And let me tell you why. Can I tell you why I'm optimistic about this?
Yes.
I think we've made a bit of a mistake where some people still think that somehow we're never going to understand neural networks. And we're just going to have to learn to live with this. It's this very powerful black box. Basically, for those who haven't spent time building their own, it's super simple what happens inside. You send in a long list of numbers, and then you do a bunch of operations on them, multiply by matrices, et cetera, and some other numbers come out. That's the output of it. And then there are a bunch of knobs you can tune. And when you change them, it affects the computation, the input-output relation. And then you just give the computer some definition of good, and it keeps optimizing these knobs until it performs as good as possible. And often you go like, wow, that's really good. This robot can dance. Or this machine is beating me at chess now. And in the end, you have something which, even though you can look inside it, you have very little idea of how it works. You can print out tables of all the millions of parameters in there. Is it crystal clear now how it's working? No, of course not, right? So many of my colleagues seem willing to settle for that. And I'm like, no, that's like the halfway point. Some have even gone as far as sort of guessing that the inscrutability of this is where some of the power comes from, and sort of some sort of mysticism. I think that's total nonsense. I think the real power of neural networks comes not from inscrutability, but from differentiability. And what I mean by that is simply that the output changes only smoothly if you tweak your knobs. And then you can use all these powerful methods we have for optimization in science. We can just tweak them a little bit and see, did that get better or worse? Right? That's the fundamental idea of machine learning, that the machine itself can keep optimizing until it gets better. Suppose you wrote this algorithm instead in Python or some other programming language, and then what the knobs did was they just changed random letters in your code. That would just epically fail, right? You change one thing, and instead of saying print, it says sint. Syntax error. You don't even know, was that for the better or for the worse, right? This to me is what I believe is the fundamental power of neural networks.
And just to clarify, the changing of the different letters in a program would not be a differentiable process.
It would make it an invalid program, typically, and then you wouldn't even know if you changed more letters, if it would make it work again, right?
So that's the magic of neural networks. The inscrutability,
the differentiability, that every setting of the parameters is a program, and you can tell is it better or worse, right? And so
you don't like the poetry of the mystery of neural networks as the source of its power?
I generally like poetry, but
not in this case.
It's so misleading, and it above all, it shortchanges us. It makes us underestimate the good things we can accomplish. Because what we've been doing in my group is basically step one: train the mysterious neural network to do something well. And then step two, do some additional AI techniques to see if we can now transform this black box into something equally intelligent that you can actually understand.
So if we sort of rewind back and look at the thing where we could say something a little bit more comfortably at 5 years and 10 years out, you've written about jobs and the impact on sort of our economy and the jobs in terms of artificial intelligence that it might have. It's a fascinating question. What kind of jobs are safe? What kind of jobs are not? Can you maybe speak to your intuition about how we should think about AI changing the landscape of work?
Sure, absolutely. Well, this is a really important question because I think we're very far from artificial general intelligence, which is AI that can just do the full breadth of what humans can do. But we do have human level or superhuman level narrow artificial intelligence. And obviously my calculator can do math a lot better than I can. And there's a lot of other things machines can do better than I can. So which is which? we actually set out to address that question. With Tom Mitchell, I wrote a paper called "What Can Machine Learning Do?" that was in Science, and we went and interviewed a whole bunch of AI experts and kind of synthesized what they thought machine learning was good at and wasn't good at. And we came up with what we called a rubric, basically a set of questions you can ask about any task that will tell you whether it's likely to score high or low on suitability for machine learning. And then we've applied that to a bunch of tasks in the economy. In fact, there's a data set of all the tasks in the U.S. economy. Believe it or not, it's called ONET. The U.S. government put it together, part of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They divide the economy into about 970 occupations, like bus driver, economist, primary school teacher, radiologist. And then for each one of them, they describe which tasks need to be done. Like for radiologists, there are 27 distinct tasks. So we went through all those tasks to see whether or not a machine could do them. And what we found, interestingly, was...
Brilliant study, by the way. That's so awesome.
Yeah, thank you. So what we found was that there was no occupation in our data set where machine learning just ran the table and did everything. And there was almost no occupation where machine learning didn't have like a significant ability to do things. Like take radiology. A lot of people I hear saying, it's the end of radiology. And one of the 27 tasks is read medical images. Really important one. Like it's kind of a core job. And machines have basically gotten as good or better than radiologists. There's just an article in Nature last week, but they've been publishing them for the past few years, showing that machine learning can do as well as humans on many kinds of diagnostic imaging tasks. But other things radiologists do, they sometimes administer conscious sedation. They sometimes do physical exams. They have to synthesize the results and explain to the other doctors or to the patients. In all those categories, machine learning isn't really up to snuff yet. So that job, we're going to see a lot of restructuring. Parts of the job, they'll hand over to machines. Others, humans will do more of. And that's been more or less the pattern in all of them. So, to oversimplify a bit, we're going to see a lot of restructuring, reorganization of work. And it's going to be a great time. It is a great time for smart entrepreneurs and managers to do that reinvention of work. We're not going to see mass unemployment. To get more specifically to your question, the kinds of tasks that machines tend to be good at are a lot of routine problem solving, mapping inputs X into outputs Y. If you have a lot of data on the X's and the Y's, the inputs and the outputs, you can do that kind of mapping and find the relationships. They tend to not be very good at, for even now, fine motor control and dexterity, emotional intelligence and human interactions, and thinking outside the box, creative work. If you give it a well-structured task, machines can be very good at it, but even asking the right questions, that's hard. There's a quote that Andrew McAfee and I use in our book, Second Machine Age. Apparently, Pablo Picasso was shown an early computer, and he came away kind of unimpressed. He goes, well, I don't see what all the fuss is. All that does is answer questions. And, to him, the interesting thing was asking the questions.
Yeah. Try to replace me, GPT-3. I dare you. Although some people think I'm a robot. You have this cool plot that shows, I just remember where economists land, where I think the x-axis is the income.
Yes.
And then the y-axis is, I guess, aggregating the information of how replaceable the job is. Or I think there's an index.
Suitability for machine learning index. Exactly. Right. Yeah. So we have all 970 occupations on that chart. Such a cool plot. And there's scatters in all four corners have some occupations. But there is a definite pattern, which is the lower wage occupations tend to have more tasks that are suitable for machine learning, like cashiers. I mean, anyone who's gone to a supermarket or CVS knows that, they not only read barcodes, but they can recognize, an apple and an orange and a lot of things that humans used to be needed for. At the other end of the spectrum, there are some jobs like airline pilot that are among the highest paid in our economy, but also a lot of them are suitable for machine learning. A lot of those tasks are. And then, you mentioned economists. I couldn't help peeking at those, and they're paid a fair amount, maybe not as much as some of us think they should be, but they have some tasks that are suitable for machine learning. But for now, at least, most of the tasks that economists do didn't end up being in that category. And I should say, I didn't create that data. We just took the analysis, and that's what came out of it. And over time, that scatter plot will be updated as the technology improves. But it was just interesting to see the pattern there, and it is a little troubling insofar as if you just take the technology as it is today, it's likely to worsen income inequality on a lot of dimensions.
So you've written quite a bit about how artificial intelligence might change our world.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think, if we look forward, again, it's impossible to predict the future, but if we look at trends from the past and we try to predict what's going to happen in the rest of the 21st century, how do you think AI will change our world?
That's a big question. I'm mostly a techno-optimist. I'm not at the extreme, the singularity is near end of the spectrum. But I do think that we're likely in for some significantly improved living standards, some really important progress, even just the technologies that are already kind of like in the can that haven't diffused. When I talked earlier about the J curve, it can take 10, 20, 30 years for an existing technology to have the kind of profound effects. And when I look at whether it's, vision systems, voice recognition, problem-solving systems, even if nothing new got invented, we would have a few decades of progress. So I'm excited about that. And I think that's going to lead to us being wealthier, healthier. I mean, the healthcare is probably one of the applications that I'm most excited about. So that's good news. I don't think we're going to have the end of work anytime soon. There's just too many things that machines still can't do. When I look around the world and think of whether it's childcare or healthcare, cleaning the environment, interacting with people, scientific work, artistic creativity, these are things that for now machines aren't able to do nearly as well as humans, even just something as mundane as, folding laundry or whatever. And many of these I think are going to be years or decades before machines catch up. I may be surprised on some of them, but overall, I think there's plenty of work for humans to do. There's plenty of problems in society that need the human touch. So we'll have to repurpose. We'll have to, as machines are able to do some tasks, people are going to have to reskill and move into other areas. And that's probably what's going to be going on for the next, 10, 20, 30 years or more, kind of big restructuring of society. We'll get wealthier and people will have to do new skills. Now, if you turn the dial further, 50 or 100 years into the future, then, maybe all bets are off. Then it's possible that machines will be able to do most of what people do. Say 100 or 200 years, I think it's even likely. And at that point, then we're more in the sort of abundance economy. Then we're in a world where there's really little that humans can do economically better than machines, other than be human. And that will take a transition as well, kind of more of a transition of how we get meaning in life and what our values are. But shame on us if we screw that up. I mean, that should be like great news.
Yeah.
And it kind of saddens me that some people see that as like a big problem. I think that should be wonderful if people have all the health and material things that they need and can focus on loving each other and discussing philosophy and playing and doing all the other things that don't require work.
Do you think you'll be surprised to see what if we were to travel in time 100 years into the future, do you think you'll be able to, if I gave you a month to talk to people, let's say a week, would you be able to understand what the hell's going on?
You mean if I was there for a week?
Yeah, if you were there for a week.
100 years in the future?
Yeah. So I'll give you one thought experiment. Isn't it possible that we're all living in virtual reality by then?
Yeah. No, I think that's very possible. I've played around with some of those VR headsets and they're not great, but I mean, the average person spends many waking hours staring at screens right now. They're kind of low res compared to what they could be in 30 or 50 years. But certainly games, and why not any other interactions could be done with VR, and that would be a pretty different world. And we'd all, in some ways be as rich as we wanted. We could have castles and we could be traveling anywhere we want. And it could obviously be multi-sensory. So that would be possible. And, of course, there's people, you've had Elon Musk on and others, there are people, Nick Bostrom, makes the simulation argument that maybe we're already there.
We're already there. So, but in general, or do you not even think about it in this kind of way? You're self-critically thinking, how good are you
as an economist at predicting what the future looks like?
It starts getting, I mean, I feel reasonably comfortable in the next 5, 10, 20 years in terms of that path. When you start getting truly superhuman artificial intelligence, kind of by definition, I'll be able to think of a lot of things that I couldn't have thought of and create a world that I couldn't even imagine. And so I'm not sure I can predict what that world is going to be like. One thing that AI safety researchers worry about is what's called the alignment problem. When an AI is that powerful, then they can do all sorts of things. And you really hope that their values are aligned with our values. And it's even tricky defining what our values are. I mean, first off, we all have different values. Mm-hmm. And secondly, maybe if we were smarter, we would have better values. Like, I like to think that we have better values than he did in 1860, or in, the year 200 BC on a lot of dimensions, things that we consider barbaric today. And it may be that if I thought about it more deeply, I would also be morally evolved. Maybe I'd be a vegetarian or do other things that right now, whether my future self would consider kind of immoral. So that's a tricky problem, getting the AI to do what we want, assuming it's even a friend.
So, as you know, taking a step beyond just Tesla and autopilot, current deep learning approaches still seem in some ways to be far from general intelligence systems. Do you think the current approaches will take us to general intelligence, or do totally new ideas need to be invented?
I think we're missing a few key ideas for general intelligence, artificial general intelligence. But it's going to be upon us very quickly. And then we'll need to figure out, what shall we do, if we even have that choice. But it's amazing how people can't differentiate between, say, the narrow AI that allows a car to figure out what a lane line is and navigate streets versus general intelligence. Like, these are just very different things. Like, your toaster and your computer are both machines, but one's much more sophisticated than another.
You're confident with Tesla you can create the world's best toaster?
The world's best toaster, yes. The world's best self-driving. Yes. To me, right now, this seems game, set, match. I don't want to be complacent or overconfident, but that's what that is just literally how it appears right now. I could be wrong, but it appears to be the case that Tesla is vastly ahead of everyone.
So let me ask a question. It's kind of difficult, I think, but it feels fascinating to me because I'm fascinated with psychology. It feels that the more personality you have, the more dangerous it is in terms of a customer perspective, a product. If you want to create a product that's useful, by dangerous, I mean creating an experience that upsets me. And so, how do you get that right? Because if you look at the relationships, maybe I'm just a screwed up Russian, but if you look at the human to human relationship, some of our deepest relationships have fights, have tension, have the push and pull, have a little flavor in them. Do you want to have such flavor in an interaction with Alexa? How do you think about that?
So there's one other common thing that you didn't say, but we think of it as paramount for any deep relationship. That's trust.
Trust, yeah.
So I think if you trust every attribute you said, a fight, some tension, is all healthy. But what is sort of unnegotiable in this instance is trust. And I think the bar to earn customer trust for AI is very high, in some sense, more than a human. Yes. It's not just about personal information or your data. It's also about your actions on a daily basis. How trustworthy are you in terms of consistency, in terms of how accurate are you in understanding me? Like if you're talking to a person on the phone, if you have a problem with let's say your internet or something, if the person's not understanding, you lose trust right away. You don't want to talk to that person. That whole example gets amplified by a factor of 10 because as when you're a human interacting with an AI, you have a certain expectation. Either you expect it to be very intelligent and then you get upset, why is it behaving this way? Or you expect it to be not so intelligent, and when it surprises you, you're like, really? You're trying to be too smart? So I think we grapple with these hard questions as well. But I think the key is actions need to be trustworthy from these AIs, not just about data protection, your personal information protection, but also from how accurately it accomplishes all commands or all interactions.
Well, it's tough to hear because trust, you're absolutely right, but trust is such a high bar with AI systems because people, and I see this because I work with autonomous vehicles, I mean, the bar that's placed on AI system is unreasonably high.
Yeah, that is going to be I agree with you. And I think of it as it's a challenge. It's a challenge, and it's also keeps my job. Right? So from that perspective, I think of it at both sides, as a customer and as a researcher. I think as a researcher, yes, occasionally it will frustrate me that why is the bar so high for these AIs? And as a customer, then I say, absolutely, it has to be that high. Yeah. Right. So I think that's the trade-off we have to balance, but doesn't change the fundamentals that trust has to be earned. And the question then becomes are we holding the AIs to a different bar in accuracy and mistakes than we hold humans? That's going to be a great societal questions for years to come.
There's another interesting thing that OpenAI has brought up with GPT-2, which is when you create a powerful artificial intelligence system, and it was unclear what kind of detrimental, once you release GPT-2, what kind of detrimental effect it will have. Because if you have a model that can generate pretty realistic text, you can start to imagine that, it would be used by bots in some way that we can't even imagine. So like there's this nervousness about what is possible to do. So you did a really kind of brave and I think profound thing, which is started a conversation about this. Like, how do we release powerful artificial intelligence models to the public? If we do at all, how do we privately discuss with other, even competitors, about how we manage the use of the systems and so on? So from this whole experience, you released a report on it, but in general, are there any insights that you've gathered from just thinking about this, about how you release models like this?
I mean, I think that my take on this is that the field of AI has been in a state of childhood, and now it's exiting that state and it's entering a state of maturity. What that means is that AI is very successful and also very impactful. And its impact is not only large, but it's also growing. And so for that reason, it seems wise to start thinking about the impact of our systems before releasing them, maybe a little bit too soon rather than a little bit too late. And with the case of GPT-2, like I mentioned earlier, the results really were stunning. And it seemed plausible. It didn't seem certain. It seemed plausible that something like GPT-2 could easily use to reduce the cost of disinformation. And so there was a question of what's the best way to release it, and a staged release seemed logical. A small model was released, and there was time to see many people use these models in lots of cool ways. There have been lots of really cool applications. There haven't been any negative application that we know of, and so eventually it was released. But also other people replicated similar models.
That's an interesting question, though, that we know of. So, in your view, staged release is at least part of the answer to the question of what do we do once we create a system like this?
It's part of the answer, yes.
Is there any other insights? Like, say you don't want to release the model at all because it's useful to you for whatever the business is.
Well, there are plenty of people don't release models already.
Right, of course. But is there some moral, ethical responsibility when you have a very powerful model to sort of communicate? Like, just as you said, when you had GPT-2, it was unclear how much it could be used for misinformation. It's an open question. And getting an answer to that might require that you talk to other really smart people that are outside of your particular group. Please tell me there's some optimistic pathway for people across the world to collaborate on these kinds of cases.
Or is it still really difficult from one company to talk to another company?
So it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible to discuss these kind of models with colleagues elsewhere and to get their take on what to do.
How hard is it though?
I mean,
do you see that happening?
I think that's a place where it's important to gradually build trust between companies, because ultimately all the AI developers are building technology which is going to be increasingly more powerful. And so it's the way to think about it is that ultimately we're all in it together.
Yeah, it's I tend to believe in the better angels of our nature, but I do hope that that when you build a really powerful AI system in a particular domain, that you also think about the potential negative consequences of It's an interesting and scary possibility that there would be a race for AI development that would push people to close that development and not share ideas with others.
I don't love this. I've been a pure academic for 10 years. I really like sharing ideas, and it's fun. It's exciting.
Well, so here's a difficult question from the AI space that I would love it if we were able to comment. So a lot of this autonomy in AI you've mentioned just now has this empowering effect. One is the last resort. It keeps you safe. The other is with the teaming and in general, assistive AI. And I think there's always a race. So the world is complex. It's full of bad actors. So there's often a race to make sure that we keep this country safe, right? But with AI, there is a concern that it's a slightly different race. There's a lot of people in the AI space that are concerned about the AI arms race. That as opposed to the United States becoming, having the best technology and therefore keeping us safe, we lose ability to keep control of it. So the AI arms race getting away from all of us humans. So do you share this worry? Do you share this concern when we're talking about military applications, that too much control and decision-making capabilities giving to software or AI?
Well, I don't see it happening today. And in fact, this is something from a policy perspective, it's obviously a very dynamic space, but the Department of Defense has put quite a bit of thought into that. And maybe before talking about the policy, I'll just talk about some of the why. And you alluded to it being a sort of a complicated and a little bit scary world out there, but there's some big things happening today. You hear a lot of talk now about a return to great powers competition, particularly around China and Russia with the US, but there are some other big players out there as well. And what we've seen is the deployment of some very, I'd say, concerning new weapon systems, particularly with Russia and breaching some of the IRBM, Intermediate Range Ballistic Missile Treaties. That's been in the news a lot. The building of islands, artificial islands in the South China Sea by the Chinese, and then arming those islands. The annexation of Crimea by Russia, the invasion of Ukraine. So there's some pretty scary things. And then you add on top of that, the North Korean threat has certainly not gone away. There's a lot going on in the Middle East with Iran in particular. And we see this global terrorism threat has not abated, right? So there are a lot of reasons to look for technology to assist with those problems, whether it's AI or other technologies like hypersonics, which we discussed. So now, let me give just a couple of hypotheticals. So people react sort of in the second time frame, right? You're photon hitting your eye to, a movement is, on the order of a few tenths of a second kinds of processing times. Roughly speaking, computers are operating in the nanosecond time scale, right? So just to bring home what that means, a nanosecond to a second is like a second to 32 years. So seconds on the battlefield, in that sense, literally are lifetimes. And so if you can bring an autonomous or AI-enabled capability that will enable the human to shrink, maybe you've heard the term the OODA loop. So this whole idea that a typical battlefield decision is characterized by observe. So information comes in, orient. What does that mean in the context? Decide, what do I do about it? And then act, take that action. If you can use these capabilities to compress that OODA loop, to stay inside what your adversary is doing, that's an incredible, powerful force on the battlefield.
That's a really nice way to put it. That the role of AI and computing in general has a lot to benefit from just decreasing from 32 years to 1 second, as opposed to on the scale of seconds and minutes and hours making decisions that humans are better at making.
And it actually goes the other way too. So that's on the short time scale. Right. So humans kind of work in the, 1 second, 2 seconds to 8 hours. After 8 hours, you get tired, right. You got to go to the bathroom, whatever the case might be. So there's this whole range of other things. Think about, surveillance, and guarding, facilities. Think about moving material, logistics, sustainment, a lot of these, what they call dull, dirty, and dangerous things that you need to have sustained activity, but it's sort of beyond the length of time that a human can practically do as well. So there's this range of things that are critical in military and defense applications that AI and autonomy are particularly well suited to. Now, the interesting question that you brought up is, okay, how do you make sure that stays within human control? And so that was the context for now the policy. And so there is a DoD directive called 3000.09, because that's the way we name stuff in this world. But I'd say it's well worth reading. It's only a couple pages long, but it makes some key points. And it's really around, making sure that there's human agency and control over use of semi-autonomous and autonomous weapon systems. Making sure that these systems are tested, verified, and evaluated in realistic, real-world type scenarios, making sure that the people are actually trained on how to use them, making sure that the systems have human-machine interfaces that can show what state they're in and what kinds of decisions they're making sure that you establish doctrine and tactics and techniques and procedures for the use of these kinds of systems. And so, and by the way, I mean, none of this is easy, but I'm just trying to lay kind of the picture of how the U.S. has said, this is the way we're going to treat AI and autonomous systems, that it's not a free-for-all. And like there are rules of war and rules of engagement with other kinds of systems, think chemical weapons, biological weapons, we need to think about the same sorts of implications. And this is something that's really important for Lockheed Martin. I mean, obviously we are 100% complying with our customer and the policies and regulations. But I mean, AI is an incredible enabler, say, within the walls of Lockheed Martin in terms of improving production efficiency, helping engineers doing generative design, improving logistics, driving down energy costs. I mean, there's so many applications. But we're also very interested in some of the elements of ethical application, within Lockheed Martin. So we need to make sure that things like privacy is taken care of, that we do everything we can to drive out bias in AI-enabled kinds of systems, that we make sure that humans are involved in decisions, that we're not just delegating accountability to algorithms. And so for us, it all comes back. I talked about culture before, and it comes back to sort of the Lockheed Martin culture and our core values. And so it's pretty simple for us: do what's right, respect others, perform with excellence. And now how do we tie that back to the ethical principles that will govern how AI is used within Lockheed Martin? And we actually have a world so you might not know this, but there are actually awards for ethics programs. Lockheed Martin's had a recognized ethics program for many years. And this is one of the things that our ethics team is working with our engineering team on.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff we'll talk about on the teaming side here on Earth. That's pretty cool to explore.
And in space, let's not leave the space piece out.
So what does AI and humans working together in space look like?
Yeah, one of the things we're working on is a system called Maya, which is, you can think of it, it's an AI assistant. And in space, exactly. And you think of it as the Alexa in space, right? But this goes hand in hand with a lot of other developments. And so today's world, everything is essentially model-based systems engineering to the actual digital tapestry that goes through the design, the build, the manufacture, the testing, and ultimately the sustainment of these systems. And so our vision is really that, when our astronauts are there around Mars, you're going to have that entire digital library of the spacecraft, of its operations, all the test data and flight data from previous missions, to be able to look and see if there are anomalous conditions and tell the humans and potentially deal with that before it becomes a bad situation, and help the astronauts work through those kinds of things. And it's not just dealing with problems as they come up, but also offering up opportunities for additional exploration capability, for example. So that's the vision, is that these are take the best of the human to respond to changing circumstances, and rely on the best of AI capabilities to monitor these, this almost infinite number of data points and correlations of data points that humans, frankly, aren't that good at.
So how do you develop systems in space like this, whether it's Alexa in space or in general, any kind of control systems, any kind of intelligent systems, when you can't really test stuff too much out in space? It's very expensive to test stuff.
Yeah.
So how do you develop such systems?
Yeah, that's the beauty of this digital twin, if you will. And of course, with Lockheed Martin, we've over the past 5+ decades been refining our knowledge of the space environment, of how materials behave, dynamics, the controls, the radiation environments, all of these kinds of things. So we're able to create very sophisticated models. They're not perfect, but they're very good. And so you can actually do a lot. I spent part of my career, simulating communication spacecraft, missile warning spacecraft, GPS spacecraft, in all kinds of scenarios and all kinds of environments. So this is really just taking that to the next level. The interesting thing is that now you're bringing into that loop a system, depending on how it's developed, that may be non-deterministic. It may be learning as it goes. In fact, we anticipate that it will be learning as it goes. And so that brings a whole new level of interest, I guess, into how do you do verification and validation of these non-deterministic learning systems in scenarios that may go out of the bounds or the envelope that you have initially designed them to.
So this system in its intelligence has the same complexity, some of the same complexity a human does, and it learns over time. It's unpredictable in certain kinds of ways. So you also have to model that when you're thinking about it. So in your thoughts, it's possible to model the majority of situations, the important aspects of situations here on Earth and in space, enough to test stuff?
Yeah, this is really an active area of research, and we're actually funding university research in a variety of places, including MIT. This is in the realm of trust and verification and validation of, I'd say, autonomous systems in general, and then as a subset of that, autonomous systems that incorporate artificial intelligence capabilities. And this is not an easy problem. We're working with startup companies. We've got internal R&D, but our conviction is that autonomy and more and more AI-enabled autonomy is going to be in everything that Lockheed Martin develops and fields. And it's going to be autonomy and AI are going to be retrofit into existing systems. They're going to be part of the design for all of our future systems. And so maybe I should take a step back and say the way we define autonomy. Mm-hmm. So we talk about autonomy essentially a system that composes, selects, and then executes decisions with varying levels of human intervention. Mm-hmm. And so you could think of no autonomy. So this is essentially the human doing the task. You can think of effectively partial autonomy where the human is in the loop. So making decisions in every case about what the autonomous system can do.
Either in the cockpit or remotely.
Or remotely, exactly, but still in that control loop. And then there's what you'd call supervisory autonomy. So the autonomous system is doing most of the work. The human can intervene to stop it or to change the direction. And then ultimately full autonomy where the human is off the loop altogether. And for different types of missions want to have different levels of autonomy. So now take that spectrum and this conviction that autonomy and more AI are in everything that we develop. The kinds of things that Lockheed Martin does, a lot of times are safety of life critical kinds of missions. Think about aircraft, for example. And so we require, and our customers require, an extremely high level of confidence. One, that we're going to protect life. Two, that we're going to that these systems will behave in ways that their operators can understand. And so this gets into that whole field again. Being able to verify and validate that the systems have been, that they will operate the way they're designed and the way they're expected. And furthermore, that they will do that in ways that can be explained and understood. And that is an extremely difficult challenge.
So let me ask, I love artificial intelligence, and I've also saw that you've enjoyed the movie Space Odyssey, 2001: A Space Odyssey. Let me ask the question about HAL 9000. That makes a few decisions there that it prioritizes the mission over the astronauts. Do you think, from a high philosophical question, do you think HAL did the right thing of prioritizing the mission?
I think our artificial intelligence will be smarter in the future. For a Mars mission, it's a great question, because the reality is, for a Mars mission, we need fully autonomous systems. We will get humans, but they have to be fully autonomous, and that's that's the most important concept, because there's not going to be a mission control on Earth. 20-minute time lag. There's just no way you're going to control it. So fully autonomous. So people have to be fully autonomous as well, but all of our systems as well. And so that's the big design challenge. So that's why we test them out on the moon as well. When we have a few second, 3-second time lag, you can test them out. We have to really get autonomous exploration down. You asked me earlier about Magellan. Magellan and his crew, they left, right? They were autonomous. Mm-hmm. They were autonomous. They left and they were on their own to figure out that mission. Then when they hit land, they have resources. That's in situ resource utilization and everything else they brought with them. So we have to, I think, have that mindset for exploration. Again, back to the moon, it's more the testing ground, the proving ground with technologies. But when we get to Mars, it's so far away that we need fully autonomous systems. So I think that's where, again, AI and autonomy come in. Really robust autonomy, things that we don't have today yet. So they're on the drawing boards, but we really need to test them out, because that's what we're up against.
So fully autonomous, meaning like self-sufficient. There's still a role for the human in that picture. Do you think there'll be a time when AI systems, just beyond doing fully autonomous flight control, will also help or even take mission decisions like HAL did?
That's interesting. It depends. I mean, they're going to be designed by humans. I think, as you mentioned, humans are always in the loop. I mean, we might be on Earth. We might be in orbit on Mars. Maybe the systems, the landers down on the surface of Mars. But I think we are right now just on Earth-based systems, AI systems that are incredibly capable. And, training them with all the data that we have now, petabytes of data from Earth. What I care about for the autonomy and AI right now, how we're applying it in research, is to look at Earth and look at climate systems. I mean, it's not for Mars to me today. Right now, AI is to eyes on Earth, all of our space data, compiling that using supercomputers, because we have so much information and knowledge, and we need to get that into people's hands. First, there's the educational issue with climate and our changing climate. Then we need to change human behavior. That's the biggie. So this next decade, it's urgent we take care of our own spaceship, which is Spaceship Earth. So that's, to me, where my focus has been for AI systems, using whatever is out there, kind of imagining also what the future situation is. What's the satellite imagery of Earth of the future? If you can hold that in your hands, that's going to be really powerful. Will that help people accelerate positive change for Earth and for us to live in balance with Earth? I hope so. And kind of start with the ocean systems. So oceans to land to air, and kind of using all the space data. So it's a huge role for artificial intelligence to help us analyze. I call it curating the data, using the data. It has a lot to do with visualizations as well.
How long does it take? So if you look at the two Fast AI courses, how long does it take to get from point zero to completing both courses?
It varies a lot. Somewhere between 2 months and 2 years, generally.
So for 2 months, how many hours a day
on
like, average?
So like somebody who is a very competent coder can do 70 hours per course and pick
70.
Yeah.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah. But a lot of people I know take a year off to study Fast AI full time, and say at the end of the year they feel pretty competent, because generally there's a lot of other things you do. Like they'll be entering Kaggle competitions. They might be reading Ian Goodfellow's book. They might, they'll be doing a bunch of stuff. And often, particularly if they are a domain expert, their coding skills might be a little on the pedestrian side. So part of it's just like doing a lot more writing.
What do you find is the bottleneck for people usually, except getting started and setting stuff up?
I would say coding. I would say the people who are strong coders pick it up the best. Although another bottleneck is people who have a lot of experience of classic statistics can really struggle, because the intuition is so the opposite of what they're used to. They're very used to like trying to reduce the number of parameters in their model and looking at individual coefficients and stuff like that. So I find people who have a lot of coding background and know nothing about statistics are generally going to be the best off.
So just before we get to Fast AI, where's the biggest benefit of AI in medicine that you see today? And
not much happening today in terms of like stuff that's actually out there. It's very early, but in terms of the opportunity, it's to take markets like India and China and Indonesia, which have big populations, Africa, small numbers of doctors, and provide diagnostic, particularly treatment planning and triage kind of on device, so that if you do a test for malaria or tuberculosis or whatever, you immediately get something that even a healthcare worker that's had a month of training can get a very high quality assessment of whether the patient might be at risk, and tell, we'll send them off to a hospital. So for example, in Africa, outside of South Africa, there's only 5 pediatric radiologists for the entire continent. So most countries don't have any. So if your kid is sick and they need something diagnosed through medical imaging, the person, even if you're able to get medical imaging done, the person that looks at it will be, a nurse at best.
Yeah.
But actually in India, for example, and China, almost no x-rays are read by anybody, by any trained professional, because they don't have enough. So if instead we had a algorithm that could take the most likely high risk 5% and say, triage, basically say, okay, somebody needs to look at this, it would massively change the kind of way that what's possible with medicine in the developing world. And remember, they have money. They're the developing world. They're not the poor world, they're the developing world. So they have the money. So they're building the hospitals, they're getting the diagnostic equipment, but there's no way for a very long time will they be able to have the expertise.
Shortage of expertise. Okay, and that's where the deep learning systems can step in and magnify the expertise they do have.
Exactly.
Essentially.
Yeah.
So you do see, just to linger it on a little bit longer,
Sure.
The interaction. You do still see the human expert still at the core of these systems.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there something in medicine that can be automated almost completely?
I don't see the point of even thinking about that because we have such a shortage of people.
Right.
Why would we want to find a way not to use them?
Right.
Like we have people. So the idea of like, even from an economic point of view, if you can make them 10x more productive, getting rid of the person doesn't impact your unit economics at all.
Right.
And it totally ignores the fact that there are things people do better than machines. So it's just, to me, that's not a useful way of framing the problem.
I guess, just to clarify, I guess I meant there may be some problems where you can avoid even going to the expert ever, sort of maybe preventative care or some basic stuff, low-hanging fruit, allowing the expert to focus on the things that are really that.
Well, that's what the triage would do, right? So the triage would say, okay, it's 99% sure there's nothing here.
Right.
So, that can be done on device and they can just say, okay, go home.
Right.
So the experts are being used to look at the stuff which has some chance it's worth looking at, which most things is not, it's fine.
Why do you think we haven't quite made progress on that yet in terms of the scale of how much AI is applied in the medical
there's a lot of reasons. I mean, one is it's pretty new. I only started Analytic in 2014, and before that, it's hard to express to what degree the medical world was not aware of the opportunities here. So I went to RSNA, which is the world's largest radiology conference, and I told everybody I could, I'm doing this thing with deep learning, please come and check it out. And no one had any idea what I was talking about, and no one had any interest in it. So we've come from absolute zero, which is hard. And then the whole regulatory framework, education system, everything is just set up to think of doctoring in a very different way. Mm-hmm. So today there is a small number of people who are deep learning practitioners and doctors at the same time. And we're starting to see the first ones come out of their PhD programs. So Zach Kahane over in Boston, Cambridge, has a number of students now who are data science experts, deep learning experts, and actual medical doctors. Mm-hmm. Quite a few doctors have completed our Fast AI course now and are publishing papers and creating journal reading groups in the American Council of Radiology. And it's just starting to happen.
Right.
But it's going to be a long process. The regulators have to learn how to regulate this. They have to build, guidelines. And then the lawyers at hospitals have to develop a new way of understanding that sometimes it makes sense for data to be, looked at in raw form in large quantities in order to create world-changing results.
Yeah, so regulation around data, all that, it sounds probably the hardest problem, but sounds reminiscent of autonomous vehicles as well. Many of the same regulatory challenges, many of the same data challenges.
Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, the problem is less the regulation and more the interpretation of that regulation by lawyers in hospitals. So HIPAA is actually was designed to the P in HIPAA does not stand for privacy. It stands for portability. It's actually meant to be a way that data can be used, and it was created with lots of gray areas because the idea is that would be more practical and it would help people to use this legislation to actually share data in a more thoughtful way. Unfortunately, it's done the opposite because when a lawyer sees a gray area, they see, if we don't know, we won't get sued, then we can't do it.
Right.
So HIPAA is not exactly the problem. The problem is more that hospital lawyers are not incented to make bold decisions about data portability.
Or even to embrace technology that saves lives.
Right.
They more want to not get in trouble for embracing that
right.
technology.
Also, it's also saves lives in a very abstract way, which is like, oh, we've been able to release these 100,000 anonymized records. Right. I can't point at the specific person whose life that saved. I can say like, oh, we ended up with this paper which found this result, which, diagnosed 1,000 more people than we would have otherwise. But it's like, which ones were helped? It's very abstract.
Yeah, and on the counter side of that, you may be able to point to a life that was taken because of something that was
or a person whose privacy was violated. It's like, oh, this specific person, there was de-identified. Identified.
Just a fascinating topic. We're jumping around. We'll get back to Fast AI, but tell me, if you could, the origin story of Fast AI. What is the motivation, its mission, its dream?
So I guess the founding story is heavily tied to my previous startup, which is a company called Enletic, which was the first company to focus on deep learning for medicine. Mm-hmm. And I created that because I saw there was a huge opportunity to, there's about a 10x shortage of the number of doctors in the world, and the developing world, that we need. Expected it would take about 300 years to train enough doctors to meet that gap. But I guessed that maybe if we used deep learning for some of the analytics, we could maybe make it so you don't need as highly trained doctors.
For diagnosis?
For diagnosis and treatment planning.
Where's the biggest benefit? So just to briefly touch on it, I mean, do you think it's possible to form that kind of connection with AI systems? More down the line of some of your work, do you think that's engineering-wise a possibility to alleviate loneliness is not with another human, but with an AI system?
Well, I know that's a fact. That's what we're doing. And we see it and we measure that, and we see how people start to feel less lonely talking to their virtual AI friend.
So basically a chatbot at the basic level, but could be more. Like, do you have, I'm not even speaking sort of about specifics, but do you have a hope? Like, if you look 50 years from now, do you have a hope that there's just like AIs that are like optimized for, let me first start, like right now, the way people perceive AI, which is recommender systems for Facebook and Twitter, social media, they see AI as basically destroying, first of all, the fabric of our civilization, but second of all, making us more lonely. Do you see like a world where it's possible to just have AI systems floating about that like make our life less lonely? Yeah. Make us happy? Make like are putting good things into the world in terms of our individual lives?
Yeah, I totally believe in that. That's why I'm also working on that. I think we need to also make sure that what we're trying to optimize for, we're actually measuring, and it is a North Star metric that we're going after, and all of our product and all of our business models are optimized for that. Because you can talk, a lot of products that talk about, making you feel less lonely or making you feel more connected. They're not really measuring that, so they don't really know whether their users are actually feeling less lonely in the long run or feeling more connected in the long run. So I think it's really important to put
to measure it.
Yep, to measure it.
What's a good measurement of loneliness?
Well, so that's something that I'm really interested in. How do you measure that people are feeling better or that they're feeling less lonely? With loneliness, there's a scale. There's a UCLA 20 and UCLA 3 recently scale, which is basically a questionnaire that you fill out, and you can see whether in the long run it's improving or not.
And that does it capture the momentary feeling of loneliness? Does it look in like the past month? Like, does it basically self-report? Does it try to sneak up on you? Try to trick you to answer honestly or something like that? Well, I'm not familiar with the question.
It is just asking you a few questions, like how often did you feel like lonely, or how often did you feel connected to other people in this last couple weeks? It's similar to the self-report questionnaires for depression and anxiety, like PHQ-9 and GAD-7. Of course, as any self-report questionnaires, that's not necessarily very precise, so very well measured. But still, if you take a big enough population, you get them through these questionnaires, you can see a positive dynamic.
And so you basically you put people through questionnaires to see, like, is what we're creating making people happier?
Yeah, we measure 2 outcomes. One, short term, right after the conversation, we ask people whether this conversation made them feel better, worse, or same. This metric right now is at 80%. So 80% of all our conversations make people feel better.
But I should have done the questionnaire with you. You feel a lot worse after we've done this conversation. That's actually fascinating. I should probably do that.
But that's
probably do that.
You should totally
and aim for 80%. Aim to outperform your current state-of-the-art AI system in these human conversations. So we'll get to your work with Replica. There's been a lot of really nice robotics companies that all failed, mostly failed. Home robotics, social robotics companies. What do you think Replica will ever? Is that a dream, long-term dream, to have a physical form? Like, or is that not necessary? So you mentioned, like, with augmented reality, bringing them into the world. What about, like, actual physical robot?
That I don't really believe in that much. I think it's a very niche product somehow. I mean, if a robot could be indistinguishable from a human being, then maybe yes. But that, of course, we're not anywhere even to talk about it. But unless it's that, then having any physical representation really limits you a lot. Because you probably will have to make it somewhat abstract because everything's changing so fast. Like, we can update the 3D avatars every month and make them look better and create more animations and make it more and more immersive. It's so much a work in progress. It's just showing what's possible right now with current tech. But it's not really in any way polished, finished product, what we're doing. With a physical object, you kind of lock yourself into something for a long time. Anything is pretty niche. And again, just doesn't, the capabilities are even less of, we're barely kind of like scratching the surface of what's possible with just software. As soon as we introduce hardware, then, we have even less capabilities.
Yeah, in terms of board members and investors and so on, the cost increases significantly. I mean, that's why you have to justify, you have to be able to sell a thing for like $500 or something like that or more. And it's very difficult to provide that much value to people.
And that's also true.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess that's super important. Most of our users don't have that much money. We actually are probably more popular on Android. And we have tons of users with really old Android phones. And most of our most active users live in small towns. They're not necessarily making much. And they just wouldn't be able to afford any of that. Ours is like the opposite of the early adopter of, of a fancy technology product, which really is interesting that like pretty much no VCs have an AI friend. But a guy who, lives in Tennessee in a small town is already fully in 2030 or in the world as we imagine in the movie Her.
Yeah.
He's living that life already.
If I may comment on that, then it takes us to artificial intelligence a little bit, because in order to build infrastructure, it creates a lot of jobs. So I'll be actually interested if you would say that you talk in your book about all kinds of jobs that could and could not be automated. I wonder if building infrastructure is one of the jobs that would not be easily automated. It's something we can think about, because I think you've mentioned somewhere in the talk, or that there might be, as jobs are being automated, a role for government to create jobs that can't be automated.
Yes, I think that's a possibility. Back in the last financial crisis, China put a lot of money to basically give its economy a boost, and a lot of it went into infrastructure building. And I think that's a legitimate way at the government level to deal with the employment issues as well as build out the infrastructure. As long as the infrastructures are truly needed, and as long as there is an employment problem, which no, we don't know.
So maybe taking a little step back, you've been a leader and a researcher in AI for several decades, at least 30 years. So how has AI changed in the West and the East as you've observed, as you've been deep in it over the past 30 years?
Well, AI began as the pursuit of understanding human intelligence. And the term itself represents that. But it kind of drifted into the one sub-area that worked extremely well, which is machine intelligence. And that's actually more using pattern recognition techniques to basically do incredibly well on a limited domain, large amount of data, but relatively simple kinds of planning tasks and not very creative. So we didn't end up building human intelligence. We built a different machine that was a lot better than us, some problems, but nowhere close to us on other problems. So today, I think a lot of people still misunderstand when we say artificial intelligence and what various products can do. People still think it's about replicating human intelligence, but the products out there really are closer to having invented the internet or the spreadsheet or the database and getting broader adoption.
And speaking further to the fears, near-term fears that people have about AI, so you're commenting on the sort of the general intelligence that people in the popular culture from sci-fi movies have a sense about AI, but there's practical fears about AI, the narrow AI that you're talking about, of automating particular kinds of jobs, and you talk about them in the book. So what are the kinds of jobs in your view that you see in the next 5-10 years beginning to be automated by AI systems, algorithms?
Yes, this is also maybe a little bit counterintuitive, because it's the routine jobs that will be displaced the soonest. And they may not be displaced entirely, maybe 50%, 80% of a job. But when the workload drops by that much, employment will come down. And also another part of misunderstanding is most people think of AI replacing routine jobs, then they think of the assembly line, the workers. Well, that will have some effect, but it's actually the routine white-collar workers that's easiest to replace, because to replace a white-collar worker, you just need software. To replace a blue-collar worker, you need robotics, mechanical excellence, and the ability to deal with dexterity and maybe even unknown environments. Very, very difficult. So if we were to categorize the most dangerous white-collar jobs, they would be things like back office, people who copy and paste and deal with simple computer programs and data and maybe paper and OCR, and they don't make strategic decisions. They basically facilitate the process. The software and paper systems don't work, so you have people dealing with new employee orientation, searching for past lawsuits and financial documents, and doing reference check.
So basic searching and management of data. That's the most in danger of being lost.
In addition to the white-collar repetitive work, a lot of simple interaction work can also be taken care of, such as telesales, telemarketing, customer service, as well as many physical jobs that are in the same location and don't require a high degree of dexterity. So fruit picking, dishwashing, assembly line inspection are jobs in that category. So altogether, back office is a big part. And the other, the blue collar may be smaller initially, but over time, AI will get better. And when we start to get to, over the next 15, 20 years, the ability to actually have the dexterity of doing assembly line. That's a huge chunk of jobs. And when autonomous vehicles start to work, initially starting with truck drivers, but eventually to all drivers, that's another huge group of workers. So I see modest numbers in the next 5 years, but increasing rapidly after that.
So is there a difference between a Chinese AI engineer today and an American AI engineer, perhaps rooted in the culture that we just talked about, or the education, or the very soul of the people, or no? And what would your advice be to each if there's a difference?
Well, there's a lot that's similar because AI is about mastering sciences, about using known technologies and trying new things. But it's also about picking from many parts of possible networks to use and different types of parameters to tune. And that part is somewhat rote. And it is also, as anyone who's built AI products can tell you, a lot about cleansing the data. Because AI runs better with more data, and data is generally unstructured, errorful, and unclean. And the effort to clean the data is immense. So I think the better part of American engineering, AI engineering process is to try new things, to do things people haven't done before, and to use technology to solve most, if not all, problems. So to make the algorithm work despite not so great data, find error tolerant ways to deal with the data. The Chinese way would be to basically enumerate to the fullest extent all the possible ways by a lot of machines, try lots of different ways to get it to work, and spend a lot of resources and money and time cleaning up data. That means the AI engineer may be writing data cleansing algorithms, working with thousands of people who label or correct or do things with the data. That is the incredible hard work that might lead to better results. So the Chinese engineer would rely on and ask for more and more and more data and find ways to cleanse them and make them work in the system, and probably less time thinking about new algorithms that can overcome data or other
Let me ask you this weird question about the Fields Medal, which is the Nobel Prize in mathematics. Do you think, since we're talking about computers, there will one day come a time when a computer, an AI system, will win a Fields Medal?
No.
Of course, that's what a human would say. Why not?
Is that like that's like my CAPTCHA? That's like the proof that I'm a human? Is I deny that?
Yeah. How does he want me to answer? Is there something interesting to be said about that?
Yeah, I mean, I am tremendously interested in what AI can do in pure mathematics. I mean, it's of course it's a parochial interest, right? You're like, why am I not interested in like how it can like help feed the world or help solve like the real social problems? I'm like, can it do more math? Like, what can I do? We all have our interests, right? Yes. But I think it is a really interesting conceptual question, and here too, I think it's important to be kind of historical, because it's certainly true that there's lots of things that we used to call research in mathematics that we would now call computation. Tasks that we've now offloaded to machines. Like, in 1890, somebody could be like, here's my PhD thesis. I computed all the invariants of this polynomial ring under the action of some finite group. Doesn't matter what those words mean, just it's like something that in 1890 would take a person a year to do and would be a valuable thing that you might want to know. And it's still a valuable thing that you might want to know, but now you type a few lines of code in Macaulay or Sage or Magma, and you just have it. So we don't think of that as math anymore, even though it's the same thing.
What's Macaulay, Sage, and Magma?
Oh, those are computer algebra programs. So those are like sort of bespoke systems that lots of mathematicians use.
That's similar to Maple and...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So it's similar to Maple and Mathematica. Yeah.
Okay.
But a little more specialized, but yeah.
It's programs that work with symbols and allow you to do... Can you do proofs? Can you do kind of little leaps and proofs?
They're not really built for that, and that's a whole other story.
But these tools are part of the process of mathematics now.
Right. They are now, for most mathematicians, I would say, part of the process of mathematics. And so, there's a story I tell in the book, which I'm fascinated by, which is, so far, attempts to get AIs to prove interesting theorems have not done so well. It doesn't mean they can. There's actually a paper I just saw, which has a very nice use of a neural net to find counterexamples to conjecture. Somebody said, like, well, maybe this is always that.
Yeah.
And you can be like, well, let me sort of train an AI to sort of try to find things where that's not true. And it actually succeeded. Now, in this case, if you look at the things that it found, you say, like, okay, I mean, these are not famous conjectures.
Yes.
Okay. So, like, somebody wrote this down. Maybe this is so. Looking at what the AI came up with, you're like, I bet if like 5 grad students had thought about that problem, they would have come up with that. I mean, when you see it, you're like, okay, that is one of the things you might try if you sort of like put some work into it. Still, it's pretty awesome.
Right.
But the story I tell in the book, which I'm fascinated by, is we're going to go back to knots.
Let's go.
There's a knot called the Conway knot. After John Conway, who maybe we'll talk about, a very interesting character also.
Yeah, as a small tangent, somebody I was supposed to talk to, and unfortunately he passed away, and he's somebody I find is an incredible mathematician, incredible human being. So.
Oh, and I am sorry that you didn't get a chance, because having had the chance to talk to him a lot when I was a postdoc, you missed out. There's no way to sugarcoat it. I'm sorry that you didn't get that chance.
Yeah, it is what it is. So, knots.
Yeah, so there was a question, and again, it doesn't matter the technicalities of the question, but it's a question of whether the knot is sliced. It has to do with something about what kinds of 3-dimensional surfaces in 4 dimensions can be bounded by this knot. But never mind what it means. It's some question, and it's actually very hard to compute whether a knot is sliced or not. And in particular, the question of the Conway knot, whether it was sliced or not, was particularly vexed. Until it was solved just a few years ago by Lisa Piccirillo, who actually, now that I think of it, was here in Austin. I believe she was a grad student at UT Austin at the time. I didn't even realize there was an Austin connection to this story until I started telling it. She is, in fact, I think she's now at MIT, so she's basically following you around. If I remember correctly.
The reverse.
There's a lot of really interesting richness to this story. One thing about it is her paper was very short. It was very short and simple. 9 pages, of which 2 were pictures. Very short for like a paper solving a major conjecture. And it really makes you think about what we mean by difficulty in mathematics. Like, do you say, oh, actually the problem wasn't difficult because you could solve it so simply? Or do you say like, well, no, evidently it was difficult because like the world's top topologists, many, worked on it for 20 years and nobody could solve it. So therefore it is difficult. Or is it that we need sort of some new category of things about which it's difficult to figure out that they're not difficult?
I mean, this is the computer science formulation, but the sort of the journey to arrive at the simple answer may be difficult, but once you have the answer, it will then appear simple. And I mean, there might be a large category. I hope there's a large set of such solutions, because once we stand at the end of this scientific process that we're at the very beginning of, or at least it feels like, I hope there's just simple answers to everything, that we'll look and it'll be simple laws that govern the universe, simple explanation of what is consciousness, of what is love, is mortality fundamental to life, what's the meaning of life, are humans special, or we're just another sort of reflection of and all that is beautiful in the universe in terms of like life forms. All of it is life and just has different, when taken from a different perspective, is all life can seem more valuable or not, but really it's all part of the same thing. All those will have a nice, like, two equations, maybe one equation. But
why do you think you want those questions to have simple answers?
I think just like symmetry and the breaking of symmetry is beautiful somehow. There's something beautiful about simplicity. I think it.
So it's aesthetic.
It's aesthetic, yeah. But it's aesthetic in the way that happiness is an aesthetic. Like, why is that so joyful? That a simple explanation that governs a large number of cases is really appealing. Even when it's not, like, obviously we get a huge amount of trouble with that, because oftentimes it doesn't have to be connected with reality, or even that explanation could be exceptionally harmful. Most of like the world's history that was governed by hate and violence had a very simple explanation at the core that was used to cause the violence and the hatred. So like we get into trouble with that. But why is that so appealing? And in its nice forms in mathematics, like you look at the Einstein papers, why are those so beautiful? And why is the Andrew Wiles proof of the Fermat's last theorem not quite so beautiful? Like, what's beautiful about that story is the human struggle of, like, the human story of perseverance, of the drama of not knowing if the proof is correct, and ups and downs and all of those kinds of things. That's the interesting part. But the fact that the proof is huge and nobody understands, well, from my outsider's perspective, nobody understands what the heck it is not as beautiful as it could have been. I wish it was what Fermat originally said, which is, it's not small enough to fit in the margins of this page, but maybe if he had like a full page or maybe like a couple Post-it notes, he would have enough to do let me ask a romanticized question. What is the most beautiful to you, silly ape, the most beautiful or surprising idea in the development of artificial intelligence, whether in your own life or in the history of artificial intelligence, that you've come across?
If you build an AI, it probably can make models at an arbitrary degree of detail, right, of the world. And then it would try to understand its own nature. It's tempting to think that at some point when we have general intelligence, we have competitions where we will let the AIs wake up in different kinds of physical universes, and we measure how many movements of the Rubik's Cube it takes until it's figured out what's going on in its universe and what it is and its own nature and its own physics and so on, right? So what if we exist in the memory of an AI that is trying to understand its own nature and remembers its own genesis and remembers Lex and Joscha sitting in a hotel room, sparking some of the ideas off that led to the development of general intelligence.
So we're a kind of simulation that's running in an AI system that's trying to understand itself.
Maybe. It's not that I believe that, but I think it's a beautiful idea.
I mean, you kind of return to this idea with the Turing test of intelligence being the process of asking and answering what is intelligence. Mm-hmm. I mean, why Do you think there is an answer? Why is there such a search for an answer? So does there have to be like an answer? You just said an AI system that's trying to understand the why of what, understand itself. Is that a fundamental process of greater and greater complexity, greater and greater intelligence? Is the continuous trying of understanding itself?
No, I think you will find that most people don't care about that because they're well adjusted enough to not care. And the reason why people like you and me care about it probably has to do with the need to understand ourselves. It's because we are in fundamental disagreement with the universe that we wake up in. They look down on me and I see, oh my God, I'm caught in a monkey. What's that? Some people are unhappy with the government, and I'm unhappy with the entire universe that I find myself in.
Oh, so you don't think that's a fundamental aspect of human nature that some people are just suppressing? No. That they wake up shocked they're in the body of a monkey? No,
there is a clear adaptive value to not be confused by that and by.
Well, no, that's not what I asked. So yeah, if there's clear adaptive value, then there's clear adaptive value to, while fundamentally your brain is confused by that, by creating an illusion, another layer of the narrative that says, that tries to suppress that and instead say that, what's going on with the government right now is the most important thing. What's going on with my football team is the most important thing. But it seems to me for me, it was a really interesting moment reading Ernest Becker's Denial of Death. That, this kind of idea that we're all, the fundamental thing from which most of our human mind springs is this fear of mortality, of being cognizant of your mortality and the fear of that mortality. And then you construct illusions on top of that. I guess just to push on it, you really don't think it's possible that this worry of the big existential questions is actually fundamental as the existentialist thought to our existence?
No, I think that the fear of death only plays a role as long as you don't see the big picture. The thing is that minds are software states, right? Software doesn't have identity. Software, in some sense, is a physical law.
But hold on a second. But it feels like there's an identity. I thought that was for this particular piece of software and the narrative it tells. That's a fundamental property of it, assigning it an identity.
The maintenance of the identity is not terminal. It's instrumental to something else. You maintain your identity so you can serve your meaning. So you can do the things that you're supposed to do before you die. And I suspect that for most people, the fear of death is the fear of dying before they're done with the things that they feel they have to do, even though they cannot quite put their finger on it, what that is.
Right. But in the software world, okay, to return to the question, then what happens after we die? So,
why would you care? You will not be longer there. The point of dying is that you're gone.
Well, maybe I'm not. This is what, it seems like there's so much in the idea that this is just, the mind is just a simulation that's constructing a narrative around some particular aspects of the quantum mechanical wave function world that we can't quite get direct access to. Then, like, the idea of mortality seems to be a little fuzzy as well. Maybe there's not a clear end.
No, the fuzzy idea is the one of continuous existence. We don't have continuous existence.
How do you know that? Like that?
Because it's not computable.
Because you're saying it's going to be
there is no continuous process. The only thing that binds you together with the Lex Fridman from yesterday is the illusion that you have memories about him. So if you want to upload, it's very easy. You make a machine that thinks it's you. Because it's the same thing that you are. You are a machine that thinks it's you.
But that's immortality.
Yeah, but it's just a belief. You can create this belief very easily. Once you realize that the question whether you are immortal or not depends entirely on your beliefs and your own continuity.
But then you can be immortal by the continuity of the belief.
You cannot be immortal, but you can stop being afraid of your mortality because you realize you were never continuously existing in the first place.
Well, I don't know if I'd be more terrified or less terrified by that. It seems like the fact that I existed.
Also, you don't know this state in which you don't have a self. You can turn off yourself,
I can't turn.
You can't turn it off. You can turn it off.
I can.
Yes. So and you can basically meditate yourself in a state where you are still conscious, where still things are happening, where you know everything that you knew before, but you're no longer identified with changing anything. And this means that yourself in a way dissolves. There is no longer this person. You know that this person construct exists in other states and it runs on this brain of Lex Fridman, but it's not a real thing. It's a construct. It's an idea. And you can change that idea. And if you let go of this idea, if you don't think that you are special, you realize it's just one of many people and it's not your favorite person even, right? It's just one of many.
Yeah.
And it's the one that you are doomed to control for the most part. And that is basically informing the actions of this organism as a control model. And this is all there is. And you are somehow afraid that this control model gets interrupted or loses the identity of continuity.
Yeah, so I'm attached. I mean, it's a very popular, it's a somehow compelling notion that being attached, like there's no need to be attached to this idea of an identity. But that in itself could be an illusion that you construct. So the process of meditation, while popularly is thought of as getting under the concept of identity, it could be just putting a cloak over it, just telling it to be quiet for the moment. I
think that meditation is eventually just a bunch of techniques that let you control attention. And when you can control attention, you can get access to your own source code, hopefully not before you understand what you're doing. And then you can change the way it works temporarily or permanently.
So meditation is to get a glimpse at the source code, get under. So basically control or turn off the attention.
The entire thing is that you learn to control attention. So everything else is downstream from controlling attention.
And control the attention that's looking at the attention.
Normally, we only get attention in the parts of our mind that create heat, where you have a mismatch between model and the results that are happening. And so most people are not self-aware because their control is too good. If everything works out roughly the way you want, and the only things that don't work out is whether your football team wins, then you will mostly have models about these domains. And it's only when, for instance, your fundamental relationships to the world around you don't work because the ideology of your country is insane and the other kids are not nerds and don't understand why you understand physics and you don't, why you want to understand physics and you don't understand why somebody would not want to understand physics.
So speaking of doing cool, ambitious things, FAIR, the Facebook AI research group, has recently celebrated its 8th birthday. Or maybe you can correct me on that. Yep. Looking back, what has been the successes, the failures, the lessons learned from the 8 years of FAIR? And maybe you can also give context of where does the newly minted Meta AI fit into, how does it relate to FAIR?
Right. So let me tell you a little bit about the organization of all this. FAIR was created almost exactly 8 years ago. It wasn't called FAIR yet. It took that name a few months later. And at the time I joined Facebook, there was a group called the AI group that had about 12 engineers and a few scientists, like 10 engineers and 2 scientists or something like that. I ran it for 3.5 years as a director. Hired the first few scientists and kind of set up the culture and organized it, explained to the Facebook leadership what fundamental research was about and how it can work within industry and how it needs to be open and everything. And I think it's been an unqualified success in the sense that FAIR has simultaneously produced, top-level research and advanced the science and the technology, provided tools, open source tools like PyTorch and many others. But at the same time has had a direct or mostly indirect impact on Facebook at the time, now Meta, in the sense that a lot of systems that Meta is built around now are based on research projects that started at FAIR. And so if you were to take out, deep learning out of Facebook services now and Meta more generally, the company would literally crumble. It's completely built around AI these days. And it's really essential to the operations. So what happened after 3.5 years is that I changed role. I became chief scientist. So I'm not doing day-to-day management of FAIR anymore. I'm more of a kind of, think about strategy and things like that. And I conduct my own research. I have, my own kind of research group working on self-supervised learning and things like this, which I didn't have time to do when I was director. So now FAIR is run by Joël Pinault and Antoine Borde together, because FAIR is kind of split in two now. There's something called FAIR Labs, which is sort of bottom-up scientist-driven research, and FAIR Excel, which is slightly more organized for bigger projects that require a little more kind of focus and more engineering support and things like that. So Joël leads FAIR Lab and Antoine Borde leads FAIR Excel.
Where are they located?
All
over?
It's delocalized all over.
Okay.
So there's no question that the leadership of the company believes that this was a very worthwhile investment. And what that means is that it's there for the long run, right? So there is, if you want to talk in these terms, which I don't like, there's a business model, if you want, where FAIR, despite being a very fundamental research lab, brings a lot of value to the company, either mostly indirectly through other groups. Now, what happened 3.5 years ago when I stepped down was also the creation of Facebook AI, which was basically a larger organization that covers FAIR, so FAIR is included in it, but also has other organizations that are focused on applied research or advanced development of AI technology that is more, focused on the products of the company.
So less emphasis on fundamental research.
Less fundamental, but it's still research. I mean, there's a lot of papers coming out of those organizations, and the people are awesome, and wonderful to interact with. But it serves as kind of a way to kind of scale up, if you want, sort of AI technology, which may be very experimental and sort of lab prototypes into things that are usable.
So FAIR is a subset of Meta AI. Is FAIR become like KFC? It'll just keep the F. Nobody cares what the F stands for.
We'll know
nobody
soon enough. By probably by the end of 2021.
This is not a giant change, FAIR.
Well, Mayor doesn't sound too good, but the brand people are kind of deciding on this. And they've been hesitating for a while now, and they tell us they're going to come up with an answer as to whether FAIR is going to change name or whether we're going to change just the meaning of the F.
That's a good call. I would keep FAIR and change the meaning of the F.
That would be my preference. I would turn the F into fundamental.
Oh, that's
fundamental
good.
AI research.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah,
within Meta AI. So this would be
Meta
really
FAIR.
sort of Meta FAIR.
Yeah.
But people will call it FAIR, right?
Yeah, exactly. I like it.
And now Meta AI is part of the Reality Lab. So, Meta now, the new Facebook, right, is called Meta, and it's kind of divided into, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Reality Lab. And Reality Lab is about, AR, VR, telepresence, communication technology and stuff like that. It's kind of you can think of it as the sort of a combination of sort of new products and technology part of Meta.
Is that where the touch sensing for robots? I saw that you were posting about that's. But
touch sensing for robots is part of FAIR, actually. That's a FAIR project.
Is okay.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. There's also but there is the other way, the haptic glove, right?
Yes.
That has like
that's more Reality Lab.
That's Reality Lab research.
Reality Lab research. But by the way, the touch sensors is super interesting. Like integrating that modality into the whole sensing suite is very interesting. So, what do you think about the metaverse? What do you think about this whole kind of expansion of the view of the role of Facebook and Meta in the world?
Well, metaverse really should be thought of as the next step in the internet, right? Sort of trying to kind of make the experience more compelling of being connected either with other people or with content. And we are evolved and trained to evolve in 3D environments where We can see other people. We can talk to them when we're near them, or and other people are far away can't hear us. Things like that, right? So there's a lot of social conventions that exist in the real world that we can try to transpose. Now, what is going to be eventually how compelling is it going to be? Like, is it going to be the case that people are going to be willing to do this if they have to wear a huge pair of goggles all day? Maybe not.
Right. But then again, if the experience is sufficiently compelling, maybe so.
Or if the device that you have to wear is just basically a pair of glasses, technology makes sufficient progress for that. AR is a much easier concept to grasp. That you're going to have, augmented reality glasses that basically contain some sort of, virtual assistant that can help you in your daily lives. But
at the same time, with the AR, you have to contend with reality. With VR, you can completely detach yourself from reality, so it gives you freedom. It might be easier to design worlds in VR.
Yeah, but you can imagine how, the metaverse being
a mix,
right? or like you can have objects that exist in the metaverse that pop up on top of the real world, or only exist in virtual reality.
Okay, let me ask the hard question.
Oh, because all of this was easy. So
this was easy. The Facebook, now Meta, the social network, has been painted by the media as net negative for society, even destructive and evil at times. You've pushed back against this, defending Facebook. Can you explain your defense?
Yeah. So the description, the company that is being described in some media, is not the company we know when we work inside. And, it could be claimed that a lot of employees are uninformed about what really goes on in the company. But, I'm a vice president. I mean, I have a pretty good vision of what goes on. I don't know everything, obviously. I'm not involved in everything, but certainly not in decision about content moderation or anything like this. But I have, some decent vision of what goes on. And this evil that is being described, I just don't see it. And then, I think there is an easy story to buy, which is that all the bad things in the world, and the reason your friend believe crazy stuff, there's an easy scapegoat, right? In social media in general, Facebook in particular. But you have to look at the data. Like, is it the case that Facebook, for example, polarizes people politically? Are there academic studies that show this? Is it the case that teenagers think of themselves less if they use Instagram more? Is it the case that people get more riled up against opposite sides in a debate or political opinion if they are more on Facebook or if they are less? And study after study show that none of this is true. This is independent studies by academics. They're not funded by Facebook or Meta. Studied by Stanford, by some of my colleagues at NYU, actually, with whom I have no connection. There's a study recently. They paid people. I think it was in the former Yugoslavia. I'm not exactly sure in what part, but they paid people to not use Facebook for a while in the period before the anniversary of the Srebrenica massacres, right? So people get riled up, like should we have a celebration? I mean, a memorial kind of celebration for it or not? So they paid a bunch of people to not use Facebook for a few weeks. And it turns out that those people ended up being more polarized than they were at the beginning, and the people who were more on Facebook were less polarized. There's a study, from Stanford of economists at Stanford that tried to identify the causes of increasing polarization in the US. And it's been going on for 40 years before, Mark Zuckerberg was born.
Yeah.
Continuously. And so if there is a cause, it's not Facebook or social media. So you could say if social media just accelerated, but no, I mean, it's basically a continuous evolution by some measure of polarization in the US. And then you compare this with other countries like the west half of Germany, because you can go 40 years in the east side, or Denmark or other countries. And they use Facebook just as much. And they're not getting more polarized, they're getting less polarized. So if you want to look for, a causal relationship there, You can find a scapegoat, but you can't find a cause. Now, if you want to fix the problem, you have to find the right cause. And what riles me up is that people now are accusing Facebook of bad deeds that are done by others, and those others we're not doing anything about them.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, those others include the owner of the Wall Street Journal, in which all of those papers were published.
So I should mention that I'm talking to Mike Schrepfer on this podcast, and also Mark Zuckerberg, and probably these are conversations I can have with them, because it's very interesting to me. Even if Facebook has some measurable negative effect, you can't just consider that in isolation. You have to consider about all the positive ways it connects us. So like every technology,
it connects people. There's no question.
You can't just say like there's an increase in division. Yes, probably Google search engine has created increase in division, but you have to consider about how much information it brought to the world. Like, I'm sure Wikipedia created more division if you just look at the division, but you have to look at the full context of the world, and it didn't make a better world. And you have
the printing press has created more division, right?
Exactly.
I mean, so, when the printing press was invented, the first books that were printed were things like the Bible, and that allowed people to read the Bible by themselves, not get the message uniquely from priests in Europe. And that created, the Protestant movement and 200 years of religious persecution and wars. So that's a bad side effect of the printing press. Social networks aren't being nearly as bad as the printing press, but nobody would say the printing press was a bad idea.
Yeah, a lot of it is perception, and there's a lot of different incentives operating here. Maybe a quick comment, since you're one of the top leaders at Facebook and at Meta, that's in the tech space. I'm sure Facebook involves a lot of incredible technological challenges that need to be solved. A lot of it probably is on the computer infrastructure, the hardware, it's just a huge amount. Maybe can you give me context about how much of Schrep's life is AI and how much of it is low-level compute, how much of it is flying all around doing business stuff, and the same with Mark Zuckerberg?
They really focus on AI. Certainly in the run-up of the creation of FAIR, and for at least a year after that, if not more, Mark was very, very much focused on AI and was spending quite a lot of effort on it. And that's his style. When he gets interested in something, he reads everything about it. He read some of my papers, for example, before I joined. So he learns a lot about it.
You like notes,
right? Schrep was really to it also. Schrep is really kind of, has something I've tried to preserve also despite my not so young age, which is a sense of wonder about science and technology. And he certainly has that. He's also a wonderful person. In terms of as a manager, like dealing with people and everything. Mark also, actually. They're very very human people. In the case of Mark, it's shockingly human, given his trajectory. The personality of him that is painted in the press is just completely wrong.
Yeah. But you have to know how to play the press. So that's, I put some of that responsibility on him too. You have to, it's like, the director, the conductor of an orchestra. You have to play the press and the public in a certain kind of way where you convey your true self to them. If there's a depth and kindness
to it. And he's probably not the best at it. So, yeah.
You have to learn, and it's sad to see. I'll talk to him about it, but the Schrep is slowly stepping down. It's always sad to see folks sort of be there for a long time and slowly. I guess time.
I think he's done the thing he set out to do, and he's got family priorities and stuff like that, and I understand. After 13 years or something.
It's been a good run.
Which in Silicon Valley is basically a lifetime.
Yeah.
Because, it's
really interesting. Okay. So as a component of kind of the learning process, for example.
Yeah.
Let me ask, sort of wrapping up here a little bit, let me return to the questions of our human nature and love, as I mentioned. So do you think
you mentioned sort of a helper robot, but you could think of also personal robots. Do you think the way we human beings fall in love and get connected to each other is possible to achieve in an AI system, a human level AI intelligence system? Do you think we would ever see that kind of connection? Or, in all this discussion about solving complex goals, is this kind of human social connection, do you think that's one of the goals on the peaks and valleys that with the raising sea levels that we'll be able to achieve? Or do you think that's something that's ultimately, or at least in the short term, relative to the other goals, is not achievable?
I think it's all possible. And I mean, in recent, there's a very wide range of guesses, as you know, among AI researchers when we're going to get AGI. Some people, like our friend Rodney Brooks says it's going to be hundreds of years at least. And then there are many others who think it's going to happen relatively much sooner. In recent polls, maybe half or so of AI researchers think we're going to get AGI within decades. So if that happens, of course, then I think these things are all possible. But in terms of whether it will happen, I think we shouldn't spend so much time asking what do we think will happen in the future, as if we are just some sort of pathetic, passive bystanders, waiting for the future to happen to us. Hey, we're the ones creating this future, right? So we should be proactive about it and ask ourselves what sort of future we would like to have happen.
That's right.
Trying to make it like that. Well, what I prefer is just some sort of incredibly boring zombie-like future where just all these mechanical things happen and there's no passion, no emotion, no experience, maybe even. No, I would, of course, much rather prefer it if all the things that we find that we value the most about humanity are our subjective experience, passion, inspiration, love. If we can create a future where those things do exist. I think ultimately it's not our universe giving meaning to us, it's us giving meaning to our universe. And if we build more advanced intelligence, let's make sure we build it in such a way that meaning is part of it.
A lot of people that seriously study this, do you look to spread the ideas that are of neurocortical theory, the things you're working on? Do you think there's some possibility we'll hit an AI winter once again?
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility. No question about it. That's
something you worry about?
Yeah, well, I guess, do I worry about it? I haven't decided yet if that's good or bad for my mission.
That's true. That's very true, because it's almost like you need the winter to refresh the palate.
Yeah, it's like here's what you want to have it is. You want, like, to the extent that everyone is so thrilled about the current state of machine learning and AI and they don't imagine they need anything else, it makes my job harder.
Right.
If everything crashed completely and every student left the field and there was no money for anybody to do anything and it became an embarrassment to talk about machine intelligence and AI, that wouldn't be good for us either. You want sort of the soft landing approach, right? You want enough people, the senior people in AI and machine learning, say, we need other approaches. We really need other approaches. We need other approaches. Maybe we should look to the brain. Okay, let's look to the brain. Who's got some brain ideas? Okay, let's start a little project on the side here trying to do brain idea related stuff. That's the ideal outcome we would want. So I don't want a total winter, and yet I don't want it to be sunny all the time either.
So what do you said that in Toronto as an undergrad, you did a senior thesis or a literature survey on artificial intelligence. This was 1964.
Correct.
What was the AI landscape, ideas, dreams at that time?
I think that was one of you've heard of AI winters. This is whatever the opposite was, AI summer or something. It was one of these things where people thought that, boy, we could do anything with computers, that all these hard problems, computers will solve them. They will do machine translation. They will play games like chess. They will do prove theorems in geometry. There are all kinds of examples like that where people thought, boy, we could really do those sorts of things. I read the Kool-Aid in some sense. I still have a wonderful collection of papers called Computers and Thought that was published in about that era, and people were very optimistic. And then, of course, it turned out that what people had thought was just a few years down the pike was more than a few years down the pike. And some parts of that are more or less now sort of under control. We finally do play games like Go and chess and so on better than people do. But there are others, and machine translation is a lot better than it used to be. But that's, 50, close to 60 years of progress and a lot of evolution in hardware and a tremendous amount more data upon which you can build systems that actually can learn from some of that data.
And the infrastructure to support developers working together, like an open source movement, the internet period, is also an empowering. But what lesson do you draw from that, the opposite of winter, that optimism?
Well, I guess the lesson is that in the short run, it's pretty easy to be too pessimistic or maybe too optimistic. And in the long run, you probably shouldn't be too pessimistic. I'm not saying that very well. It reminds me of this remark from Arthur Clarke, a science fiction author, who says, when some distinguished but elderly person says that something is possible, he's probably right. Yeah. And if he says it's impossible, he's almost surely wrong. But you don't know what the time scale is.
So the time scale is critical, right? So what are your thoughts on this new summer of AI now in the work with machine learning and neural networks? You've kind of mentioned that you started to try to explore and look into this world that seems fundamentally different from the world of heuristics and algorithms like search, that it's now purely sort of trying to take huge amounts of data and learn from that data, write programs from the data.
Yeah. I think it's very interesting. I am incredibly far from an expert. Most of what I know I've learned from my students, and they're probably disappointed in how little I've learned from them. But I think it has tremendous potential for certain kinds of things. I mean, games is one where it obviously has had an effect on some of the others as well. I think there's, and this is speaking from definitely not expertise, I think there are serious problems in certain kinds of machine learning, at least because what they're learning from is the data that we give them. And if the data we give them has something wrong with it, then what they learn from it is probably wrong too. And the obvious thing is some kind of bias in the data. That the data has stuff in it like, I don't know, women aren't as good as men at something. Okay? That's just flat wrong. But if it's in the data because of historical treatment, then that machine learning stuff will propagate that. And that is a serious worry.
The positive part of that is what machine learning does is reveal the bias in the data and puts a mirror to our own society. And in so doing, helps us remove the bias, helps us work on ourselves, puts a mirror to ourselves.
Yeah, that's an optimistic point of view. And if it works that way, that would be absolutely great. And what I don't know is whether it does work that way or whether the AI mechanisms or machine learning mechanisms reinforce and amplify things that have been wrong in the past. And I don't know, but I think that's a serious thing that we have to be concerned about.
Let me ask you an out there question. Okay, I know nobody knows, but what do you think it takes to build a system of human level intelligence? That's been the dream from the 60s. We talk about games, about language, about image recognition, but really the dream is to create human level or superhuman level intelligence. What do you think it takes to do that? And are we close?
I haven't a clue, and I don't know, roughly speaking. I mean, this was
I was trying to trick you into hypothesizing.
Yeah, I mean, Turing talked about this in his paper on machine intelligence back in, early 50s or something like that. And he had the idea of the Turing test. And I don't know whether the Turing test is
a good test of intelligence.
I don't know. It's an interesting test. At least it's in some vague sense objective. Whether you can read anything into the conclusions is a different story.
Let's cautiously venture back into the land of philosophy. And speaking of AI systems providing uncertainty, somebody like Stuart Russell believes that as we create more and more intelligent systems, it's really important for them to be full of self-doubt. Because, if they're given more and more power, the way to maintain human control over AI systems or human supervision, which is true, like you just mentioned with autonomous vehicles, it's really important to get human supervision when the car is not sure, because if it's really confident, it can, in cases when it can get in trouble, it's going to be really problematic. So let me ask about sort of the questions of AGI and human level intelligence. I mean, we've talked about curing diseases, which is sort of a fundamental thing. We can have an impact today, but AI people also dream of both understanding and creating intelligence. Is that something you think about? Is that something you dream about? Is that something you think is within our reach to be thinking about as computer scientists?
Boy, let me tease apart different parts of that question.
The worst question.
It's a multi-part question. Yeah. So let me start with the feasibility of AGI, then I'll talk about the timelines a little bit, and then talk about, well, what controls does one need when thinking about protections in the AI space. So, I think AGI obviously is a long-standing dream that even our early pioneers in this space had. The Turing test and so on are the earliest discussions of that. We're obviously closer than we were 70 or so years ago, but I think it's still very far away. I think machine learning algorithms today are really exquisitely good pattern recognizers in very specific problem domains where they have seen enough training data to make good predictions. You take a machine learning algorithm and you move it to a slightly different version of even that same problem, far less one that's different, and it will just completely choke. So I think we're nowhere close to the versatility and flexibility of even a human toddler in terms of their ability to context switch and solve different problems using a single knowledge base, single brain. So am I desperately worried about the machines taking over the universe and, starting to kill people because they want to have more power? I don't think so.
Well, so to pause on that, so you've kind of intuited that superintelligence is a very difficult thing to achieve. That we're
even intelligence.
Intelligence.
Super intelligence, we're not even close to intelligence.
Even just the greater abilities of generalization of our current systems. But we haven't answered all the parts, and we'll take
getting to the second part.
Okay, we take, but maybe another tangent you can also pick up is, can we get in trouble with much dumber systems?
Yes, and that is exactly where I was going.
Okay.
So just to wrap up on the threats of AGI, I think that it seems to me a little early today to figure out protections against a human level or superhuman level intelligence where we don't even see the skeleton of what that would look like. So it seems that it's very speculative on how to protect against that. But we can definitely and have gotten into trouble on much dumber systems. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the systems that we're building are increasingly complex, increasingly poorly understood, and there's ripple effects that are unpredictable in changing little things that can have dramatic consequences on the outcome. And by the way, that's not unique to artificial intelligence. I think artificial intelligence exacerbates that, brings it to a new level. But heck, our electric grid is really complicated. The software that runs our financial markets is really complicated. And we've seen those ripple effects translate to dramatic negative consequences, like, for instance, financial crashes that have to do with feedback loops that we didn't anticipate. So I think that's an issue that we need to be thoughtful about in many places, artificial intelligence being one of them. And I think it's really important that people are thinking about ways in which we can have better interpretability of systems, better tests for instance, measuring the extent to which a machine learning system that was trained in one set of circumstances, how well does it actually work in a very different set of circumstances where you might say, for instance, well, I'm not going to be able to test my automated vehicle in every possible city, village, weather condition, and so on. But if you trained it on this set of conditions and then tested it on 50 or 100 others that were quite different from the ones that you trained it on, and it worked, then that gives you confidence that the next 50 that you didn't test it on might also work. So effectively, it's testing for generalizability. So I think there's ways that we should be constantly thinking about to validate the robustness of our systems. I think it's very different from the let's make sure robots don't take over the world. And then the other place where I think we have a threat, which is also important for us to think about, is the extent to which technology can be abused. So like any really powerful technology, machine learning can be very much used badly as well as to good. And that goes back to many other technologies that have come up with when people invented projectile missiles and it turned into guns, and people invented nuclear power and it turned into nuclear bombs. And I think, honestly, I would say that to me, gene editing and CRISPR is at least as dangerous a technology if used badly than machine learning. You could create really nasty viruses and such using gene editing that are, you would be really careful about. So anyway, that's something that we need to be really thoughtful about whenever we have any really powerful new technology.
Yeah, and in the case of machine learning is adversarial machine learning, so all the kinds of attacks like security, almost threats, and there's social engineering with machine learning algorithms.
And there's face recognition and Big Brother is watching you, and there's the killer drones that can potentially go and targeted execution of people in a different country. One can argue that bombs are not necessarily that much better, but if people want to kill someone, they'll find a way to do it.
So if in general, if you look at trends in the data, there's less wars, there's less violence, there's more human rights. So we've been doing overall quite good as a human species. Are you optimistic? Are you optimistic? The open questions there are, what does the manifestation of superintelligence look like? So like, what are we going to, you talked about, why do I want to merge with AI? Like what's the actual marginal benefit here? If we have a super intelligent system, how will it make our life better?
So that's a great question, but let's break it into little pieces. All right. On the one hand, it can make our life better in lots of simple ways. You mentioned like a care robot or something that helps me do things. It cooks. I don't know what it does, right? Little things like that. We can have better, smarter cars. We can have, better agents, aids helping us in our work environment and things like that. To me, that's like the easy stuff, the simple stuff in the beginning. And so in the same way that computers made our lives better in ways, many, many ways, we'll have those kind of things. To me, the really exciting thing about AI is sort of its transcendent quality in terms of humanity. We're still biological organisms. We're still stuck here on Earth. It's going to be hard for us to live anywhere else. I don't think you and I are going to want to live on Mars anytime soon. And we're flawed. We may end up destroying ourselves. It's totally possible. If not completely, we could destroy our civilizations. Let's face the fact, we have issues here. But we can create intelligent machines that can help us in various ways. For example, one example I gave, and that sounds a little sci-fi, but I believe this. If we really wanted to live on Mars, we'd have to have intelligent systems that go there and build the habitat for us. Not humans. Humans are never going to do this. It's just too hard. But could we have 1,000 or 10,000, engineer workers up there doing this stuff, building things, terraforming Mars? Sure. Maybe we can move to Mars. But then if we want to go around the universe, should I send my children around the universe, or should I send some intelligent machine, which is like a child, that represents me and understands our needs here on Earth, that could travel through space? So it's in some sense, intelligence allows us to transcend the limitations of our biology. And don't think of it as a negative thing. It's in some sense, my children transcend my biology too, because they live beyond me.
Yeah.
And they represent me, and they also have their own knowledge, and I can impart knowledge to them. So intelligent machines will be like that too, but not limited like us.
But the question is, there's so many ways that transcendence can happen, and the merger with AI and humans is one of those ways. So you said intelligent, basically beings or systems propagating throughout the universe, representing us humans.
They represent us humans in the sense they represent our knowledge and our history, not us individually.
Mm-hmm. Right. But I mean, the question is it just a database with a really damn good model?
No,
of the world?
Conscious just like us.
Okay, but just different.
They're different, just like my children are different. They're like me, but they're different. These are more different. I guess maybe I take a very broad view of our life here on Earth. I say, why are we living here? Are we just living because we live? Mm-hmm. Are we surviving because we can survive? Are we fighting just because we want to just keep going? What's the point of it?
Yeah.
Right? So to me, the point, if I ask myself, what's the point of life, is what transcends that ephemeral sort of biological experience is, to me, this is my answer, is the acquisition of knowledge, to understand more about the universe and to explore. And that's partly to learn more, right? I don't view it as a terrible thing if the ultimate outcome of humanity is we create systems that are intelligent, that are our offspring, but that are not like us at all. And we stay here and live on Earth as long as we can, which won't be forever, but as long as we can. But that would be a great thing to do. It's not like a negative thing.
Well, would you be okay then if the human species vanishes, but our knowledge is preserved and keeps being expanded by intelligent systems?
I want our knowledge to be preserved and expanded.
Yeah.
Am I okay with humans dying? No, I don't want that to happen. But if it does happen, what if we were sitting here and we were the last two people on Earth and we're saying, Lex, we blew it. It's all over, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't I feel better if I knew that our knowledge was preserved and that we had agents that knew about that that left Earth? I would want that. It's better than not having that. I make the analogy of the dinosaurs. The poor dinosaurs. They lived for tens of millions of years. They raised their kids. They fought to survive. They were hungry. They did everything we do, and then they're all gone.
Yeah.
And if we didn't discover their bones, nobody would ever know that they ever existed, right? Do we want to be like that? I don't want to be like that.
Well, there's a sad aspect to it, and it kind of is jarring to think about that. So Pamela McCordick in Machines Who Think has written that AI began with an ancient wish to forge the gods. Do you see, it's a poetic description, I suppose, but do you see a connection between our civilization's historic desire to create gods, to create religions, and our modern desire to create technology and intelligent technology?
I suppose there's a link between an ancient desire to explain away mystery and science, but artificial intelligence creating gods, creating new gods. I forget, I read somewhere a somewhat facetious paper which said that we have a new god is called Google, and we pray to it and we worship it and we ask its advice like an oracle and so on. That's fun.
But you don't see that. You see that as a fun statement, a facetious statement. You don't see that as a kind of truth of us creating things that are more powerful than ourselves and natural sort of.
It has a kind of poetic resonance to it, which I get. But I wouldn't.
But not.
I wouldn't have bothered to make the point myself. Put it that way.
All right. So you don't think AI will become a new religion, a new gods like Google?
Well, yes. I can see that the future of intelligent machines, or indeed intelligent aliens from outer space, might yield beings that we would regard as gods in the sense that they are so superior to us that we might as well worship them. That's highly plausible, I think. But I see a very fundamental distinction between a god who is simply defined as something very, very powerful and intelligent on the one hand, and a god who doesn't need explaining by a progressive step-by-step process like evolution or like engineering design. So the different. Suppose we did meet an alien from outer space who was marvelously, magnificently more intelligent than us, and we would sort of worship it, and for that reason. Nevertheless, it would not be a god in the very important sense that it did not just happen to be there like God is supposed to. It must have come about by a gradual, step-by-step, incremental, progressive process, presumably like Darwinian evolution. So there's all the difference in the world between those two. Intelligence, design, comes into the universe late as a product of a progressive evolutionary process or a progressive engineering design process.
So most of the work is done through this slow-moving progress.
Exactly.
Yeah. The brute force way. What about the ideas of what the big umbrella term of symbolic AI? There's what in the 80s with expert systems, sort of logic, reasoning-based systems. Is there hope there to find some, through sort of deductive reasoning, to find good predicates?
I don't think so. I think that just logic is not enough.
It's kind of a compelling notion, though. You know, that when smart people sit in a room and reason through things, it seems compelling. And making our machines do the same is also compelling.
So everything is very simple. When you have infinite number of predicate, you can choose the function you want. You have invariants and you can choose the function you want. But you have to have not too many invariants to solve the problem. So, and have from infinite number of function to select finite number and hopefully small number of functions, which is good enough to extract small set of admissible functions. So they will be admissible, it's for sure, because every function just decrease set of function and leaving it admissible. But it will be small.
But why do you think logic-based systems can't help? Intuition, not...
Because you should know reality. You should know life. This guy like Prop, he knows something, and he tried to put in invariant his understanding.
So, but that's the human. Yeah, but see, you're putting too much value into Vladimir Prop's knowing something.
No, it is.
It
is stories that what means you know life. What it means.
Common sense.
No. You know something. Common sense, it is some rules.
You think so? Common sense is simply rules? Common sense is it's mortality, it's fear of death, it's love, it's spirituality, it's happiness and sadness. All of it is tied up into understanding gravity, which is what we think of as common sense.
I don't ready to discuss so wide. I want to discuss understand digit recognition.
Anytime I bring up love and death, you bring it back to digit recognition. I like it.
No, it is durable because there is a challenge.
Yeah.
Which I see how to solve it. If I will have a student concentrate on this work, I will suggest something to solve.
You mean handwritten recognition? Yeah, it's a beautifully simple, elegant, and yet
I think that I know invariants which will solve this.
You do?
I think so.
You think so?
But it is not universal. It is maybe, I want some universal invariants which are good not only for digit recognition, for image understanding.
So, right. If you could give advice to a young researcher sort of dreaming of understanding or creating human level intelligence or consciousness, what would you say?
Just follow your dreams. Read read widely.
No, I mean, I suppose what discipline, what is the pursuit that they should take on? Is it neuroscience? Is it computational cognitive science? Is it philosophy? Is it computer science, robotics?
No, in a sense that, okay, so the only known system that have high level of intelligence is Homo sapiens. So if you wanted to build it, it's probably good to continue to study closely what humans do. So cognitive neuroscience, somewhere between cognitive neuroscience on the one hand, then some philosophy of mind, and then AI, computer science. You can look at all the original ideas, neural networks. They all came from neuroscience, right? Reinforcing, whether it's Snarky, Minsky building his Snarky, or whether it's, the early Hubel and Wiesel experiments at Harvard that then gave rise to networks and then multi-layer networks. So it may well be possible. In fact, some people argue that to make the next big step in AI, once we'll realize the limits of deep convolutional networks, they can do certain things, but they can't really understand. I can't really show them one image. I can show you a single image of somebody, a pickpocket who steals a wallet from a purse. You immediately know that's a pickpocket.
Right.
Now, a computer system would just say, well, it's a man, it's a woman, it's a purse, right? Unless you train this machine on showing it 100,000 pickpockets, right? So it doesn't have this easy understanding that you have. Right. So some people make the argument, in order to go to the next step, or you really want to build machines that understand in a way you and I, we have to go to psychology. We need to understand how we do it and how our brains enable us to do it. And so therefore, being on the cusp, it's also so exciting, right? To try to understand better our nature and then to take some of those insights and build them. So I think the most exciting thing is somewhere in the interface between cognitive science, neuroscience, AI, computer science, and philosophy of mind.
Beautiful. Yeah, I'd say if there is, from the machine learning, from the computer science, computer vision perspective, many of the researchers kind of ignore the way the human brain works. So ignore even psychology or literature or studying the brain. I would hope Josh Tannenbaum talks about bringing that in more and more. And that's, so you worked on some amazing stuff throughout your life. So as far as we know, we cannot communicate with animals through natural language, but we would be able to communicate with robots. So I'm returning to sort of a small parallel between perhaps animals and the future of AI. If we do create an AGI system, or as we approach creating that AGI system, what kind of questions would you ask her to try to intuit whether there is consciousness, or more importantly, whether there's capacity to suffer?
I might ask the AGI what she was feeling. Does she have feelings? And if she says yes, to describe those feelings, to describe what they were like, to see what the phenomenal account of consciousness is like. That's one question. I might also try to find out if the AGI has a sense of itself. So, for example, the idea, would you, we often ask people, so suppose you were in a car accident and your brain were transplanted into someone else's body, do you think you would survive, or would it be the person whose body was still surviving, your body having been destroyed? And most people say, I think I would, if my brain was transplanted along with my memories and so on, I would survive. So we could ask AGI those kinds of questions. If they were transferred to a different piece of hardware, would they survive? What would survive? Get at that sort of concept.
Sort of on that line, another perhaps absurd question, but do you think having a body is necessary for consciousness? So do you think digital beings can suffer?
Presumably digital beings need to be running on some kind of hardware, right?
Yes, that ultimately boils down to, but this is exactly what you just said, is moving the brain
right
from one place
so
to
you could
another.
move it to a different kind of hardware, and they could say, look, your hardware is getting worn out. We're going to transfer you to a fresh piece of hardware, so we're going to shut you down for a time, but don't worry, you'll be running very soon on a nice fresh piece of hardware. And you could imagine this conscious AGI saying, that's fine, I don't mind having a little rest. Just make sure you don't lose me or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting thought that even with us humans, the suffering is in the software. We right now don't know how to repair the hardware.
Yeah.
But we're getting better at it and better. And the idea, I mean, some people dream about one day being able to transfer certain aspects of the software to another piece of hardware.
Future experiences.
So if you look out into the future, do you think we will have, beyond a particular game, a companion like Her, like the movie Her, or like a Cosmo that's kind of asks you how your day went too, right? Like a friend.
Yeah.
How many years away from that do you think we are? What's your intuition?
Good question. So I think the idea of a different type of character, like more closer to like kind of a pet style companionship, will come way faster. And there's a few reasons. One is like to do something like in Her, that's like effectively almost general AI, and the bar is so high that if you miss it by a bit, you hit the uncanny valley where it just becomes creepy and not appealing. Because the closer you try to get to a human in form and interface and voice, the harder it becomes. Whereas you have way more flexibility on still landing a really great experience if you embrace the idea of a character. And that's why one of the other reasons why we didn't have a voice, and also why like a lot of video game characters, like Sims, for example, does not have a voice. When you think about it, it wasn't just a cost savings like for them. It was actually for all of these purposes. It was because when you have a voice, you immediately narrow down the appeal to some particular demographic or age range or kind of style or gender. If you don't have a voice, people interpret what they want to interpret, and an 8-year-old might get a very different interpretation than a 40-year-old, but you create a dynamic range. And so you can lean into these advantages much more in something that doesn't resemble a human. And so that'll come faster. Mm-hmm. I don't know when a human, that's just still like just complete R&D at this point. The chat interfaces are getting way more interesting and richer, but it's still a long way to go to kind of pass the test of,
Well, let's consider, let me play devil's advocate. So Google is a very large company that's servicing, it's creating a very compelling product that wants to provide a service to a lot of people. But let's go outside of that. You said characters.
Yeah.
It feels like, and you also said that it requires general intelligence to be a successful participant in a relationship, which could explain why I'm single. I honestly want to push back on that a little bit, because I feel like, is it possible that if you're just good at playing a character, you're in a movie, there's a bunch of characters. If you just understand what creates compelling characters, and then you just are that character and you exist in the world, and other people find you and they connect with you just like you do when you talk to somebody at a bar. I like this character. This character is kind of shady. I don't like them. You pick the ones that you like, and maybe it's somebody that's reminds you of your father or mother. I don't know what it is, but the Freudian thing. But there's some kind of connection that happens, and that's the Cosmo you connect to. That's the future Cosmo you connect, and that's. So I guess the statement I'm trying to make, is it possible to achieve a depth of friendship without solving general intelligence?
I think so. And it's about intelligent kind of constraints, right? And just you set expectations and constraints such that in the space that's left, you can be successful. And so you can do that by having a very focused domain that you can operate in. For example, you're a customer support agent for a particular product, and you create intelligence and a good interface around that. Or kind of in the personal companionship side, you can't be everything to across the board. You kind of solve those constraints, and I think it's possible. My worry is I right now I don't see anybody that has picked up on where kind of Cosmo left off,
Yes.
and is pushing on it in the same way. And so I don't know if it's a sort of thing where, similar to like how, you know, in .com there were all these concepts that we considered like, you know, that didn't work out or like failed or like were too early or whatnot, and then 20 years later you have these like incredible successes on almost the same concept. Like it might be that sort of thing where like there's another pass at it that happens in 5 years or in 10 years, but it does feel like that appreciation of that, like the three-legged stool, if you will, between like, you know, the hardware, the AI, and the character. That balance, it's hard to. I'm not aware of anywhere right now where like that same kind of aggressive drive with the value on the character is happening. And so,
to me, just a prediction, exactly as you said, something that looks awfully a lot like Cosmo, not in the actual physical form, but in the three-legged stool. Something like that in some number of years will be $1 trillion company. I don't understand. Like, it's obvious to me that, like, character, not just as robotic companions, but in all our computers, they'll be there. It's like Clippy was like 2 legs of that stool or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, those are all different attempts. And what's really confusing to me is they're born, these attempts, and they everybody gets excited, and for some reason they die, and then nobody else tries to pick it up, and then maybe a few years later, a crazy guy like you comes around with just enough brilliance and vision to create this thing, and it's born. A lot of people love it. A lot of people get excited, but maybe the timing is not right yet.
Yeah,
and then when the timing is right, it just blows up. It just keeps blowing up more and more until it just blows up. And I guess everything in the full span of human civilization collapses eventually.
Yeah.
But
and that wouldn't surprise me at all. And like, what's going to be different in another 5 years or 10 years or whatnot? Physical component costs will continue to come down in price, and you know, mobile devices and computation is going to become more and more prevalent, as well as cloud as a big tool to offload cost. AI is going to be a massive transformation compared to what we dealt with, where everything from voice understanding to just, you know, kind of a broader contextual understanding and mapping of semantics and understanding scenes and so forth. And then the character side will continue to kind of, you know, progress as well, because that magic does exist. It just exists in different forms. And you have just the brilliance of that's happening in animation and, you know, these other areas where that was a big unlock in you know, in film, obviously. And so I think, the pieces can reconnect, and the building blocks are actually going to be way more impressive than they were 5 years ago. So,
right. So you mentioned Marvin Minsky and the irony of you know, maybe causing the first AI winter. You were there in the 90s. You were there in the 80s, of course. In the 90s, why do you think people lost faith in deep learning in the 90s and found it again over a decade later?
Yeah, it wasn't called deep learning yet. It was just called neural nets.
Neural networks.
Yeah, they lost interest. I mean, I think I would put that around 1995, at least the machine learning community. There was always a neural net community, but it became kind of disconnected from sort of mainstream machine learning, if you want. It was basically electrical engineering that kept at it.
Right.
And computer science
just gave up
on neural nets. I don't know. You know, I was too close to it to really sort of analyze it with sort of a unbiased eye, if you want. But I would make a few guesses. So the first one is, at the time, neural nets it was very hard to make them work, in the sense that you would, you know, implement backprop in your favorite language, and that favorite language was not Python, it was not MATLAB, it was not any of those things, because they didn't exist, right? You had to write it in Fortran or C or something like this, right? So you would experiment with it. You would probably make some very basic mistakes, like, you know, badly initialize your weights, make the network too small because you read in the textbook, you know, you don't want too many parameters, right? And of course, you know, and you would train on XOR because you didn't have any other data set to train on. And of course, you know, it works half the time. So you would say, I give up. Also, you would train it with batch gradient, which, you know, is less efficient. So there was a lot of bag of tricks that you had to know to make those things work, or you had to reinvent. And a lot of people just didn't, and they just couldn't make it work. So that's one thing. The investment in software platform to be able to kind of, display things, figure out why things don't work, kind of get a good intuition for how to get them to work, have enough flexibility so you can create, network architectures like convolutional nets and stuff like that. It was hard. I mean, you had to write everything from scratch. And again, you didn't have any Python or MATLAB or anything, right?
So I read that, sorry to interrupt, but I read that you wrote in Lisp, your first versions of Lenat with convolutional neural networks, which, by the way, one of my favorite languages. That's how I knew you were legit. Turing Award, whatever. You programmed in Lisp. It's
still my favorite language. But it's not that we programmed in Lisp, it's that we had to write our Lisp interpreter. Okay, because it's not like we used one that existed. So we wrote a Lisp interpreter that we hooked up to, a backend library that we wrote also for sort of neural net computation. And then after a few years, around 1991, we invented this idea of basically having modules that know how to forward propagate and back propagate gradients, and then interconnecting those modules in a graph. Léon Bottou had made proposals about this in the late 80s, and we were able to implement this using a Lisp system. Eventually, we wanted to use that system to build production code for character recognition at Bell Labs, so we actually wrote a compiler for that Lisp interpreter so that Patrice Simard, who's now at Microsoft, kind of did the bulk of it with Léon and me. And so we could write our system in Lisp and then compile to C, and then we'll have a self-contained complete system that could kind of do the entire thing. Neither PyTorch nor TensorFlow can do this today. Yet. Okay. It's coming.
Yeah.
I mean, there's something like that in PyTorch called, TorchScript. And so, we had to write our Lisp interpreter, we had to write our Lisp compiler, we had to invest a huge amount of effort to do this. And not everybody, if you don't completely believe in the concept, you're not going to invest the time to do this.
Right.
Now, at the time also, or today, this would turn into Torch or PyTorch or TensorFlow or whatever. We'd put it in open source, everybody would use it and, realize it's good. Back before 1995, working at AT&T, there's no way the lawyers would let you release anything in open source of this nature. And so we could not distribute our code, really.
And on that point, and sorry to go on a million tangents, but on that point, I also read that there was some almost a patent on convolutional neural networks at Bell Labs. So that, first of all, I mean, just
two actually.
That ran out.
Thankfully, in 2007.
In 2007, can we just talk about that for a second? I know you're at Facebook, but you also at NYU, and what does it mean to patent ideas like these, software ideas essentially, or mathematical ideas, or what are they?
Okay, so they're not mathematical ideas, so there are algorithms, and there was a period where the U.S. Patent Office would allow the patent of software as long as it was embodied. The Europeans are very different. They don't quite accept that. They have a different concept, but I no longer, I never actually strongly believed in this, but I don't believe in this kind of patent. Facebook basically doesn't believe in this kind of patent. Google files patents because they've been burned with Apple. And so now they do this for defensive purpose, but usually they say, we're not going to sue you if you infringe. Right. Facebook has a similar policy. They say, we file patent on certain things for defensive purpose. We're not going to sue you if you infringe, unless you sue us. So the industry does not believe in patents. They're there because of, the legal landscape and various things. But I don't really believe in patents for this kind of stuff.
Okay, so that's a great thing. So
I'll tell you a war story actually. Yeah. So what happens was the first patent about convolutional net was about kind of the early version of convolutional net that didn't have separate pooling layers. It had convolutional layers which tried more than one if you want, right? Mm-hmm. And then there was a second one on convolutional nets with separate pooling layers, trained with backprop, and they were filed in 89 and 1990 or something like this. At the time, the life of a patent was 17 years. So here's what happened over the next few years is that we started developing character recognition technology around convolutional nets. And in 1994, a check reading system was deployed in ATM machines. In 1995, it was for large check reading machines in back offices, etc. And those systems were developed by an engineering group that we were collaborating with at AT&T, and they were commercialized by NCR, which at the time was a subsidiary of AT&T. Mm-hmm. Now, AT&T split up in 1996, early 1996. And the lawyers just looked at all the patents and they distributed the patents among the various companies. They gave the convolutional net patent to NCR because they were actually selling products that used it. But nobody at NCR had any idea what a convolutional net was.
Yeah.
Okay. So between 1996 and 2007, so there's a whole period until 2002 where I didn't actually work on machine learning or convolutional net. I resumed working on this around 2002. And between 2002 and 2007, I was working on them, crossing my finger that nobody at NCR would notice, and nobody noticed.
Yeah, and I hope that this kind of somewhat, as you said, lawyers aside, relative openness of the community now will continue.
It accelerates the entire progress of the industry. And, you know, the problems that Facebook and Google and others are facing today is not whether Facebook or Google or Microsoft or IBM or whoever is ahead of the other. It's that we don't have the technology to build the things we want to build. We want to build intelligent virtual assistants that have common sense. We don't have a monopoly on good ideas for this. We don't believe we do. Maybe others believe they do, but we don't. Okay. If a startup tells you they have the secret to, you know, human level intelligence and common sense, don't believe them. They don't. And it's going to take the entire work of the world research community for a while to get to the point where you can go off and in each of those companies kind of start to build things on this. We're not there yet.
So absolutely. And this calls to the gap between the space of ideas and the rigorous testing of those ideas of practical application that you often speak to. I wonder if you think about the role of artificial intelligence in all of this, because your smart contracts are kind of agreements. Maybe you disagree with this, but at least the way I'm thinking about it is agreements between humans or groups of humans. But it seems like because everything is operating in the digital space, that you can integrate non-humans into this, or AI systems that help out humans, managed by humans. Like, what do you think about a world of hybrid smart contracts, codifying agreements between hybrid intelligent being networks of humans and AI systems?
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. In terms of AI, I'm not an expert, right? So it might be a bit simplistic or naive, my ideas in this field. I think, you know, everyone saw the Terminator movie, right? Everybody kind of saw the Terminator movie in the 90s, and it was like, this is really scary. I personally think AI is amazing and makes perfect sense. I think it will evolve to a place where people have, you know, just to understand, I work in the world of trust issues, right? I work in the world of how can technology solve trust and collaboration issues using encryption, using cryptographically guaranteed systems, using decentralized infrastructure, right? So that's the world that I've been inhabiting for, many, many years now, building smart contracts for 7 or 8, doing stuff before that. It's kind of what I'm focused on. So I view AI through that same lens. And my brain naturally asks, well, what is the trust issue that people might have with AI? And my natural kind of response is, well, let's say AI continues to be built and improve. At some point, I have no clue where we are on this now. I've seen different ideas that were very far from this. I've seen other ideas that were very close to this. At a certain point, we'd arrive at a place with AI where we would be a little bit worried about just how much it could do, right? We might be worried that AI could do things we don't want it to do, but we still want to give AI a level of control over our lives, right? So in my world, that's a trust issue. And the way that trust issue would be solved with blockchains is actually very straightforward, and I think in its simplicity quite powerful. you could have an AI that has an ability to do and control key parts of your and our lives, right? But then you could limit it with private keys and blockchains and create certain guardrails and firm kind of walls and limits to what the AI could never go past, assuming that encryption, right, that encryption continues to work, right? And assuming that if it's not that AI's specialization to break encryption, that it wouldn't be able to do that, right? So if you have an AI that controls something very important, whatever it is, shipping or something in defense or something in, the financial system, whatever it is, but you're sitting there and you're kind of worried, hey, this thing is unbelievable. It's coming up with things we wouldn't have thought of in 100 years, but maybe it's a little too unbelievable. How do you limit it? Well, if you bake in private keys and you bake in these kind of blockchain-based limitations, you can create the conditions beyond which an AI could never act. And those could once again be codified in the very specific, unambiguous terms in which you described, which, once again, in my trust issue-focused world, would solve the trust issue for users and make them comfortable with using the AI or ceding control to the AI, which I think in more advanced versions of AI will continue to be a concern, right?
This is fascinating. So smart contracts actually provide a mechanism for human supervision of AI systems. For the
encryption, very encryption heavy. So it's not about is it smarter than us? It's about, will the encryption hold up?
Yep. So that's based on the assumption that encryption holds up. I think that's a safe assumption. We can get into that whole discussion, but from quantum computing, but cracking encryption is very difficult. That's a whole nother discussion.
Right.
I think we're safe on safe ground for quite a long time, assuming encryption holds. There's a space that is at the cutting edge of general intelligence research in the AI community, which is the space of program synthesis or AI generating programs. So that's different than what you're referring to, is AI being able to generate smart contracts. And that, to me, is kind of fascinating. To think of especially two AI systems between each other generating contracts, sort of almost creating a world where most of the contracts are between non-human beings.
I think an AI system, as I think about it, and once again, this is not my field. This is something I might watch a YouTube video on or just see something interesting about at some point. I think if I were to just reason through it even now, I think the highly deterministic and guaranteed nature of smart contracts would probably be preferable to an AI because I'm guessing an AI would have a lot of problems with dealing with the human element of how contracts work today, right? So an AI, for example, couldn't pick up the phone and call, Dave at a bank to do a derivative and kind of discuss with Dave and have a call with him and kind of have a conversation and make him comfortable and tell him it's going to be fine and kind of smooth out all the weird, social cues that have to do with making certain derivatives. I'm assuming that that's a pretty complicated neural map AI kind of problem. So if I think about it, the deterministic guaranteed nature of smart contracts probably would, and if assuming they're accessible to AIs, could actually, interestingly enough, be the format that they prefer to codify their relationship with non-AI systems and very possibly other AI systems, right? Because it is very, it's pretty guaranteed, right? All the other types of contracts that an AI could go out there and seek to do would require, some language processing around the law. And I think, I don't know if this is a term, but probably not, a smart AI or a good AI or whatever the term is for a high quality AI would probably realize some of the limitations and the risks.
Yeah, AI definitely dislikes ambiguity and would prefer the determinism, the deterministic nature of smart contracts.
Exactly.
I got to ask, I don't know if you think about this kind of stuff. I mentioned to you offline that I spent a bit of time with some robots and Boston Dynamics. Do you think there's a way to use artificial intelligence to help? So data collection, so automating some of the things that makes humans special, make some of that decision, some of that memory that's then utilized, converted into knowledge to make decisions about the crops and so on. Is there a way AI can help, do you think?
Totally. I mean, that would be incredible.
That's one of the ingredients that could help with the regenerative farming.
There's a number of discrete decision points that could completely be automated as well, in order to supplement and work with somebody like a farmer in managing it, about the performance on land. And a bit of that's being done right now with some aerial mapping, but that type of AI would be huge in this. I mean, there's estimates that if the damaged and underutilized rangeland in the world was converted to regenerative agriculture, it's somewhere between like 20 and 40% of the world's carbon could be sequestered. So there's a huge potential. The problem is cultural. We've lost the generational thread of knowledge about how to do this. It's kind of been 2 generations that haven't farmed this way. Also, the science around it is limited by the scale and longevity. So the data collection around regenerative farming is also limited by the fact it's kind of piecemeal. Mm-hmm. There's small operations that are doing it. They're learning and developing it as they go, and they haven't been documenting it and doing it for too long.
Is the ethical treatment of animals a part of regenerative farming? So in the way you do things at Belcampo, that's a huge part. Is that necessarily part of the life cycle? So like the things that you're trying to measure is like the way, like not damaging the land too much, make sure that the land is constantly healthy and is producing, and then the grazing process, and also the carbon piece, the fact that it's like carbon neutral or something like that. Mm-hmm. I mean, are all of those pieces of the regenerative farming, or is this an extra part to your vision that you're thinking about?
It's all implicit in regenerative.
Yeah.
I call it out separately because we are certified humane, right? Which is another layer of welfare that has to do with density and a couple other things. But regenerative, I mean, think about it. If you're a cow and you're in a regenerative operation where the whole life cycle of the pasture means that you only eat the top 6 inches of the grass, and then when there's whatever, a couple inches left, then that field is left dormant. Mm-hmm. That's a better experience, right? Yes. So just think about it kind of functionally that way.
Well, grazing period is a better experience, right?
Yeah.
And that's not what's done that's the grass-fed piece, right?
That's the other piece with, certified organics, amazing. There's plenty of certifications that, grass-fed and finished is also great, but there are workarounds for those. Mm-hmm. You can have certified organic feedlots. You can have grass-fed and finished, which is animal-fed a grass seed pellet. Those aren't things that we do here, right? And regenerative captures that. Because it's like anything, you're isolating these very specific certifications, it doesn't have a holistic approach. Regenerative, though, unfortunately, isn't certified yet. We've gotten USDA approval to use that word based on our carbon sequestration data, but it's not a regulated term. So that's kind of the mix right now, is to figure out how to document it. And it's not totally clear what it means, like for pigs and chickens, which are omnivores. It's very clear for ruminants, which are animals that have a rumen that eat grass. Mm-hmm. For omnivores, which is like what we are, they eat primarily grain in farming operations, and that's a little bit more complex. So it's kind of a moving landscape, but regenerative as a word is the better definition of the whole life cycle approach of letting animals and nature work together.
No, that's not true. When I was a teenager.
Today, for speech recognition, RID. And now, here's my conversation. In the spirit of the depth first search, can you comment on AI safety? And some people are really worried about the existential risks of artificial intelligence. Is there something you could say that's hopeful about how we avoid, in the same kind of line of reasoning about creating formal models versus kind of looking outside the model into what the real world actually is like? Is there some lessons from that we can take and map onto the AI safety world, where the potentials of the technology, whether it's in autonomous weapon systems or just the paperclip problem, that we can avoid AI destroying the world?
So my impression is actually that this is more of a kind of
faraway impression, and it could be wrong, that it might even be that one of the challenges is that AI is not formal enough. Like, because AI is very like practitioner oriented, right? Like, it's all about like, hey, I found a couple of hacks and look, I ran them and look, they seem to improve classification accuracy from, 0.684 to 0.773.
Yep.
So a lot of the time, like, there just isn't actual science behind like why this hack works and why this other hack doesn't work. You just sort of like trial and error your way into it. And like, I can see how that approach works, but at the same time, like, that approach is not good for legibility, for example. Like, it's not good for like understanding what the heck is actually going on, like how these kinds of systems conceivably might fail. Like, there's even, a debate on like, can you take GPT-3 like things and just scale them up and their intelligence will continue to improve? Or is there just like some types of reasoning that they're fundamentally bad at, and like they're not going to get good at it no matter how much you like scale this exact same approach and add more hardware to it? So thinking about what's going on more explicitly, I mean, my understanding is that a big part of AI safety research is trying to do that sort of stuff, right? And
formalize,
try to improve just AI legibility, like trying to understand, if the AI makes some classification so we can actually see like what happens and like what's going on in the middle, right? Whereas with crypto or with traditional cryptography, it's like very much not, well, okay, I mean, I shouldn't quite say that. It's traditional cryptography is this interesting mix of being very formal and being very informal, because it's very formal with, given these security assumptions, prove that the protocol works under these security assumptions.
Yeah.
The places where it's very informal is like, well, how do we even know that there isn't an efficient algorithm for factoring numbers? Yeah, we kind of tried it for 40 years, and then, so far no one's found anything better than the general number field sieve, and like, okay, fine, we'll just assume it's fine. How do we know you can't find the discrete log between two elliptic curve points? Like, no. Did it a couple of decades. No one's found anything faster than like baby step, giant step stuff. So that's, and like there's definitely ways in which that approach really makes sense, right? Because at least you can concentrate your analysis on a small number of building blocks. And like, you do have some intuitive reasoning about those building blocks, but like at least there's a small number of building blocks and lots of people are looking at them. And then everything else just sort of gets formally built on top, and you actually can like mathematically reduce the security of big things to building blocks, right? Like, you can have mathematical proofs that say, if you make a ZK snark of a yes statement when in reality that statement is false, then you can use that to like extract information out of elliptic curves that, it completely breaks the problem or something like that. So
ZK snark is an example where formalism is beneficial.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so maybe you can have the same kind of stuff in the AI safety within AI systems, that you can get a hold of some kind of aspect of the systems that you can control,
right?
Provably.
Yeah. And then in blockchains and cryptocurrency, I think the one area where consensus like mechanisms is still more an art than a science is that these aren't just like technological systems; they're crypto-economic systems, right? And they make assumptions about people, and which assumptions you can make about people is not something that you can prove with math.
Right. The even just the basic 51%.
Exactly.
People are honest.
Yeah. Can you trust the 51%? If you can't trust the 51%, can you trust the other 49% to be able to coordinate on like making their own fork? What will happen to coin prices? Like, how do people as like human beings react to these events? Like, there's all of these assumptions.
Yeah.
But no, at the same time, look, if you can write down the assumptions, then you can like do formal things with them.
What do you think is the role of AI in space? Do you, in your work, again, we'll talk about it, but do you see more and more of the space vehicles, spacecraft being run by artificial intelligence systems? More than just like the flight control, but like the management?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of color to the dreams I have about way in the future and AI, but I do think that removing, it's hard for humans to even make a trip to Mars, much less go anywhere farther than that. And I think we'll have, more, this, again, I'm probably unusual in having these thoughts, but perhaps be able to generate more knowledge and understand more if we stop trying to send humans and instead, I don't know if we're talking about AI in a truly, artificial intelligence way, or AI as we kind of use it today. But maybe sending a petri dish or two of like stem cells and some robotic handlers instead, if we still need to send our DNA because we're really stuck on that. But if not, maybe not even that petri dish. So I think what I'm saying is, I see a much bigger role in the future of AI for space exploration.
It's kind of sad to think that, I'm sure we'll eventually send a spacecraft with efficient propulsion, like some of the stuff you work on, out that travels just really far with some robots on it and with some DNA in a petri dish. And then human civilization destroys itself. And then there'll just be this floating spacecraft that eventually gets somewhere or not. That's a sad thought, like this lonely spacecraft just kind of traveling through space and humans are all dead.
Well, it depends on what the goal is, right? Another way to look at it is we've preserved, it's like a little time capsule of knowledge, DNA, that will outlive us.
Well, that's beautiful.
Yeah. That's how I sleep at night.
So you also mentioned that you wanted to be an astronaut.
Yes.
So even though you said you're unusual in thinking like it's nice here on Earth and then we might want to be sending robots up there, you wanted to be a human that goes out there. Would you like to one day travel to Mars? If it becomes sort of more open to civilian travel and that kind of thing. Like, are you like vacation wise? Like, if we're talking vacations, would you like to vacation on Earth or vacation on Mars?
I wish that I had a better answer, but no. I wanted to be an astronaut because first of all, I like working in labs and doing experiments, and I wanted to go to like the coolest lab, the ISS, and do some experiments there. That's being decommissioned, which is sad, but there will be others, I'm sure.
The ISS is being decommissioned?
Yes, I think by 2025, it's not going to be in use anymore. But I think there are private companies that are going to be putting up stations and things.
So it's primarily like a research lab, essentially.
Yes.
A research lab in space. That's a cool way to say it. It's like the coolest possible research lab.
That's where I wanted to go. And now, though, my risk profile has changed a little bit. I have 3 little ones, and I won't be in the first 1,000 people to go to Mars. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, Earth is kind of nice. We have our troubles, but overall, it's pretty nice. Again, it's the Netflix. You wrote a piece in MIT Tech Review saying that AI can't be an artist. Creativity is and always will be a human endeavor. You mentioned BERT and criticism of symbolic AI. Can you explain your view of criticizing the capacity for artistry and creativity in our robot friends?
Yeah, I can try. So to make the argument, you have to have in mind what counts as art, what counts as a creative, artistic act. Mm-hmm. I take it that just doing something new isn't sufficient. I mean, we say that good art is original, but not everything that's never been done before is good art. Mm-hmm. So there has to be more than just doing something new. It has to be somehow doing something new in a way that speaks to the audience or speaks to some portion of the audience at least. It has to be doing something new in such a way that some people who see or interact with it can see themselves anew in it. So I think that art is inherently a creative act. A kind of communicative act. Mm-hmm. That it involves a relation with other people. So think about the conditions for that working. I talk in that article, I can't remember, something about new music. I think I don't talk about Stravinsky, but let's say Stravinsky. Stravinsky, performs the Rite of Spring and there's riots. It is new and people hate it. People can't, it sounds like a cacophony. It sounds awful. It's written according to principles that are not like the principles of music composition that people are familiar with. So in some ways, it's a failed communicative act. But as Nietzsche says about his own stuff, I mean, we now can recognize that it wasn't a failed communicative act. It just hadn't reached its time yet. Right? And now that way of composing music is like, it's in Disney movies. It's so part of our musical palette that we don't have that response. It changed us. It changed the way we understand what counts as good music. So that's a deep communicative act. It didn't perform its communication in that opening moment, but it did ultimately establish a new understanding for all of us of what counts as good art. And that's the kind of deep communication that I think good art can do. It can change our understanding of ourselves and of what a good manifestation of something of ourselves in a certain domain is.
And you use the term socially embedded, that art is fundamentally socially embedded.
Yeah.
And I really like that term because I see like my love for artificial intelligence and the kind of system that we can bring to the world that could make for an interesting and more lively world, and one that enriches human beings, is one where the AI systems are deeply socially embedded.
Good. Yeah.
So that actually is in contrast to the way artificial intelligence have been talked about throughout its history, and certainly now, both on the robotic side and the AI side. It's especially on the tech sector, where the businesses around AI, they kind of want to create systems that are like servants to humans, and then humans do all the beautiful human messiness of where art would be part. I think that there is no reason why you can't integrate AI systems in the way you integrate new humans to the picture. There are just the full diversity and the flaws, all of that adds to the thing. Some people might say that AlphaZero is this system from DeepMind that was able to achieve, solve the game. It beat the best people in the world at the game of Go with no supervision from humans. But more interestingly to me, on the side of creativity, it was able to surprise a lot of grandmasters with the kind of moves it came up with. Now, to me, that's not the creativity, the magic that's socially embedded that we're talking about. Right. That is merely revealing the limitations of humans to discover. It's like to solve a particular aspect of a math problem. I think creativity is not just even socially embedded. It's the way you're saying it's part of the communicative act. It's the interactive. It's the dance with the culture. And so it has to be like, for AlphaZero to be creative, truly creative, it would have to be integrated in a way where it has a Twitter account and it becomes aware of the impact it has on the other grandmasters with the moves that's coming up. And like, one of the fascinating things about AlphaZero, which I just love so much, is I don't know if you're familiar with chess.
I am, yeah.
Okay. So it does certain things that most chess players, even at the highest level, don't do, which is it sacrifices pieces. It gives pieces away and then waits like 10 moves before it pays you back. So it does, to me, that's beautiful. That's art. If only AlphaZero understood the artistry of that, which is I'm going to mess with you psychologically because I'm going to do two things. One, make you feel
overconfident that you're doing well. But actually, also once you realize you are playing AlphaZero that is much better than you, you're going to feel really nervous about what's on the way. Well, like, this is the calm before the storm. And that creates a beautiful psychological masterpiece of this chess game. If only AlphaZero was then messing with you additionally to that, like, and was cognizant of this doing that, then it becomes art. And then it's integrated into society in that way. And I believe it doesn't have to actually have an understanding of the world in the way that humans have. It can have a different one. It can be like a child is clueless about so many aspects of the world, and it's okay. And that's part of the magic of it. Just being flawed, being lacking understanding in all interesting kinds of ways, but interacting. And so to me, it's possible to create art for AI, but exactly as you're saying, in a deeply socially embedded way.
Good. Well, I think we agree, but let me just highlight the thing that makes me think that we agree.
Yeah.
Which is that I think for people, for a community to allow themselves to recognize in a certain kind of creative act, I'm thinking of Stravinsky here, but we could think of a chess thing, to recognize in a certain kind of creative act a new and admirable, worthy way of thinking about what's significant in the situation, you have to believe that it wasn't random. You have to believe that Stravinsky wrote that way because he was receptive to what needed to be said now. And so you said, if only AlphaZero could do all this by virtue of recognizing that this was the thing that needed to be done, then it would be socially embedded in the right way. And I think I agree with that. First of all, it's possible to do in a constrained domain, a game-playing domain, Go or chess. Go is more complicated than chess, but either one of them, because there really are only a finite range of possibilities. If you make the game end at a certain point, it's a combinatorial problem in the end. Now, obviously, AlphaZero doesn't solve the problem in a combinatorial way. That would be sort of take too much energy. You couldn't do it. It's it sort of explodes the problem. So it does it in this other way that's interesting, this pattern recognition way, roughly. And in that context, it may well be that it can see, having had lots and lots of experience in the training stuff against itself or against another version of itself, it can see that the sacrifice here is going to pay dividends down the road. See, I put that in quotation marks. That's to say, it's got, a high weight to this move here as a result of experience in the past where that move down the line led to this improvement. So in that finite context, I think, the game players can trust it, and they talk that way. That it's got a kind of authority. They say, I've read some people who said about AlphaZero when it played Go, it's like it's playing from the future. It's making these moves that are just outlandish. And there's a kind of brilliance to them that we can't really understand. We'll be catching up to it forever. I think in that context, it's mapped the domain, and the domain is mappable because it's a combinatorial problem, roughly. But in something like music or art of a non-finite form, it feels to me like it's a little harder for me to understand what the analog of our trusting that Stravinsky has recognized something about us that demands that he write this way. That doesn't seem like a finite thing in quite the same way. Now we could ask the system, why did you do it? We could ask Stravinsky, why did you do it? And maybe it will have answers. But then it's involved in a kind of communicative act. And I think lots of times artists will often say, look, I can't communicate better than what I've done in the piece of work. That is the statement.
Yeah. So we humans aren't able to answer the why either.
Yeah.
But I do think the question here is, well, first of all, language is finite, certainly when expressed through a tweet. So it is also a combinatorial problem.
Yeah.
The question is how much more difficult it is than chess. And I think all the same ways that we see the solutions to chess is deeply surprising when it was first addressed with IBM Deep Blue and then with AlphaGo and AlphaGo Zero, AlphaZero. I think in that same way, language can be addressed and communication can be addressed. I don't see, having done this podcast, many reasons why everything I'm doing, especially as a digital being on the internet, can't be done by an AI system eventually. So I think we're being very human-centric in thinking we're special. I think one of the hardest things is the physical space. Actually operating like touch and the magic of body language and the music of all of that, because it's so deeply integrated through the long evolutionary process of what it's like to be on Earth. What is fundamentally different, and AI can catch up on, is the way we apply our evolutionary history on the way we act on the internet, on the way we act online. And as more and more of the world becomes digital, you're now operating in a space where AI is behind much less so. Like we're both starting at zero.
I think that's super interesting. Do you know this? Do you know this author Brian Christian? Is that someone you've ever heard of?
That sounds familiar.
He's a guy who competed in the, what is it called? The Loebner competition?
The Loebner Prize, yeah.
Yeah, the Turing test thing. So, and I'll just tell you the story, but I think it's directly related to the last thing you said about where we're starting in the same place.
Mm-hmm.
He competed in this competition, but he didn't enter a program that was supposed to try to pass the Turing test. The Turing test, there's three people. There's the judge, there's the program, and then there's someone who's a human, the way they do it.
Mm-hmm.
And the judge has got to figure out by asking questions, which is the computer and which is the human. Mm-hmm. So, little known fact, there's two prizes in that competition. There's the most human computer prize.
Mm-hmm.
That's the computer that wins the most. And then there's the most human
mm-hmm.
prize. And he competed for the most human prize. Mm-hmm. And he won it. He kept winning it. Mm-hmm. And so he tried to think about what it is that you have to be able to do in order to convince judges that you're human instead of a computer.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an interesting question, I think. And what he came to my takeaway from his version of this story is that it is true that computers are winning these contests more and more, as technology progresses. But there's two possible explanations for that.
Mm-hmm.
One is that the computers are becoming more human, and the other is that the humans are becoming more like computers. And he says, actually, the more we live our lives in this world in this sort of technological world, where we have to moderate our behavior so that it's readable by something that's effectively, a computer, the more we become like that. And he says it happens even when you're not interacting with a computer. He says, have you ever been to on the phone with the call, center? Mm-hmm. And they're going through their script. And that's what they've got to do. They've got to go through their script because that's how they keep their job. And they ask you this question, you've got to answer it. And it's as if you're no longer interacting with a person, even though it's a person. Because they've so given up everything that's involved normally with being able to make judgments and decisions and act in situations and take responsibility. And so I think that's the other side of it. It is true that technology is amazing and can solve huge ranges of problems and do fantastic things. But it's also true that we're changing ourselves in response to it. And the one thing I'm worried about is that we're changing ourselves in such a way that the norms for what we're aiming at are being changed to move in the direction of this sort of efficiently in an optimized way solving a problem, and move away from this other kind of thing that we were calling aliveness or significance. And so that's the other side of the story.
And that's the worry, but it's very possible that there is, for you and I, the ancient dinosaurs, we may not see the aliveness in TikTok, the aliveness in the digital space. Yeah. That you see it as us being dragged into this over-optimized world, but that may be, this is, in fact, it is a world that opens up opportunities to truly experience life. And there's interesting to think about all the people growing up now who their early experience of life is always mediated through a digital device. Not always, but more and more often mediated through that device. And how we're both evolving. The technology is evolving, the humans are evolving, to then maybe open a door to a whole world where the humans and the technology or AI systems are interacting as equals.
So now I'm going to agree with you. You might be surprised that I'm going to agree with you, but I think that's exactly right. I don't want to be the person who's saying our job is to resist all of this stuff. I don't want to be a Luddite. That's not my goal. The goal is to point out that in the supreme danger lies the saving power.
Yes.
The point is to get in the right relation to that understanding of what we are. That allows us to find the joy in it. And I think that's a hard thing to do. It's hard to understand even what we're supposed to be doing when we do it. Maybe I more than you, I'm not of the right generation to be able to do that. But I do think that's got to be the move. The move is not to resist it. It's not a nostalgic move. It's an attempt to push people to get in the relation to it. That's not the relation of it controlling you and depriving you of stuff, but of your recognizing some great joy that can be found in it.
When I interact with legged robots, I see there's magic there. And I just feel like the person who hears the music when others don't. And I don't know what that is. Yeah. And I'd love to explore that.
Yeah.
And because it's almost like the future talking. And I'm trying to hear what it's saying. Is this a dangerous world or is this a beautiful world?
Well, I can certainly understand your enthusiasm for that. Those used to be things that I found overwhelmingly exciting. And I'm not sort of closed off from that anymore. I mean, I'm not now closed off from that, even though my views are changed and I don't work in that world. But I think it's interesting to figure out what's at the ground of that response. Yeah.
And it's not the ones that destroy us, but somebody that you can have as a friend.
Oh,
you can have deep connections with. That kind of passing the Turing test and beyond. Those kinds of ideas. Have you dreamt of those?
Oh, yes.
Those possibilities.
In a book I wrote with Ed Feigenbaum, there's a little story called The Geriatric Robot. And how I came up with the geriatric robot is a story in itself. But here's what the geriatric robot does. It doesn't just clean you up and feed you and wheel you out into the sun. Its great advantages, it listens. It says, tell me again about the great coup of 73. Yeah. Tell me again about how awful or how wonderful your grandchildren are, and so on and so forth. And it isn't hanging around to inherit your money. It isn't hanging around because it can't get any other job. This is its job, and so on and so forth. Yeah. Well, I would love something like that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that deeply excites me. So I think there's a lot of us.
Lex, you got to know, it was a joke. I dreamed it up because I needed to talk to college students and I needed to give them some idea of what AI might be. And they were rolling in the aisles as I elaborated and elaborated and elaborated. When it went into the book, they took my hide off in the New York Review of Books. This is just what we have thought about these people in AI. They're inhuman. Oh, come on, get over it.
Don't you think that's a good thing for the world, that AI could potentially?
Moi, I do, absolutely. And furthermore, I want, I'm pushing 80 now. By the time I need help like that, I also want it to roll itself in a corner and shut the fuck up.
Let me linger on that point. Do you really, though?
Yeah, I do. Here's why.
Don't you want it to push back a little bit?
A little. But I have watched my friends go through the whole issue around having help in the house. And some of them have been very lucky and had fabulous help. And some of them have had people in the house who want to keep the television going on all day, who want to talk on their phones all day. No.
So basically,
just roll yourself in the corner and
unfortunately, us humans, when we're assistants, we care. We're still, even when we're assisting others, we care about ourselves more.
Of course.
And so you create more frustration. And in a robot, AI assistant can really optimize the experience for you. I was just speaking to the point. You actually bring up a very, very, very good point. But I was speaking to the fact that us humans are a little complicated, that we don't necessarily want a perfect servant. Maybe you disagree with that, but there's I think there's a push and pull with humans.
Mm-hmm.
A little tension, a little mystery that, of course, that's really difficult for AI to get right. But I do sense, especially in today with social media, that people are getting more and more lonely, even young folks, and sometimes especially young folks. That loneliness, there's a longing for connection, and AI can help alleviate some of that loneliness. Just somebody who listens, like in person. That
so to speak.
So to speak. Yeah, so to speak. Yeah, that to me is really exciting. But so if we look at that level of intelligence, which is exceptionally difficult to achieve, actually, as the singularity or whatever, that's the human level bar. That people have dreamt of that too. Turing dreamt of it. He had a timeline. How have your own timeline evolved on past?
I don't even think about it.
You don't even think?
No. Just this field has been so full of surprises for me.
That you just take it in and see
the
fundamental basic
that's
science.
Great. Yeah, I just can't. Maybe that's because I've been around the field long enough to think, don't go that way. Herb Simon was terrible about making these predictions of when this and that would happen.
Right.
And he was a sensible guy.
Yeah. And his quotes are often used, right, as a
bludgeon, yeah.
Maybe you can tell me some figures that popped up in your life in the 80s with expert systems where there was the symbolic AI possibilities of what most people think of as AI. If you dream of the possibilities of AI, it's really expert systems.
Mm-hmm.
And those hit a few walls and there was challenges there. And I think, yes, they will reemerge again with some new breakthroughs and so on. But what did that feel like? Both the possibility and the winter that followed, the slowdown in research.
This whole thing about AI winter is to me a crock.
There's no winters.
Because I look at the basic research that was being done in the 80s, which is supposed to be, my God, it was really important. It was laying down things that nobody had thought about before. But it was basic research. You couldn't monetize it.
Right.
Hence the winter. Research, scientific research, goes in fits and starts. It isn't this nice, smooth, this follows this. No, it just doesn't work that way.
Well, the interesting thing, the way winters happen, it's never the fault of the researchers. It's some source of hype over-promising. Well, no, let me take that back. Sometimes it is the fault of the researchers. Sometimes certain researchers might over-promise the possibilities. They themselves believe that we're just a few years away. Sort of just recently talked to Elon Musk, and he believes he'll have an autonomous vehicle. We'll have autonomous vehicles in a year, and he believes it.
A year?
A year, yeah. We'll have mass deployment of autonomous.
For the record, this is 2019 right now.
Yes.
So he's talking 2020.
To do the impossible, you really have to believe it. And I think what's going to happen when you believe it, because there's a lot of really brilliant people around him, is some good stuff will come out of it. Some unexpected, brilliant breakthroughs will come out of it when you really believe it, when you work that hard. But
I believe that. And I believe autonomous vehicles will come. I just don't believe it'll be in a year.
Yeah.
I wish.
But nevertheless, autonomous vehicles is a good example. There's a feeling many companies have promised by 2021, by 2022, Ford, GM, basically every single automotive company has promised they'll have autonomous vehicles. So that kind of overpromise is what leads to the winter, because we'll come to those dates. There won't be autonomous vehicles, and there'll be a feeling, well, wait a minute. If we took your word at that time, that means we just spent billions of dollars, had made no money, and there's a counter response to where everybody gives up on it. Sort of intellectually, at every level, the hope just dies. And all that's left is a few basic researchers. So you're uncomfortable with some aspects of this idea.
Well, it's the difference between science and commerce.
So you think science goes on the way it does?
Science can really be killed by not getting proper funding or timely funding. I think Great Britain was a perfect example of that. The Lighthill report in, you don't remember the year, essentially said, there's no use Great Britain putting any money into this. It's going nowhere. And this was all about social factions in Great Britain. Edinburgh hated Cambridge, and Cambridge hated Manchester, and somebody else can write that story. But it really did have a hard effect on research there. Now, they've come roaring back with DeepMind.
Yeah.
But that's one guy and his visionaries around him.
But just to push on that, it's kind of interesting. You have this dislike of the idea of an AI winter. Where's that coming from? Where do you?
Because I just don't think it's true.
There was a particular periods of time. It's a romantic notion, certainly.
Yeah, well, no, I admire science, perhaps more than I admire commerce. Commerce is fine. Hey, we all got to live, but science has a much longer view than commerce, and continues almost regardless. It can't continue totally regardless, but almost regardless of what's saleable and what's not, what's monetizable and what's not.
So the winter is just something that happens on the commerce side, and the science
so it seems
marches. To me. That's a beautifully optimistic and inspiring message. I agree with you. I think if we look at the key people that work in AI, that work in key scientists in most disciplines, they continue working out of the love for science. No matter you can always scrape up some funding to stay alive, and they continue working diligently. But there certainly is a huge amount of funding now, and there's a concern on the AI side and deep learning. There's a concern that we might, with overpromising, hit another slowdown in funding, which does affect the number of students, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it does.
So the kind of ideas you had in Machines Who Think, did you continue that curiosity through the decades that followed?
Yes, I did.
And what was your historical view of how AI community evolved, the conversations about it, the work? Has it persisted the same way from its birth?
No, of course not. It's just as we were just talking, the symbolic AI really kind of dried up and it all became algorithmic. I remember a young AI student telling me what he was doing, and I had been away from the field long enough. I'd gotten involved with complexity at the Santa Fe Institute. I thought, algorithms, yeah, they're in the service of, but they're not the main event. No, they became the main event. That surprised me. And we all know the downside of this. We all know that if you're using an algorithm to make decisions based on a gazillion human decisions, baked into it are all the mistakes that humans make, the bigotries, the short-sightedness, so on and so on.
So you have looked deep into these people, have deep conversations, and it's interesting to get a sense of stories of the way they were thinking and the way it was changed, the way your own thinking about AI has changed. So you mentioned McCarthy. Is what about the years at CMU, Carnegie Mellon, with Joe and with
Sure. Joe was not in AI. He was in algorithmic complexity.
Was there always a line between AI and computer science, for example? Is AI its own place of outcasts? Was that the feeling?
There was a kind of outcast period for AI. For instance, in 1974, the new field was hardly 10 years old. The new field of computer science was asked by the National Science Foundation, I believe, but it may have been the National Academies, I can't remember, to, tell your fellow scientists where computer science is and what it means. And they wanted to leave out AI. And they only agreed to put it in because Don Knuth said, hey, this is important. You can't just leave that out.
Really? Don did?
Don Knuth, yes.
I talked to him recently too, so out of all the people.
Yes. But you see, an AI person couldn't have made that argument. He wouldn't have been believed. But Knuth was believed, yes.
So Joe Traub worked on the real stuff.
Joe was working on algorithmic complexity, but he would say, in plain English, again and again, the smartest people I know are in AI.
Really?
Oh, yes, no question. Anyway, Joe loved these guys. What happened was that I guess it was as I started to write Machines Who Think, Herb Simon and I became very close friends. He would walk past our house on Northumberland Street every day after work, and I would just be putting my cover on my typewriter, and I would lean out the door and say, Herb, would you like a sherry? And Herb almost always would like a sherry. So he'd stop in, and we'd talk for an hour, 2 hours. My journal says we talked this afternoon for 3 hours.
What was on his mind at the time, if in terms of on the AI side of things?
Oh, we didn't talk too much about AI. We talked about other things.
Just life. Yeah.
We both love literature, and Herb had read Proust in the original French twice all the way through. Yeah. I can't. I've read it in English in translation. So we talked about literature. We talked about languages. We talked about music because he loved music. We talked about art because he was actually enough of a painter that he had to give it up because he was afraid it was interfering with his research, and so on. So no, it was really just chat, but it was very warm. So one summer, I said to Herb, my students have all the really interesting conversations. I was teaching at the University of Pittsburgh then in the English department. They get to talk about the meaning of life and that kind of thing. And what do I have? I have university meetings where we talk about the photocopying budget and, whether the course on romantic poetry should be 1 semester or 2. Right. So Herb laughed. He said, yes, I know what you mean. He said, but you could do something about that. Dot, that was his wife, Dot and I used to have a salon at the University of Chicago every Sunday night. And we would have essentially an open house, and people knew it wasn't for small talk. It was really for some topic of depth. He said, but my advice would be that you choose the topic ahead of time. Fine, I said. So the following, we exchanged mail over the summer. That was U.S. Post in those days because you didn't have personal email.
Right.
And I decided I would organize it, and there would be 8 of us. Alan Newell and his wife, Herb Simon and his wife, Dorothea. There was a novelist in town, a man named Mark Harris. He had just arrived, and his wife, Josephine. Mark was most famous then for a novel called Bang the Drum Slowly, which was about baseball. Mm-hmm. And Joe and me, so 8 people. And we met monthly, and we just sank our teeth into really hard topics, and it was great fun.
How have your own views around artificial intelligence changed through the process of writing Machines Who Think and afterwards, the ripple effects?
I was a little skeptical that this whole thing would work out. It didn't matter. To me, it was so audacious.
This whole thing being AI.
AI generally, yeah. And in some ways, it hasn't worked out the way I expected so far. That is to say, there's this wonderful lot of apps, thanks to deep learning and so on. Yeah. But those are algorithmic.
Yeah.
And in the part of symbolic processing, there's very little yet.
Yes.
And that's a field that lies waiting for industrious graduate students.